Aside from this, this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled, sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Oh, hello, how are we? How is everybody doing today? Hello, Cassie. How are we doing? Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well, Cassie. You can see the court is in the background there with me, just in case people are thinking, where the fuck? Where's the court? It's there. I'm waiting for my favorite channel, though. It still hasn't come up on that one. But yeah, once Law and Crime goes, it's fine. Hello, Jamie. Long time no see, Jamie. I haven't seen you since last week. What's going on? All good. Hope you're well, Jamie. Hope everything's going well for you. So yeah, we'll just wait for that, and then once that appears, we'll be streaming. We will be streaming, people. Yeah, so hope everybody's well. So today, the state are going to be resting. Hello, Carla. Good morning to you, Carla. Hope you're well as well. How are things there in Mass? Waiting for Karen Reid, I imagine. Shelley, another stranger. I've not seen you for ages either, Shelley. How are you? Morning to you as well, Shell. Hope you're well. I know I've been having to catch up on the replay. Thanks for the show. No worries. Well, it's nice to see you back. It's fine. I know people are busy and stuff like that. I always appreciate that. But yeah, no, it's always nice to see people when they come in here. And when you leave me, I go, where the fuck are they? But you come back. But yeah, it's lovely to see you all. Most of you, so Cassie, yesterday, Cassie, you were pissed yesterday. How are you feeling today about the Correga stuff? Is it still bothering you? I'm gonna be emailing Weaver as well. I'm gonna message out to Attorney Weaver, because I know he's still on holiday, so I will message him and see how he's doing, because I feel sorry. He did a great job as an attorney. Talk about another stranger. Here's another one, Patty. Hi, Patty Murphy. How are you doing? Oops. Hope you're doing well as well, my darling. All the people here today that I haven't seen for ages. Waiting on new findings for this week before trial. Yeah, Friday. I know there's something on today about the restrictions and stuff. I was speaking briefly with Dean there, but from Resistance to Silence. But yeah, Friday. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming that or not, because it depends on this trial. But I'll definitely be watching on the weekend or something. But yeah, I'm excited. If it does go ahead, then we got Sean and myself for streaming. So here we go, the judges there. So yeah, hopefully some of you can join us for next Tuesday for the trial when me and Sean will be doing. And we got some other people popping in and out as well. Doing all right, running late to work as always. Good on you. Yes, but there's nothing to do about it. No, I know, but still, it still frustrates us all. Oh, here we go.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are back on the record in state of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu.
Right, there's no volume. Why is there no volume?
Mr. Miu is present. 14 jurors are present. We are ready to resume
Here with me.
testimony. Mr.
It's on
Smestad,
them, not
who
me.
is the next witness?
I'll call Dr. Frolov.
Oh shit, hang on. It might be on me, hang on. Why is this not playing? I reloaded the whole thing yesterday, so
Dr. Froloff, please come forward.
Oh, that's working. Why is it not
Please
volume?
face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
You can hear it. Why the
Please
fuck
have a
can't I
seat in the
hear it
witness
then?
chair. Yes, you may.
I can't hear a thing. I'll shut up and try to figure out.
Mr. Smestad.
Will you state your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Victor Frolov. First name Victor, V-A-C-T-O-R. Last name F-R-O-L-O-F-F.
And what's your occupation?
I'm an assistant medical examiner for Ramsey County.
And generally, what
Hold
are
on. Is there a cell phone? I hear music. Please turn. All right. Maybe you should step out. All right, I got it. Again, it's amazed. I am amazed that we've gotten this far in the trial without a cell phone. So I compliment you all. But please make sure all devices are turned off. They can be a distraction to the attorneys and the witnesses during their important work. Mr. Smestad.
Dr. Frolov, what are your general duties as a medical examiner?
We have multiple duties. I was hired by Dr. Mills to perform autopsy. Autopsy is examination of the dead bodies. Of course, we have to sign the death certificates. When physician refused to sign, we approve all cremations in the state of Minnesota. And of course, I have to do autopsy. I have to express my opinion about cause and manner of the death. And sometimes I have to give my opinion about cause and manner of the death in the court.
Are you occasionally asked by St. Croix County to complete autopsies for deaths that occur in St. Croix County?
Yes, St. Croix County, it's our neighbors across the river, so they usually send cases, complicated cases to us.
How long have you been a medical examiner?
My official position, assistant medical examiner, I'm employed in this position for 19 years.
I can approach your honor.
Yeah.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 61. Recognize that document?
Yes, Exhibit 61, it's a hard copy of my CV.
By CV, you means curriculum vitae.
That's correct.
Does it set forth your credentials, training, that type of thing?
Yes,
Does it also set forth teaching jobs you've had and publications that you've contributed to or wrote yourself?
yes.
Can you please just summarize your education?
I'm a physician for like 39 years. I graduated medical school. I did 1 year of internship in internal medicine. I practiced emergency medicine for many years. And 30 years ago, I immigrated to the United States. Basically, I have to start all over. So I passed all my tests. I decided I'd like to do forensic pathology. In order to do forensic pathology, you need to do some specialized training. I graduated from University of Minnesota in pathology, and I did 2 fellowships in Milwaukee. So I trained in Wisconsin. So it's Medical College of Wisconsin and Milwaukee County Medical Examiner Office. And I get back to Minnesota.
Have you been working at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office? You said 19 years. Has that been continuously with Ramsey County?
Yeah, I don't work for Ramsey County. I work for Dr. Mills, who's a Ramsey County medical examiner. She hired me to perform autopsy, but yes, continuously for 19 years, yes.
You have a general idea of how many autopsies you performed at that time?
I don't count autopsies anymore. It's over 4,000 autopsies. And now it's approximately rate 300 autopsies per year.
Can you tell the jury what the field of pathology entails? What's all involved with it?
Pathology, it's a branch of the medicine study, basically nature of the disease, such as cancer, for example.
And what's forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology and forensic pathologists use medical knowledge in legal cases, unusual deaths, unusual circumstance, and violent deaths.
And are you licensed to practice medicine?
I have full 2 and unrestricted licenses for state of Minnesota and state of Wisconsin.
And obviously he's performing autopsies on folks that have been killed. So that's part of your duties?
Yes, we perform, we involve an investigation, perform an autopsy in a homicidal death.
For those who might not know, can you describe what an autopsy is?
Autopsy, it's a complex procedure. First of all, we like to know what happened with the body. Second, I perform external examination. At the time of the external examination, we collect trace evidence, DNA, sexual assault kit, some other, specimens if I have to. Then I perform internal examination of the body. It's called evisceration. Basically, we open body, we look for damage, we look for any type of injuries, we look for diseases. At the same time, I'm taking photographs. And another large part of the autopsy, it's performing toxicology. At the time of the examination, we collect body fluids, such as blood, bile. We collect urine if it's available. We collect fluid from eyes, called vitreous humor. And I collect tissue samples for toxicology, such as liver.
Did you perform an autopsy on Isaac Schuman back in 2022?
I performed autopsy on Isaac Schuman on July 31st, 2022. You're correct, yes.
And do you prepare reports regarding, or did you prepare reports regarding the autopsy that you completed of Isaac Schuman?
Yes, we usually issue like provisional reports, like my initial diagnosis, initial thinking, without toxicology, is the same day. And when I'm done with full investigation and toxicology, I sign a final autopsy report.
I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
My volume audio should be lower than the court's. I hope that works for everybody. I'm not too loud, I hope. I have set it lower, so hopefully that works. Let me know if not. I can readjust it, hopefully. And welcome to everybody. Hello, everybody.
They're all muted.
Shelley, I'm shocked at this. Wow. Cranky. Thanks, Jamie. I try and set the court one higher than me. Do you know what I mean? So if I do like this, oops.
Number 60.
Yes, Exhibit 60, it's again hard copy of my provisional report.
Is that the report you do before the toxicologists come back?
That is correct.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 17. I'll ask if you recognize that.
Exhibit 17, it's again a hard copy of my final autopsy protocol.
Can I ask you some questions about those documents, Doctor? When you did the autopsy of Isaac Schuman, did you follow your normal autopsy protocol that you described earlier?
Yes, we follow, some general rules. Yes,
Did you complete an external examination of his body?
yes.
And what findings did you make on the external examination of his body?
Um, Before I start external examination of the body, I just need to tell you that I got body from the hospital. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. He had a medical, we call artifacts. He had a tube inside of his oral cavity, just helping to breathe. He had 2 IV lines, intravascular access, but it was inserted into his bones. And he had a multiple surgical packing material saturated with the blood, and I observed body on my table. There was some blood present on his body, and I observed sharp wound injury to his left chest.
Did you take photographs during your external examination of Isaac's body?
Yes, I did attempt to take, many photographs.
Um, Did you complete an internal examination of Isaac's body?
Yes,
And is that part of the usual autopsy procedure?
yes, you're correct.
Can you summarize the results of your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Sure. As I said, I observed, most important, I observed sharp wound injury to his left chest. Later, I classified this wound as a stab wound. Stab wound, basically it's a sharp wound injury. Stab wound when the depth of the wound exceeds the length of the wound on the skin. So it was stab wound to the left chest. The stab wound penetrated to his left chest cavity. He had a damage, I call it sharp wound injury to his 5th and 6th ribs on the left chest cavity. Then wound kind of continues and go to the left lung. I was able to identify sharp wound injury to the lower lobe of the left lung. He had a blood in his left chest cavity. I recovered 200 cubic centimeters. It's approximately a glass of the blood in his left chest cavity. And he had damage, sharp wound injury to his pericardium. Pericardium, it's a coverage kind of like sac around his heart. And he had a sharp wound injury to the apex of the heart. Apex, it's a pointy part of the heart, like he had a damage, sharp wound injury to the left ventricle of the heart. And he had a condition, and I identified this condition on the X-ray I performed before autopsy. He had a condition called pneumothorax. Pneumothorax is present of the air in the chest cavity. So 2 conditions, pneumothorax, air, and hemothorax present on the blood. And his organs, midline organs, was kind of shifted to the right. It's called deviation to the right. It's because it's collection of the air in the left chest cavity.
I can report again, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 24, and I'll ask if you recognize that document, or I guess that group of documents.
Yes, Exhibit 24, it's hard copy for some of my images I took at the time of the examination.
Those are the photographs you took during your examination of Isaac Schuman.
Some of them, yes.
All right, and I want to go through this page by page.
Yes, you may.
There's a lot going on today. You've got the Crumbly sentencing as well. The parents have been sentenced today as well. There's a lot going on, it seems, today. Just remind the state they're going to arrest today, or should be arresting today. These defense are probably, well, we've heard, I think, 4 witnesses on the defense already, so.
Dr. Froloff, I'm going to go through each of the 12 photos that are in Exhibit 24. Page 1, what is that a photo of?
I believe it's page 1. It's a hard copy of the swim trunk or swimsuit, which I took from the body.
Was Isaac Schuman wearing anything else other than the swim trunks when you received his body?
No.
Page 2, can you tell us what that is?
Page 2, that's image of the body taken from the left side. So the gentleman is on my table. I took these photographs. He covered by medical, just basically hospital type of sheath. His hands covered by brown bags.
Why are his hands covered, if you know?
This is part of the requirement. In cases for suspicious cases, we ask law enforcement or medical personnel cover hands with bag to protect trace evidence, because we have to collect trace evidence at the time of the autopsy. So it's part of the standard procedure.
All right. Page 3, what does that show?
I hope we're on the same page. I believe this is when I took a bag from his hands. This is image of the wrist, left wrist, and I just document that he had it's my name tag and it's hospital number. He was ID by hospital number, and he had a golden collar chain or bracelet on his left wrist.
When his body came to you, did he have that bracelet on?
Yes, actually, I recovered later. It was because his hands were a bag, but he had a bracelet. Yes.
All right. Page 4, can you tell us what that is?
Page 4, I believe this is image of the back of his right hand.
Page 5.
Page 5, that's again, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand.
Page 6.
Page 6, it's a photograph of the front of his right hand. I just tried to take a picture on the different angle to see, how it turns.
All right, and then page 7, tell us what that is.
Page 7, it's a hard copy of the image of his left hand, back of his left hand.
And then page 8.
Page 8, it's again image of the front of his left hand.
Page 9, can you tell us what that is?
Page 9. On the page 9, when we collect trace evidence, again, I wash a body and photograph body again. This is picture of the front of his body, anterior chest. We call it anterior chest, but basically front of the body. And in his left chest, you can see oblique. It's meaning running at the angle. Sharp was injury. In this case, it's a stab wound to the left chest. Under this wound, he had a small I had a hard time to subclassify tiny kind of like abrasion. I described in the final report that this is abrasion. It's very superficial injuries. And this sharp force injury, it's fairly large. I measure it's 10 centimeters. It's approximately 3.9 inches in length.
The next page, can you tell us what that is?
Next page, that's a close-up of his stab wound to the left chest. It's located below the left nipple. And again, just close up. I just want to show jury, I don't know, defense attorney, prosecutor, that this is indeed sharp force injury, and both ends of the wound is sharp. That could be important in some cases to describe exact, details of the stab wound.
On the next page, is that from your internal examination of Isaac's body?
Next page, yes, that's a image of the left chest. When I remove his skin from the left chest, I observed that he had a sharp force injury to 2 ribs. So 2 ribs was completely kind of like transected. So weapon went through his rib cage. Just want to show you that that's damage of the 2 ribs.
I make sure I understand you, Dr. Froloff. When you say that his ribs were transected, what do you mean by that?
It's a sharp force injury to the ribs.
And what was the damage to the ribs?
It's completely cut. Well, I can say cut off.
How many ribs were completely cut?
2.
All right. On the next page, if you can tell us what that is.
Next page, it's again a hard copy of the image of the heart. I mentioned to you when I examined his body, I observed that he had a sharp force injury to the apex of the heart. It's like pointy part of the heart. So I measure it's 5 centimeters. It's approximately 2 inches in length.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish the photos to the jury. It's my intention just to give the hard copies to the jurors rather than putting anything on the screen.
Mr. Nelson, any objection to Exhibit 24?
Yes, as we discussed, but I understand Your Honor's.
Yes, I've overruled the objection. We can talk more later. Members of the jury, Mr. Smestad is going to hand you the paper photographs from Dr. Froloff's examination. The photographs are evidence. Consider it as much as your sensibilities allow. It may be difficult to look at, so if you need to avert your eyes or set it aside, you may do so, but it is evidence, and I ask that you consider it as much as you are able to. Please share the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go back in the order they were in. It's clear.
Be a good idea to have them stapled so they don't become shuffled or paginate them.
Dr. Froloff, were any laboratory tests performed as part of the autopsy process?
Yes, I performed full toxicology on this gentleman.
And what were the results of the toxicology that was done for Isaac Schuman?
He was positive for ethanol and BAC, blood alcohol concentration. It's 0.219.
Did he have any other substances in his blood?
No, there is no other substances or drugs.
In your field, forensic pathology, what does the term cause of death refer to?
We have to express opinion about causes of death. Basically, it's how people die in the case of, for example, people die from heart attack. That's cause of the death.
And what does the term manner of death mean in your field?
In matter of the death, it's how cause of the death came to be. And in the case of the heart attack, that's going to be natural death.
Based on the autopsy you performed of Isaac Schuman, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
What was this cause of death?
In my opinion, cause of the death, it's stab wound to the left chest.
And based on the autopsy you performed of Isaac's body, were you able to determine a manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
In my opinion, manner of the death, in this case, it's a homicide.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for the doctor. I'm going to move, pardon me. As part of your examination of Isaac, did you measure his height and weight?
Yes, we measure length of the body, not heights, but length of the body and weight. Yes.
What was the length of the body and the weight for Isaac Schuman?
He was weighted 134 pounds.
Do you remember how tall he was, how long he was?
And again, we measure length of the body. It's a little bit different than height, 6.1.
And the evidence that you gathered from Mr. Schuman, as I turned over to the sheriff's office?
I believe, evidence, and we collect, the trace evidence in this case was released to, I believe, on the 2nd of August to sheriff's office, yes.
Did you, as part of your examination of Isaac, take any DNA samples?
Again, in every case, we collect, in this case, we collect sexual assault kit, but basically we collect hair, buccal swabs inside of the oral cavity called buccal swabs, suitable for DNA, yes.
Were those items also turned over to the sheriff's department?
I believe so, yes.
And getting back to the injury to Isaac's chest, you measure how deep that injury is?
Yes, I measure depth of the wound. It's 11 centimeters. It's approximately 4.3 inches.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 24, 61. Two on the bench here.
24 is already received. Any objection to 61? I think that's the preliminary report.
Objection to the CV 17 is 60.
Oh, excuse me, 61 was the CV. That's received. What was the other exhibit?
60 is the provisional report, no objection. 17 is the final report, no objection.
Both received. Mr. Nelson.
You're a medical examiner?
Good morning, Counselor. I'm not a medical examiner, official position, assistant medical examiner.
In general, your role is you're a medical examiner. I understand you have a title and a position, but your role is you're an ME, right?
I'm an assistant medical examiner, yes, for Ramsey County. That's official position.
Okay. And you're here to tell us essentially two things. One is that Isaac Schuman's deceased, right?
He
You
was.
agree with that?
Yes, I agree. He was deceased before I started autopsy. Yes.
And another, essentially what you're here to say is how he died, correct?
Yes.
As you said, you want to know what happened, correct?
We like to know what happened. Yes.
And as part of that, you do an autopsy, you examine the body, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes that helps to figure out what happened, correct?
You're correct. Yes.
You would agree that it's unusual in your field to have a video of what happened, agreed?
Well, lately we have more and more videos because everything on cameras. But yes, sometimes videos taken at the time of the incident. Yes.
And obviously, you would agree that a video is helpful for all of us to determine what happened, right?
Again, my job to determine cause and matters of death, express my opinion, and videos sometimes important, yes.
Did you see the video in this case?
I did not observe any videos.
Have you ever observed any photos or frames from that video?
I prefer not to. I was not offered, but I was told by prosecution that video available, but I deny. I didn't observe video.
Okay. And again, just to summarize, your opinion is he died due to a penetrating stab wound to his left chest, correct?
In the final report, I said exsanguination, basically bleeding to the death to the stab wound to the left chest. You're correct.
Medical examiners, even assistant medical examiners, is there a board certification process for that position?
It depends on which field. Yes.
Okay. In your field, there's a board certification process, sir?
Yes.
Are you board certified?
I'm a diplomat of the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators.
Are you board certified as a medical examiner?
There is no board certification for medical examiners, board certification for forensic pathology.
You talked about manner of death and cause of death. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think, just so we know, again, just cause of death is stab wound to the left chest, in simple terms, correct?
You are correct, yes.
And then the manner is, as you said, how that cause came to be. Agreed?
Yes.
And that's a medical term, correct?
It's a forensic term, yes.
A forensic medical term, correct?
Sure.
It's not a legal term, correct?
It's not a legal term, no.
And the cause of death, there are essentially, you have 5 options?
No, for manner of the death, we have.
Yes.
For
I
cause of death,
apologize.
it's indefinitive. For manner of the death, we have limited options, yes.
Absolutely. So manner of death, there's limited options, only 5?
We can choose from the natural death, accidental death, suicidal death, homicidal death. And if I cannot determine, I can say it's undetermined death. You're correct.
So there is no determination that you can make, that you're qualified to do, as to whether or not the homicide occurred as a result of self-defense. Agreed?
Oh, I never testified that it's self-defense or as an issue. Homicide, basically, from forensic point of view, it's meaning life taken by another person.
Sure. And again, that's outside of your field, whether it's self-defense. Agreed?
Yes, I never testified about self-defense, yes.
Okay. In this situation, you examined Isaac Schuman's body, and part of that was the toxicology. Is that right?
Yes,
And you determined that his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219. Agreed?
it's not me, it's a lab.
A lab that you rely on and you in your work, correct?
Yes,
So based upon your relying on that lab, you agree his blood alcohol concentration was 0.219.
that's correct.
And you're aware that the legal limit for adults permitted to drink alcohol is 0.08, correct?
In the state of Wisconsin, driving legal limit, it's 0.08, you're correct.
So this would be over 2.5 times the legal limit, correct?
Yes,
Now, you talked about the wound and you described that. Agreed?
yes,
The manner in which somebody would receive a stab wound is a dynamic process. You agree?
you're correct, yes.
There would be, you're not here to tell anybody about the amount of force that was used to cause that wound. Agreed?
It's usually hard to determine force in the cases like that, yes.
And part of the reason that it's hard to determine is because the process is so dynamic, correct?
Oh, it's not just dynamic, it's nature of the weapon and so on and so on.
And at least part of it, and I understand there might be more complications, part of it is that it might be one object going into another object. It might be 2 objects moving towards each other, correct? Those are at least 2 of the possible dynamics involved.
If you mean objects, it's humans, right?
Correct, and I
People-
apologize.
people.
A person
And person.
and the knife. You're absolutely right. I apologize. You agree?
It's dynamic process, yes.
And so part of that, to try to measure, if one was to try to think about that force, you'd have to know whether the person who's receiving that wound, in what direction they're moving, correct?
It's so many things you need to
Absolutely.
consider. Yes,
You would agree, though, if the person receiving the wound is moving towards the knife, that's going to impact how the injury occurs. Agreed?
yes.
If the person receiving the wound is reaching out, that's going to impact the wound that is received.
I can't speculate because, it's possibility, but again, I'm here to express opinion about cause and matters of this. And I never, observed this incident. Sure, but again, it's really hard to tell what happened because I don't know what happened exactly.
I understand, but you were here to say a certain depth of the wound, and that was something that you pointed out to the jury, correct?
Depth of the wound, it's easy to measure and it's objective kind of things.
Sure. So you would agree, though, it's fair for me to ask you questions about how it may have came to be that the wound became that deep. That's a fair question. You agree?
Sure.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Are you fine with that?
Until, some points, yes.
Yeah. And so that may have occurred if a body is moving towards that knife, that's going to impact the depth of the wound. Agreed?
Yes.
If a 6'1", 130-pound, 34 person is moving towards into that knife, that might make the knife go deeper, correct?
I can't predict how deep exactly, but it's possibility, yes.
Sure. And certainly if that person, 6'1", 134 pounds, is falling forward, so all their weight is going forward onto that knife, that's going to impact the force as well, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
And certainly if the person who's holding the knife is falling backwards, that might impact the force involved to the wound, correct?
My guess, so it's possibility, yes.
And if the person with holding the knife who's falling backward, if they only reach out a small amount, that's going to impact the force that causes the depth of the wound, correct?
As I said, it's so many variables, I can't speculate. It's, I don't know. I'm in pathology again. I have to express opinion on the cause and manner of this, and this is just like what potential could happen if I don't have a straight answer.
Correct. And part of what you do in medicine is sometimes you come up with hypotheses, right?
I don't come with hypothesis. It's just like I can official statement. Like depth of the wound could be, like deeper than length of the blade or shorter, or it's going to be equal. This great questions I can't answer, but what's potential happen at the time of the incident? It's endless possibilities. I don't know.
And you agree that the possibilities that I talked with you about, those are reasonable possibilities that if someone were to try to consider the force should be considered. Agreed?
Sure.
Those are the only questions I have.
Mr. Smestad?
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Furlong. You may step down.
Am I excused, Your Honor?
You are excused. Yes.
Thank you.
How's everyone doing?
One more witness.
Need a short
That's it.
recess? That looks okay.
Judge, I'd suggest a break now. Sorry.
The next witness, I think, will be lengthy, so it might be a good idea to take up.
Okay. In that event, then let's recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 8:55.
Okay, so I believe, well, they said 44 witnesses. Maybe there's one more to go after. Okay. I believe this is the last witness, but let's not get too. It's a lengthy witness, so.
Yeah, who has the photograph? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, Mr. Smith.
Did everybody get this? No. Leave them on the bench. Just
Turn them over, please. We are in recess, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, and we know the judge, he's very quick. So when he says 10 minutes, he means 10 minutes. Let me just try and see if I can play another stream whilst we wait. Because I can still hear my fan going flat out. Hang on, I'll just put this on for a second. This is the Crumbly hearing. Hey! Hey, Dave, Hamburger. How we doing, fella? No, actually, I'll do this. Lawyer, you know. If this works, I'll play it over lunchtime. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-da. Um, right. Oh, it's magic. You know, where is this going? I don't know. Jury tampering? No. Well, I don't know. I can't see it. Right, I'll play this. Share screen. I'm just practicing this. That's all I'm doing with this. We're not watching it now.
Welcome in to another daily update here on this trial. I was not necessarily expecting to do this every single day like we have been doing, and I definitely wasn't expecting to do it tonight after a full day that I've had, but
it's a bit better, but it's not great. Oh, mother. So I what do you call it? Yesterday, I reset my computer, but it gave me an option to put everything in the cloud, so I did. So I think I'm gonna need. It was fine. It was a tester anyway. But thank you, Josie. Actually, I was thinking about Josie actually because I think I'm gonna have to put those air cans. I've ordered them. I'm gonna have to spray the fuck out of them because I can hear the laptop overheating now, even though I deleted it. Well, I thought I deleted everything, but I haven't deleted everything because it's all in the cloud. Um, Anyone who speaks in favour of Karen Republic gets shamed. I know. I was called an idiot today. Julie Carpenter said that I was delving on Twitter. She's so thick, it's unbelievable. And they're all like, "Oh, he's a weirdo. He's immersing himself in the Karen Reed trial." I'm like, well, I mean, I'm a content creator. I'm trying to make content, so maybe I am immersing myself in a trial. He's stupid. But they claim no one is covering up anything. So, I mean, yeah, I know, Robin. Echo, echo. So I like to maximize the efficiency of any space. So I would estimate not quite 3 years old, 2.5 maybe. But I can hear the fans working. One is an easy fix. So Josie told me to buy a air can, so I bought 2 air cans so I can spray that tomorrow. But I don't have to take the cover off, do I? I don't have to take the cover off. I could just spray in the vent, can't I? Jonathan? Thermal paste degrades. Ah, fuck, I've got to take it apart. Okay. Fans don't help when the paste is old and doesn't conduct heat properly. It's best um to take it apart. Jeez. What brand is it? Asus. Asus Vivo Book is called. Hamburger. Don't have to be able to push it this in the corner side of the way. Yeah, I know. It's just how do I get it back? Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm scared about. Morning, FM. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Yeah, but welcome, FM. I think we're on the last state witness. I do believe we've got another witness for the state, but later on in the week. We might have Miu on the stand tomorrow. We might close this Thursday. I don't know. My guess is that dust and/or thermal paste. What's thermal paste? You can have failing components on the motherboard that cause an overheating too, but it would randomly shut off and freeze. No, this is just so so now it's heating, but it's running okay. But later on now, lunchtime, I'll try and play Tragos with everything else switched off, and I'll just buffer, constantly buffer. Do you know what I mean? So, so what I did yesterday was I restarted it all, but saved it all to the cloud. So all my documents now are in the cloud, but still hasn't worked. I mean, it's still like this. I think it's better than yesterday, but still. I had 6,000 deal graphics and XPS. Of all three go wrong at the same time, and I ended up taking it apart and replaced. Yeah, but you can do that. I can't. I'm a dummy. Dave, it's that, mate. Money, money, mullah, 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 mullah. Do you know what I mean? This was, all I could afford, mate. So you can pay your repo should replace that for you if no friends that can. I mean, repair shop for me would be hours away. So at that point, and it probably cost me a fortune because these repair shops cost a fortune. Biffrons, hello, Biffrons. I hope I said that right. Biffrons, Biffrons. Well, FM's here as well. Biffrons. Don't tell me if Biffrons, Biffrons, Biffrons. I was surprised, like, so welcome, Biffrons. Biffrons, I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's obviously from Sean's channel. So possibly there's a few of you there. So I was surprised, right? I was surprised how many of you were regulars with Sean. Jobbathan is a regular. Hey, FM. So Jobbathan is I won't say what you said to me, Jobbathan, but two of your favorite creators, yeah? It's just helps then you're golden. I wouldn't stress it's pay 5 6 is more than a change. Is into your component and causes excess. That's true. Okay, that's fine. No, it's good you are. So I got the A cans come in. So I'll try them. They're not coming till tomorrow though. So I'll try them tomorrow. And then but they're not coming to the afternoon, so I'll probably do it Thursday then. Oh, you don't mind me saying. So Jonathan sent me a nice message the other day saying that his two favorite streamers were me and Sean, and he was like a kid. He was loving it. Me and Sean were on together, so that was nice. I'll say I've only just found Sean, so that was nice for someone like Jonathan because Jonathan's obviously a very much an integral part of this stream. So obviously the Hackster, Josie, everyone watches. Um, you know, Sean as well, which is great. Don't buy it, Ace. They are not worth the money. That's why I didn't buy an Ace. It's an Asus, ASUS. Do you think he'll get off? I don't think I could convict him. I think on first degree, I think I wouldn't convict him on first degree intentional homicide. However, if they do bring in other charges, I could definitely convict him. Yes, I could definitely convict him for manslaughter and probably second degree, but not the first degree. It's the intentional bit that I struggle with. I get all excited when I see them together. I know. Matha. What's Matha? Moves turf as well, yes. Hang on. I'll confession to you, I'm only 16. I just like Hamburger. I love you. Hamburger, I love you. Henry Nunya, yeah, it's Josie, Jonathan, Biffron. Yeah, well, so Biffron's has come. Biffron's was never been here before. Um, he came along because of Sean, the other stream. So Ghostly pops in and out. Hackster's always here. Nunya's not here today, but Josie, yes, Jonathan, as you say, Murph Turf as well. I'm sure there's others. Just I was just like, whoa, I didn't expect that. So to stay away from anything a gigabyte internal hardware branded for them. Yeah, you know I'll be in touch with you. Murph's Turf. Gigabits. Don't call it being a regular. I get it. Ages. Oh, still yeah. Dave's another one. Dave's a regular for me, and he's obviously a reg. I've seen he talks highly of Sean as well. So, oops, here we go.
The presence of the jury back on the record, meeting with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. We do have to make a record on the sidebar. Mr. Smestad, I understand you wanted to talk about something too?
Well, there's an issue with regard, our next witness will be Defendant Hart. There were some things that occurred with regard to that testimony prior to being on board.
Old Hamburger, Dave Hamburger.
Okay. All right, before we get ahead, let's talk about the exhibit 24. Mr. Nelson, you objected to 2 of the photographs.
Yes, Judge, I approached the objection under 90403 to the last 2 photographs of the 12 photograph package. Your Honor will rule my objection.
Mr. Smestad, anything you want to add? No. The way I looked at it is the photographs were I don't know what the right word is, but they were part of the internal examination, and I understand that Mr. Nelson believed that they were potentially unfairly prejudicial against his client. I overruled the objection because the state has the burden of proof. One of the elements of proof is death at the hands of Mr. Miu. Although the defense may not be aggressively contesting that point, the state still has the burden of proving it. The photographs in question went directly to the cause of death and Dr. Froloth's opinions. So for that reason, I concluded that it was relevant. And because it was so relevant, it outweighed the potential prejudice to Mr. Miu. All right.
Lastly, the defense has no objection to those photos being sealed.
It's fine with us.
All right. Okay.
I should note, Judge, not all the jurors have seen the photos yet. They went out for their grade before.
Right.
So when you come in, I'll give them back to whoever doesn't see them yet.
All right. I'll make a note of that and make sure that the photos are available. What's the next issue?
Are they being sealed?
Give me a legal basis. I need more than just your
Chapter 950.
your preference. We're not going to deal with it right now. Okay, I don't want to deal with it right now. There are considerations beyond the attorney's agreement when sealing records. There's very few circumstances when I can seal records from the public. And I want to be mindful of that because there is more interests at play here than just the attorneys, Mr. Miu's and mine. Next topic, Mr. Smestad, Mr. Anderson.
So Lieutenant Hart testified at the preliminary hearing. Pretty much part of it was about her interview. A good chunk of it was summarizing the video. So I just want to make sure, given the court's ruling previously that there's not going to be questions of her interpretation of the video when she wasn't there. That's a question for the jury. Also, we're going to play the entire interview from the very start until the interview ends when Lieutenant Hart leaves. There's like approximately 15 minutes or so after that where the camera keeps running that we're not going to play. But it incorporates part, going over Miranda with Miu. So I just want to make sure there's not going to be any questions suggesting that his right to an attorney was violated. It's irrelevant. The court has already ruled that it wasn't, that he waived knowingly, intelligently his right to counsel.
Who wants to speak?
I wasn't planning on challenging a Miranda issue at this point. I do think, however, that the video should be played in its entirety. And what I mean by that is there's a period of time where the video is still running. Lieutenant Hart leaves the room and Mr. Miu is speaking on the tape. And he makes some statements on that. There's no reason that the jury shouldn't get to hear those. They're relevant. They go to his state of mind. And I'm asking that the court, if they're going to play the tape, they play the entirety of the tape. I'm going to play it if they don't play it, I guess. And I think that the rule of completeness would require that the entirety of the video be played for the fact finder.
Mr. Anderson?
They have no legal basis. If we didn't want to admit the video at all, they have no legal basis to admit the hearsay statements of their client. He's not a party opponent for them. Rule of completeness is not a Trojan horse around hearsay. There's a case that I cited to in our motion in limine where it was a tax evasion case and the defendant said, admitted to not paying taxes, but said it was because the accountant has access to all the records. The state admitted the first statement that he admitted to not paying, and the defense was not allowed to get in the but because it's self-serving. Here, it's not even part of an interview. I think from my stance, I thought about playing it because he's clearly continuing the acting show. But it's 15 minutes of him sitting there and mumbling to himself, and I think it's not a good use of our time. So I'm not putting it in. They have no authority to put it in. It's hearsay.
What is the authority beyond completeness?
Well, I think that's what it is, Judge. It's if they play a portion of the video, I think the rule of completeness would allow me to play the rest of it to put it into context.
Yeah, what's the context that's missing though?
The context that's missing is I don't believe that Lieutenant Hart didn't tell Mr. Miu that he was being recorded upon leaving. He makes statements which support his defense. Okay. He makes statements to himself, not knowing he's recorded. Why would they attack me? Why would they attack me? He's saying that to himself. Unbeknownst, I think, that he's being recorded. And I think if you're going to play portions of it, which are, according to the state, would be considered incriminating, the idea that the video in its entirety should be played in order to give the jury a complete and accurate record of, in fact, what he said.
The rule of completeness is meant to prevent distortion. So an example where the rule of completeness would perfectly apply is if, say, there's a bank robbery. Defendant says, yeah, I was at the bank, but that was a month before. If we just admitted, yeah, I was at the bank, and then argued, oh, he's admitting to being at the scene, rule of completeness would allow the rest of the statement, because otherwise we're clearly distorting his statement. So nothing about this implicates the rule of completeness.
All right, this time I'm going to rule that the state is not obligated to play the entire video. As part of the state's case, the state is entitled to play the portions it believes support its case, and the state is under no legal obligation to play the entire video. I disagree that the rule of completeness applies in this circumstance. My understanding of the rule of completeness is to prevent words from being taken out of context, similar to the example that Mr. Anderson gave. It doesn't mean that if you play part of a video, you have to play all of the video. And clearly, Mr. Miu's statements to himself are hearsay and would otherwise be inadmissible if offered by Mr. Miu. So that's my ruling. If circumstances require revisiting that ruling, we may. Anything else?
I didn't hear anything from defense that they're not going to be asking Lieutenant Hart's interpretation of the video. She also hadn't seen the video at the time of the interview.
She testified at the preliminary examination. She provided a statement under oath. And I think if she denies certain things, I should be able to impeach her with that. And I think the area that the state doesn't want me to get into is when Lieutenant Hart says he's surrounded on all sides. He has no route of escape. And they want that because it affects the retreat instruction. And she testified to that under oath that that in fact was true.
How is it relevant though? How is Lieutenant Hart's conclusions and observations from watching the video relevant?
Because it goes to what a reasonable person believed.
Well, I don't mean to be flippant here, but she's not the reasonable person standard. It's
But she's
more
a-
objective than that, than what Lieutenant Hart
sorry,
thinks.
Judge?
It's broader than what Lieutenant Hart thinks.
Right, but I think that her observations that he had no means of escape. The state's going to argue that he could have left.
And
That
you still
he
argue
walked
that.
away. I understand he could argue it, but one of their investigators is saying that's not true. He didn't have a means of escape. Once the attack started, which is where the retreat instruction kicks in, she testified under oath at a preliminary examination. The crowd worked their way behind him. I asked her, so would you agree at that point there was no means of leaving? And she said, yes, that's true.
Again, I'm ruling that to be inadmissible. And this is a ruling that I've made with all of the witnesses. And that is, we're not commenting on what the witness observes in the video. We're not taking a poll of witnesses to get their opinions and their conclusions about what they see and what they think happened. Lieutenant Hart was not a participant. She played no role in the events on the Apple River. She is an observer of the video, just like anybody else in this courtroom, just like anybody sitting on the jury. And it is the jury's opinion about what they see that matters, not what Lieutenant Hart thinks, or what I think, or what some other witness thinks they see in the video. So that's why I don't think it's relevant, and that's why I've not allowed the witnesses to ask, or the attorneys to ask witnesses to comment on what they think and conclude based on observations in the video. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Trofficy?
We're not going to try to move any transcript, correct?
We weren't planning on it, but I guess it depends on how it goes.
Well, it's an inaccurate transcript with 10 minutes cut out of the video, the one that we received. So I would object to the transcript being provided.
Okay. So that's noted. If we get to that point, we'll have to take it up outside the presence of the jury. All right, let's bring them in.
I understand what he's saying, but it's like, don't know. I haven't got a legal analysis on it. I don't know.
I'll address the exhibit. Thank you.
All right, who is this witness now? Then? Oh, my darling, I've hungered for your touch a long, lonely time. This is witness 43. They said 44, so I'm not really sure what's going on. I think they're resting off this one, but they might have another one tomorrow. I'm not sure. As time goes by, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. No Hackster today. We've not seen the Hackster at all today. Hey hens, by the way. Hello hens. Sorry, I wrote hey hens, but you're not. You're just listening.
Please
So
be
hello
seated.
hens. Hello Dennis. How are you doing, fella?
All right, we're back in session with the attorneys, Mr. Miu, and 14 jurors. Members of the jury, we took our break before all of you looked at the exhibit, number 24. It's there on the rail. If you want to continue passing it amongst yourselves, you may. Once you are finished, once everyone has seen it and you're finished with the exhibit, just turn it upside down, place it on the rail, or place it on the floor so that we know that you're done. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
Call Lieutenant Hart.
Lieutenant, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
You state your name for the record, please,
Yes, Brandy Hart, H-A-R-T.
and what's your occupation?
I am the Special Services Lieutenant for the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
What are your general duties as a Special Services Lieutenant?
I supervise our 9 investigators, our 7 deputies in court services, and the evidence room.
How many years have you been with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
25.
What roles have you held over those years?
I started in the jail. I worked there for 3 years. I went to patrol for 6 years. After that, I was promoted to investigations, where I spent 14 years before I became a lieutenant.
How many years have you been a lieutenant?
2.5.
Do you recall July 30th, 2022?
I do.
Were you on duty that day?
No,
Did you get called in?
I did.
In your current role, would you normally be involved in an investigation of this sort?
Yes,
Did you get contacted regarding the stabbings on the Apple River that day?
I did.
What was the information you were initially told?
Investigator Schultz called me and told me that there had been multiple stabbings on the Upper River.
Were you at home at the time?
I was doing yard work.
Did you get asked to come in?
Yes.
Were you given any specific duties or assignments?
At that point, we were just looking for manpower. The suspect hadn't been located, and we were going to formulate a plan.
What did you do? What was your part in the investigation?
I got to the Apple River about an hour after the first call came in. And at that point, Mr. Miu had been taken into custody, and his group was standing along the end of the river.
All right. What did you do when you got to the river?
I believe I spoke with some of my colleagues, and then I ended up taking Sandy Miu to the Somerset Police Department to interview her.
All right. Did you interview Sandy?
I did.
What did you do after that?
After that, I coordinated her getting back with her group. Some of them had come to the police department, and because all the other investigators were interviewing witnesses, I went to the jail.
Were you asked to do anything specific at the jail?
I interviewed Mr. Miu.
Was that interview recorded?
It was
How was it recorded?
audio and video.
Were you wearing a body cam, or was there some other system?
I have a recording device on my cell phone, and so I recorded the audio version that way. And then there's an overhead camera at the jail that recorded the video.
Do you remember what time it was that you interviewed Mr. Miu at the jail?
Yeah, it was about 10 to 8.
PM?
Yes,
At that point, had you seen Jawan Cockfield's video of what happened on the river?
I had not.
Did you know there was a video?
I did.
Did Mr. Miu know that?
Conjecture and speculation.
Sustain.
Did you ever, prior to your interview with him, did you tell him there was a video of the incident?
I did not.
And have you reviewed Exhibit 15?
I did.
Could you tell us what it is?
Yeah, it's a copy of my interview with Mr. Miu at the jail.
Is it recorded on a specific kind of device?
Yes, it's on a thumb drive.
All right, Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 15 to the jury on the digital system.
Any objection to 15? 15 is received.
Come on! I'm not sure which video they showed now. I've just come back. Dave, sleepy eyes. Sleepy eyed Dave. No signal. Come on, people. Let's get the signal. What's that song for? That's some sort of some holiday. Bam, bam, ba-da-dum, ba, ba-da-ba-dum, ba.
Hi there, are you Nick?
Yeah.
Hi Nick, my name is Brandy.
Hi.
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office, okay? You got some water, right? Okay. Have you had anything to eat?
No.
Okay, let me,
I will wait for now.
okay,
For food.
are you sure?
I'm not hungry.
Okay, well, if you get hungry,
Yeah.
just let these guys know, okay, or let me know when I can.
It's just very thirsty.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, it was a long,
We were drinking beer all day and not drinking any water.
and it's hot, and, yeah, being in the sun all day, doesn't matter if you're drinking beer. Sometimes it's, and then this, yeah. So I would imagine you have some questions for me.
Well,
I am just gonna go through the rights form and, you know, let you know if you wanna answer any of my questions, we'll talk about that. I'm gonna record our conversation if you're okay with that.
of course.
Let's see, today is the 30th of July, and it is 7:53 p.m. How do you spell your first name?
Nicolae.
Okay.
Last
And
name, no middle name.
no middle name, okay.
No.
And what's your last name?
Miu.
How do you spell, or how do you pronounce that?
Miu.
Okay. And what's your birthday? Do you like to be called Nicolae or Nick or
Nick.
what? Nick, okay.
Yeah. December 11th, 1969.
Okay, so that makes you
52.
52, thank you. What's your address, Nick?
5945 Hidden Oaks Circle, southeast.
Holy cats, that's a multiple.
long one.
Hidden Oak Circle.
Sure.
I don't even know if I have enough space in this thing.
You do
Southeast? Oh, southeast, thank you for
Yeah,
correcting
no
me.
problem.
And that's
Prior Lake,
Prior Lake, okay. What's the zip code in Prior Lake?
55372.
Okay, and how about a phone number for you, Nick?
612-735-6317.
6217, and I understand you're married to Sandy,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Is she okay?
She is, yeah,
You talked to her?
I did talk to her, I talked to her for quite a while, I brought her to get dry clothes.
Where is she?
She is with Ernesto and Amy,
Okay, good.
they're taking good care of her, and then,
Titi, my puppy.
she's headed home to take care of the dog. And she's also with, Ariel and, who's his girlfriend,
Oh, God, I don't even know.
is it Tatiana?
No, Tatiana. Tatiana is another girl,
Okay,
but she's not.
hold on,
with
they gave
Ariel.
me,
Yes,
oh, Sandy didn't know Ariel's girlfriend's name.
neither do I.
Okay. But Ernesto and Amy
They,
came to where I was with Sandy and they went and got the car, but I had brought Sandy to the car to
she
get
was
changed.
driving, right?
No, she was with me. I brought her from the river to the car
Okay.
so she could get clothes and we brought the cooler back and put that in the car. So she's got all the stuff.
All right.
Are you working anywhere now?
Mhm.
Okay, where do you work?
I work at Reach Engineering as a mechanical engineer.
And what kind of engineering? What was that?
Mechanical engineer.
Yeah, what's the name of your employer?
Oh, Richie,
RI.
TCHIE, engineering. In Blooming.
What was the last grade that you completed?
I have a bachelor's and I have actually 2 degrees, one
Okay.
in engineering, one in mathematics.
Wow.
And I'm a class away from a master's in both. I'm not a zombie and I've never had a run with the law except when I got we'll go into
Okay.
that.
So where did you get your degrees from, your undergraduate
South
degree?
Dakota State
Okay.
University.
The Bison?
No, the Jackrabbit.
Okay.
in Brookings.
And how about your master's degree? Where are you working on that?
I'm not working on it yet.
Okay,
Yeah, I did pass the EIT so that I could work
gotcha.
for the state as a licensed engineer, but I haven't had a chance to do that. For many years, I worked as a contracting engineer. Then for the past 16 years, I've been working with Ritchie Engineering where I met Sandy.
Okay. What does Ritchie Engineering do? Like what do they
Yes,
manufacture?
what we do HVAC service equipment.
Okay,
Basically, we're the top tier of HVAC. We're like the top brand. And top brand for that is Yellow Jacket.
okay. And is that for the parts?
The brand of yeah. Everything we make there, we make it under the Yellow Jacket brand.
Got it.
But the company name is Ritchie Engineering.
Okay.
So what I do everything from hoses, recovery machines, all the electronics. I talk to customers. I get business. I do the documentation, the design. It's a small company,
Okay.
so I like to do everything. Testing, evaluation, you name it. And
Wow.
16 years over there, and that's not even scratching the surface.
Really?
Well, I have bigger dreams now,
Yeah.
shattered, but anyway, I don't want to talk about them right now.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened. I just don't. I can't talk about it. I need to go one step at a time.
Yep. And if you have any questions along the way, Nick,
Yeah.
just stop and ask me, okay? Or if you need to take a break, just,
How bad is it?
well, can we get through this form and ask each other
Yeah,
questions?
yeah.
I want to maintain the integrity of
Yeah.
this
All right.
investigation and your rights and, you know, so I want to get through this form and then we can ask questions, okay? So I'm going to turn this around. I'll give you this pen. What I'll have you do is I'm going to read each, you seem to speak excellent English.
Yeah.
You can read.
Yeah, and
I would imagine.
Miranda rights,
Yeah.
which have not been read to me when I was put in the car. Is that
And,
right?
and that's okay, as long as they weren't asking you any questions, they don't need to.
Oh.
But I'd like to ask you questions, so that's why we're gonna go through this right now,
All right.
okay? So I'll let you have that pen, and so I'm gonna read these to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have the right to remain silent.
Or just.
You can check mark it, or some people put their initials, you know, we'll have you sign it at the bottom, so that's however you wanna do that. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statement or answering any question, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning. And also, stop me, I talk kind of fast.
I was gonna
Okay.
ask you about this one.
Okay.
So,
Yep,
when do I see one? When do I get one assigned to me?
you would get one assigned to you, the soonest, would be on Monday.
Oh,
So that would be the soonest. And
working hours.
working hours, yeah, pretty much, is how that works.
Okay.
So if you cannot afford to pay for an attorney, you may be eligible to be represented by an attorney from the office of the state public defender. If you desire an attorney from that office, you should contact their local office.
And that information will be provided to me or?
Yes, so what happens is, the jail provides that information every day to the public defender's office, like here's who's on the list.
Okay.
So some people come into jail and they either have a lawyer already because of other things, or they know a lawyer, or they're gonna find their own. So these guys will let you use the phone if that's
I'll
kind
ask
of where you're at.
Sandy to look for me, if
Okay.
that's okay.
Oh, gosh, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because I'm not gonna see you.
Yeah. No, that's fine. If you decide to answer questions now, with or without an attorney, you still have the right to stop the questioning at any time, or stop the questioning for the purpose of consulting an attorney.
Yeah, I'd like to do that at some point.
Okay. You can just check mark that, we went over that. However, you may waive the right to remain silent, and you may answer questions now without an attorney. You can just check mark that I read that to you. You're not agreeing to anything right now. This is just that I stated these things to you. So this says the above rights have been read to me. I have initialed each paragraph, or in your case, check mark, to show that I understand each of my rights. I have received a copy of this form. So you sign it, and then I'm going to sign it, Nick, and then I'm going to give you a copy of it. All right, I'll sign here. And at 8:01. All right. Okay. Sorry, you want me to write it regular? Okay.
No.
I get so caught up in used to that.
Yeah.
My friends don't like it because in my vehicle, my own vehicle that I drive, it's military time, and so they're always asking me what time.
I have is military because I came from Europe.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They call it military, but it's not military.
Right. It's
the proper time.
Exactly. Well, good. At least then you know what it means then when I put the time on there like that. So I would like to ask you questions about your day today. What happened? Like how you guys got to be on the Apple River today, and then like what your day was like. It's up to you if you're willing to answer questions. If you decide that, yep, I'll answer questions right now, and in 10 minutes you don't want to answer anymore, you just need to tell me that, okay? And if you don't want to answer questions right now, then that's fine too, and I will leave. It's up to you.
All I can say, it was self-defense. Self-defense. There were lots of people that came on to me. Self-defense, and they produced two weapons. One I took from them.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can tell. And they hit me, and they were on top of me, and I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran away. I ran away to my group. There were actually people coming over from my group to see what was going on. I said, nothing, just get back. And they kept asking, and I said, nothing. I didn't explain to them anything because I was so fearful. I didn't know what these people were doing to us. I've never been in a situation like this where people produce weapons and they were saying, they were calling, I don't remember, but they said, don't run over, don't run from us, don't do this, you're a child molester, you're this. And I said, you people drunk? Or you're a child molester. I said, the only thing I remember in my mind is, if I'm a child molester, should you be drinking? Should you be drinking alcohol and doing what you're doing to people that you don't even know, attacking them? And I said, if I'm a child molester, you should be having alcohol, And they took I was snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away. They threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants. One wanted to pull my pants down, and I grabbed onto him. And I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him. And then there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife, kitchen or something, I don't know. And I don't know what happened to either one of them. I just know that when the kid attacked me, I took that from him.
The kitchen knife or the other
No,
knife?
the smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
But it was smaller?
Smaller, yes.
Okay.
So that's all.
How did you get to be by them? Or who are these people?
So Ariel lost his phone.
Okay.
The phone was in the floor.
One of those bags? That
Yeah.
Okay.
And everyone had one, but his phone was in the floor, so he says, well, let's go look for it. So I put my snorkel on, and I looked, and these guys found something, and they were talking about it. And I said, okay.
This group of people?
This group of people,
gotcha.
yeah. I went over and I said, did you guys find the phone? And if you did, can I see it? Can I identify it? And they started calling me names. They got off of their tubes. They came at me. Like I said, all I need. And they were calling me all kinds of names, insulting me for being in the water with a snorkel. And I said, all I want, guys, did you find the phone? And I saw they had found something, all
Okay.
right? And I don't know if there was a phone or something else they found, but they wouldn't talk to me about what they found. And we were looking desperately to find this phone. And I know somebody found it, but I thought it was that group,
Okay.
you know, and then they went over, they came to me and they grabbed my snorkel and they threw it in the water. Well, the water was so fast, it went under. So I went out after it and they started, another group of mostly girls came over from the other side, yelling at me or calling me child molester and something with, something like that. And I went back. I actually after this incident, I don't even know what happened. I just know that they attacked me and I was in self-defense. I went into self-defense mode and then I went over to my group of people. That was it. And they asked me what happened and I wouldn't tell them. I said, I can't tell you. Let me calm down.
Okay.
I was shocked. So nobody on that knew exactly what happened. The only thing they said was, look, somebody got in an argument over there. Like, yep, let's just leave that alone. Don't go there.
Are you able to draw for me, like where you were looking for the phone, like, and where was Ernesto and Sandy and where was the school? Maybe it would help me kind of understand. Yep.
These guys were here. I don't know how many, there were quite a few.
Okay.
We were upriver about 100 feet. Our group was here. And
So you guys were in the water?
yes.
Okay.
So we were in the water. And then there was another group of people over here that came to attack me. So there was this group of people here, this group of people that attacked me. They attacked me here.
So your group was floating down the river like this?
Actually, we're stopped. But yes, this is
That's the direction you were going. Okay. So your group is stopped.
Yeah.
And who's looking for the phone besides you? Like, how do you know the phone's missing?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. I yelled.
Oh, okay.
I lost my phone. And so, well, you didn't lose it. It's floating down.
Because it's in that bag.
Yeah. So let's go find it. You know. And he was over here pouting that he lost his phone, and I said, "That's okay. I have my snorkel in here." And then I heard this guy say that he found something. And when I was snorkeling down, I passed him. I kept looking, and then I came up. I kept looking, and then they started yelling and screaming, and I said, "Did you guys find something?" And I thought they did, and I know they did because they were hiding something from me. And then I went over there and they grabbed my snorkel, they threw it down. They got off their tubes. They came after me. They pushed me. One of them hit me, and then there was a girl that came from here and hit me in the back of my head. And I was about right there.
You said right here?
When she hit me, yeah.
And that's when the female hit you?
Yeah. And she was coming from another group over here. I don't know how many people were in there. But
Were these guys stopped?
Yes, in very shallow water.
Okay, so it's really shallow over here.
Shallow there.
Okay.
Pretty much the two sides are shallow. Yeah.
Was it how deep do you think it was when you were like snorkeling around with the
Oh, 4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not very deep. And the water was very murky, so I could not see anything.
Really?
From my goggles. But those goggles are lost. They took them, grabbed them off my face and threw them in the water.
We found the goggles
Oh, good. Thank you.
and the snorkel.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Are they connected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And they're just like regular snorkel
Yeah.
goggles, right?
Yeah, I had them
Okay.
over when I went to the Caribbean.
Okay. What do they look like? Just to make sure we have the
White.
right ones.
They're
White?
transparent plastic with a white snorkel.
Okay. All right.
Is that it?
I think we have them. Was there any? Did it seem like these groups were together?
After they came after me, I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I feared for my life. Tell you the truth, when they started hitting me and pointed a knife at me, and then another kid pointed a knife, I thought that was it for me. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I found back.
What did you do with it?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't know. Absolutely, I don't know. I don't know if he got it back. I have absolutely no idea.
Did you hit him? Like, did the knife make contact with him?
That I don't remember. He was so close.
Sure.
And one had it in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it and I poked him with his own hand. And then I took it from his hand and then I went and swing like this. So I don't know who I hit. I just know that I took the knife from one of the kids.
Okay.
The other one, I don't know what happened to. I didn't get hit. Because as soon as this happened, I started running across. So I went across to my group, and then my group was wondering what just happened. Was it? And I didn't want to tell them anything.
Just because you didn't want to.
I didn't want to get anybody aroused. I didn't want my group to go say, well, we're gonna go talk to those kids. No, they were too drunk. I believe they were too drunk and too set on going off the deep one. I think.
What were these guys doing? Did
They
they
were
know?
just-
Did they know anything was going on?
No.
So they didn't know you were getting punched or.
Well, they saw the scuffle because at one point Ernesto was coming towards me like, "Hey man, did you find anything?" And I said, "No, I didn't. I don't know. These guys must have it or something. I don't know." And he says, "Okay, well, he will just get another phone on Monday." You were concerned about getting the phone, and like, okay, so what are you doing? I said, "I don't know. I'm just gonna go lay this shit in my thing." And then Sandy said, "Okay, are you okay?" He said, "I don't want to talk about it." You know, and then they asked me, "Hey, what do you want to do? You want to stay here? You want to go down?" And I said, "I want to go down." And then some girls from my group heard that something was happening over here, and they said, "Well, we're calling the police." And I think they called the
Okay.
police. One or two, I don't know.
Did you see any of that? What was going on?
No.
When they decided to call the police?
No.
Okay. Did you have a knife?
No, absolutely. No.
Okay.
I had one earlier that I used to cut, but right at the beginning, and I left it I don't even know what I did with it. I think I either gave it to one of the people or I put it back in my truck.
Okay.
Yeah. So it may have been, I tell you the truth, I don't even know.
And that was after you cut the string?
Yeah, we needed to have something to cut the string over there. They don't have any knives. So.
But you have them with you today, right?
The what?
A knife to cut. How did that?
I think it's in my car.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
Did you drive or did Sandy drive?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know where it's at, to tell you the truth. It may be in one of the bags we had with us. It may have been in I don't know. Maybe I left it, put it back in the car. Because I went back with a bunch of, I had straps. I didn't want to pay for string. But they say string is cheap.
Well, they probably don't want you to have straps.
They told me, they said, yeah, if you have straps, there was a kid over there. If you have straps, no problem, but the string is free. So I said, okay, I'll take the string.
Okay.
You know, and then I took the straps back. So, because straps can puncture the.
Yeah.
So I had a whole bag of straps that I took back to my car.
Okay, and so maybe the knife was with the strap?
Probably.
Do you have any cuts or marks on you? Have you had a chance to like look at your
No.
torso or?
Somebody was telling me that I'm bleeding from my ear, from my left ear.
Who told you that?
Oh, I think it was Amy. It could make you bleeding from your left ear. I went like this, I went in the water, I cleaned, and I don't see any blood. You know, and I really, I don't know if you see any cuts, but
I don't.
Yeah, so I don't know why I was bleeding from my ear.
But Amy saw blood?
I think she says you're bleeding from your ear, Nick. And then I cleaned and I said, look, there is nothing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it was blood or if it was weeds she saw. I have no idea. We were like, she was on the other side and I was just.
Yeah, so she's over here, right?
She's over here, yeah, right here.
Oh, so she's closest, Amy's over here, closest to the shore?
Yeah,
Okay.
with the nestle right here. And I was over here somewhere in one of these.
Okay, and you got back in that tube then when it was time to
Got
go?
back in my own tube, yeah.
Okay. Did Ernesto come and get you?
No,
Like, did anybody know that you were getting
No.
punched or
no.
was
They
anybody?
wanted to talk to me about the phone, if I found the phone and what did those guys say, and I said, they probably did, they don't want to give it up, they attacked me, and that's it. And then I said, let's go, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
So they don't know what happened here.
You didn't tell anybody?
No.
Okay.
You're the first one to know.
Okay.
That's why probably Amy and everybody else is so surprised.
Well, they're worried about you.
Yeah.
I mean, and even Ernesto was like, I don't know how the hell this happened.
They don't know anything because I didn't know what to tell them.
Yeah.
I really don't know. Everything happened so fast. I really don't remember why they attacked me. I don't know why they took my snorkel away. I don't know why one of them wanted to pull my pants down. I don't know why they were being so mean. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. And why did they want to scare me with a knife? I just don't know why they're scaring people on the river. It's a family-oriented river with knives and you know what they did.
So was it two males that had knives?
I
Two
saw
men?
females.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were they both from this group, or do you even,
No,
do you even know?
well, that I don't know.
Okay.
One of them was from this group. The one
Okay.
that I took the smaller knife from, I think was from this group,
Okay, so you took the smaller knife.
from one of them.
And is that the one that you said that you kind of went,
Yes.
basically like?
Oh, I was going like this. I wanted out. They were coming and they were punching me and they were circling me and they came really close. They were pushing me in the water and I just grabbed the kid's knife. I didn't even know if I was holding it right. I just grabbed it from him because he tried to poke me with it. So I feared for my life.
It sounds like.
I was very shocked. I was extremely shocked. I couldn't even say anything to anybody. I had locked jaw. I don't know. Right now, I don't even know how this happened, how I got away from all that.
So when they were pushing you in the water, did you go underwater or did you remain standing?
No, I tripped.
Okay.
I tripped and I fell in the water a couple of times, yes.
Where on your body did they hit you?
In the back of my back. And I know one of the girls came over and slapped me right over my right ear. I couldn't even see what they were doing because I was tripping over the stones and I was falling down and they were just jumping on me.
I want to show you a picture and see if you.
I was fearing for my life. I'm still fearful that they're gonna find out who I am and go do something to Sandy and possibly some of these people over here. I fear that somehow they're gonna find out who I am and continue their whatever that was. And I don't know why they're so hateful. And I just don't get it. I mean, this is the second time I come to the river, the first time for my wife, and I promised her it was going to be a beautiful outing and nothing to fear. We had lots of booze. She didn't drink because she was the designated bride. But most of us didn't. There was another girl that didn't drink on the other party because they wanted to drive home. We ate well, we had music, everything was so good, so good, so good. Of course, I had a lot of alcohol, who doesn't, you know,
Well, you had a sober ride. So-
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't smell it on you. Were you
No.
drinking beer or vodka
Yeah,
or what?
no,
Okay,
we don't do hard liquor because then we dehydrate too fast
Yep.
and we get cramps.
okay.
So after my quadruple bypass, I still have cramps.
Oh, yikes. Quadruple bypass? How long
Yeah.
ago was that?
A year and a half ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you see any wires in my chest, in my sternum, that's from the wire.
Really? Do you have a
No.
pacemaker in there too or anything? No?
I tell you the truth, I'm scared because I'm not in the best of health. Okay, I'm just going down the river. Probably should not have even drank that much beer, but the doctor never said don't drink.
Sure.
You know, especially beer, you can have as much as you want in moderation. I was in cold water.
Yep.
You know, so, but, you know,
Yeah, yikes.
and then missing vein here and then from my leg.
That's what they used to.
Yeah, take it here, take it from here, cut it in half, that's two. The same thing from my leg, cut it in half, use the other two, so it's quadruple bypass.
Wow.
And I was dead. My heart stopped 5 hours.
Wow. Had you had a heart attack that
Mhm.
prompted that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yikes.
so I was in pretty bad shape.
It sounds like it.
Yeah,
I bet Sandy was pretty scared.
she was because I was in the hospital for quite some time.
I bet.
At Methodist Hospital, but they did a great job, you know, and Methodist Hospital is probably one of the best hospitals for heart
Yeah, I've heard that.
surgeries. If you know somebody, I'll point them to Methodist.
Yeah, my father-in-law had heart surgery there too. He had a heart
Yeah,
attack a few years
yeah.
ago and that's where he went.
So, yeah,
Do you need some more?
no, that's it.
Are you sure? I got an extra fresh bottle here. So you want it?
Yes, please.
I can't travel without one. It's brand new too. I didn't drink out of it
I
yet, so.
understand. Thank you so much.
I probably am gonna drink out of it now. So you can have
Yeah.
that and this is gonna be
I
my part.
really appreciate it.
Yeah, I take a medication that makes me really, really thirsty. So I have bottles of water rolling around in my back
I do
seat.
too.
I've got them in the
I'm
door
supposed to take-
pocket.
I'm supposed to take mine, but they're at home, and I don't know when I'm gonna take them.
Okay, so you have medication that you
Oh,
need?
yeah.
Okay.
5 medication.
Cause I can call Sandy and see,
Oh, I'm not gonna have her drive over here.
well, I might be able to send somebody to go get them,
Oh,
just so that they get back here. And I mean, I'm
she's so
sorry.
shaken right now, she is probably.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, but we need to make sure you have your medication.
Yeah, but I would, like I said, I wouldn't have her drive.
Yeah, yep, I might be able to send somebody there to get them. What medications do you take, Nick?
Oh, my God.
Are they all heart related or some do different
Well,
things?
2 of them are heart related.
Okay.
Yeah. One is aspirin.
That's heart related, right? This is
Yeah.
blood thinning?
And,
Yep.
Potassium, because I'm getting a lot of muscle cramps.
Okay,
Um,
that's 4.
There is one. There's another one. I'll tell you when I remember.
Okay, no worries. Were you on your phone at all during your day today? I know that Sandy didn't bring her phone.
I took some pictures,
Okay,
then I put it away. Sandy does not like to take a lot of pictures because then they get posted on
Facebook or Instagram or something?
Yeah, but I'm okay if they take them, they post them. Yeah, I did take a few, didn't have a chance to do anything with them.
Okay,
Yeah, but I was not on the phone, I didn't call anybody.
okay. Did you use your phone around the time,
No.
like right before, you were looking for the phone or anything like that?
Not me.
Okay.
Not like these guys are constantly on their phones. That's why IDL lost his.
Because he was on it too much?
People can't enjoy life nowadays going down the river without being on their phones. Of course, they take a lot of pictures, but the picture is not the same experience as being there. So,
So do you think the pictures that you took were like at the beginning of your journey, or where do you think?
we did take, I took a couple of group ones where they have that music place in the bathrooms.
Okay.
We made a stop there to eat sandwiches. There were a lot of people over there. That beach was completely full. Lots of people there, lots of people. It was a beautiful day.
It was.
And this now, we'll probably close that place down.
You think so?
Yes. Well, I don't know what resulted of it, because I don't know.
Is this you?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think was happening at that time?
They were fighting me. They pointed the knife at me. Both boys pointed the knife at me.
Okay. Did you see anyone take this picture of you?
No, God, no. I was actually very, very scared.
Yeah.
I was very scared. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what they were doing and why. I mean, I understand they were drunk, but you get drunk, I get drunk, we all get drunk. We don't do that kind of stuff, especially on a family river like this, family outing. We don't do that kind of stuff. But I was very, very scared. I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Did you see the woman that hit you in the ear? Did you see her at all?
No. I turned around, she hit me again.
Okay. Do you remember what her bathing suit looked like?
No.
She was wearing?
She was just yelling at me and calling me child molester. That's how it all started. They kept calling me a child molester. I don't know, out of the blue. And then they wanted to beat me up because they said I'm a child molester. And then my argument back to them was, if I'm a child molester and you're children, you shouldn't be drinking. You should not be out here drinking, okay? And doing what you're doing. Where are your parents?
Did they look like they were young?
Oh, I don't know. I think they look pretty young to me. I don't think they were of the age of drinking.
Really?
I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't hang out with people like that. My generation and people I hang out with are much older people.
Like Ernesto and Sandy.
Like Ernesto and Sandy and Amy. Yeah, Amy's probably one of the youngest ones there.
Sure.
45, and Sandy is 61. Yeah. So I'm younger, you know.
So you said that they were standing really close to you.
They were on top of me. They were pushing me, shoving me. I tripped. I fell down. I got up, and that's where I saw the one of the kids there. It was the closest kid with the knife, and I grabbed it from him.
And that was the smaller
Yes,
kid?
yes.
And he was in front of you. Was he as close as we are, or
Oh, he was closer. He was closer. He was closer. But as soon as he came with the knife, I grabbed the knife from him. And what I did then, I mean, I shouldn't show you, but I grabbed, twisted his arm and poked him with his own knife. Then I took it from him and I started swinging.
Okay.
So I swung. I don't even know what hit. I don't know if I hit the girl that hit me twice in the head from behind. I don't know if I hit another kid. I don't know. They were just on top of me. They chased me, hitting me, and yelling at me and calling me, insulting me. That's it. So I don't know what knife they had. I don't know. I just saw two knives. That's it. The longer one and the shorter one. I don't know where they are. I don't know who's got them. I don't know.
So what I'd like to do is I'd like to get a sample of your DNA, because if these knives don't belong to you, I would imagine your DNA is not going to be on them.
Well, I touched one of them.
Yeah, you touched the one you grabbed.
Yeah, from the kid. Yeah.
Would you be willing to give me a sample
Yes.
of your DNA? Okay.
Yeah. Is that the good thing?
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lawyer over here to ask.
Yeah, and certainly, so, well, I've got a colleague that's in the process of writing a search warrant. So we're going to get it one way or another. I just thought if I could ask you and we could just do it right now. I'll like show you how to, like what we would do.
I know what it
I would
is.
just get your DNA sample. Yeah, it's like a big Q-tip.
Yeah.
We'd also like to do an exam, have a nurse examine your body.
That's absolutely okay.
Okay, and I want her to look in your ears, and I want her to look at your back, and, you know, the people that are in these groups, we're gonna try to collect evidence from them, because they might have your skin underneath their fingernails, or, you know, we're gonna do our best to get any evidence to, I mean, we
Yeah,
don't know what
of course,
happened.
yeah. I mean, and I know everything that happened in the river, so
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
there's that part of it too, but,
definitely.
okay,
Yep, yeah.
okay,
You can call me.
okay.
I just don't know if I had a lawyer present, what he or she would say.
Well, I just want you to know that we would get it anyway. I've got a coworker that's writing a search warrant.
If you get
for the
it
judge.
anyway, then let's do it.
Okay, with the court order, or just, let's do it now and get it
No,
done?
no, let's do it now and,
Okay.
and give you what you need
Okay,
to start your
Yeah.
proceedings or your search. Yeah.
well, and yeah, I mean, if you sound like you were really afraid.
Yeah, I have a quadruple bypass. I have been out of shape. I have been in bed for a long time, for 6 months at least. I couldn't go to work. I'm not in the best. I mean, I was just floating down the river. Nothing much. Every once in a while, I got up so I could pee, because I can't pee in the tent there. You know, shouldn't tell you that on camera, but yes, most people have to get off the thing. So I got out. I would get up and then hold on and then get back in. I mean, I don't do anything to stay in shape. I'm a guy that wants to survive and keep working at reaching engineering, you know, and why these things happen, it's beyond me. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, why would that many people come down on one person that didn't absolutely do anything, take his goggles, almost one wanted to pull my pants down. So
Did your trunks have like a drawstring?
Yeah,
So they
yeah.
didn't come down?
Oh,
Okay.
no. They came down a little bit, but no, because I have a drawstring on it, so yeah, they couldn't pull it down. But why? All of a sudden, they were like, whoops, around me, and they were attacking me from all directions. And I truly feared for my life. I didn't know what to do. I mean, these guys were talking over there. I didn't know what to say. I mean, I was just.
Which guys are you talking?
My
your group.
guys.
Okay.
My guys. So, and they were quite a bit distance, so they didn't see anything. I don't think they saw anything. And
So when you go back to your tube, do you guys get the hell out of there? Or
No.
do you like, what do you do?
we stayed there.
Okay,
Yeah, the girls called the cops. We didn't know what to do. And we stayed there for a long time. There were people coming. We even saw the sheriff coming, and they kept saying, "Oh my God," they didn't know what happened. So they said, "Oh my God, what happened?" So there was a fight. And I said, "Yeah, I don't know what was going on after that. I thought they were still fighting." Personally, when I came back, I saw a whole bunch of people coming over there and yelling at each other, and I thought they were still fighting for some reason. I didn't know what was going on. So I personally wanted to stay and watch to see if the cops get them for fighting, you know, for whatever they were doing.
Sure. Okay.
So I wanted to be a witness to them fighting.
Gotcha.
Or if the cops needed a witness, I wanted to sit there for as long as possible. And then the group said, "Well, there's so many people there. I don't know. Let's just get going. We don't want to get involved in this." I was just in there. They attacked me. Yeah, but look at them now. They're attacking each other. I don't know what they're doing. So cops came and we stayed there for, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes.
when the police were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we decided we'll go. Nobody asked me anything. And I said, I kept my mouth shut. And down the river we went.
Okay.
So I was very shocked. I didn't know what just happened. Really, to tell you the truth.
Well, Sandy said that you were quiet
I was very quiet.
and you didn't really talk.
I didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I get excuse my French, my ass kicked by a whole bunch of kids. What am I gonna say? I just got my ass kicked by this kid. Now the police is on top of them. Well, I think something is gonna come out of it. So I thought the police was there because they were fighting, because these were just boys. And they were being obnoxious, not only picking on me, then these girls came over and hit me.
So these are girls over here,
Well,
mostly?
mostly.
Okay. And this was all guys?
Yeah, I didn't know who was in this group, but I know these were all guys because I was snorkeling back and forth. And I asked them if they found something, and they said, well, they started calling me a molester. And I got up, and one of them took my goggles, threw me in the river. I went after them. One of them wanted to pull my pants down. And there you go. So what happened? Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. 4 people went to the hospital with injuries,
Oh my God.
and 1 person died.
Oh no.
I don't know any of their names, and I don't know any genders, so I don't know.
Was that because they fought each other, or is
I
that?
don't know. I don't know. I don't know what their injuries are. I was with Sandy the whole time, and then when I kind of turned Sandy over to Ernesto and Amy, then I came here. So I have no idea what their injuries were.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
So we just need to be able to like piece this together. In your statement,
What other pictures did they give you of me?
it's just that one. That's the only one I have.
They didn't take. They
Well-
had lots of cameras. You should take their
Yep,
cameras.
yes. And so I have colleagues,
Yeah.
investigators that are talking to all of those, the people in the group and the other witnesses. So yes, we are trying to collect. And I told Ernesto and Amy, because they said that Rosie was
Rosie,
taking a lot of
yeah.
pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think she took any pictures of those guys. There
Well-
was at the stop out here.
Yes, but
Yeah.
you were snorkeling. They might have been like taking a
Oh,
selfie or
I see.
something, and
Yeah,
we
yeah,
could have gotten,
yeah,
we
yeah.
could get these guys in
Yeah.
the background that they don't even realize they have it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I see what you.
So I asked them to go through their photos so
Right,
that we
right,
would
right,
be
right. Yeah,
in contact with them.
got it. Got it. I was all of a sudden you say that. What would they take pictures of me going over there?
No, you just never know what you get in a
Yeah.
picture. If they're sitting here waiting for you and somebody else to find the phone,
Did you find his phone?
I don't know. Again, I've been with Sandy pretty much the whole time, and now I came here with you. So I do know, I did get a message that the goggles on the snorkel were found. So that's all the information that I have about like items that were located.
No, my whole life is down the tubes.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. Because people have the right to defend themselves.
I know, but this is Wisconsin.
This is Wisconsin.
Okay. You continue on. I usually know that people that defend themselves, they end up being accused of being this and being that.
Well, I think if you'd asked me what I would have done,
Yeah,
I mean,
let's not say
I don't
that.
know.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. I would have been scared shitless, I can tell you that.
When that many people
Yeah.
try to pull your pants down and hit you, and and two boys had knives on them. They didn't find any of those 2 knives.
I don't know. I don't know, but we're looking, and we're looking before it gets dark out.
I'm glad I actually took that kid's knife. He would have stabbed me. He was not there to scare me. He was there to harm me. At least I'm here, but I'm sorry for how it ended up. Still scared, like I said, I'm scared that they're gonna be finding out where I live and they're gonna be hunting us at night and they're gonna be hurting my wife.
Well, I will call Sandy as soon as I leave here, okay, and just check in on her. Find out about your medications. Have you had any medicine this morning?
No, I take them in the evening.
Okay, you take them in the evening. What would happen if you don't take them
Nothing.
tonight?
Nothing. I'm not even hungry. To tell you the truth.
Okay, but if you don't take your medication tonight, is that life threatening?
I don't think so. No, I mean, granted, what happened today, I was shocked. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think so. I just can't believe what happened. They need to maybe do sobriety tests on minors on that river. Maybe they need to put an end to drinking, underage drinking and doing drugs. The river over there is turned into a sewer. My second time, and I have dragged my wife out of there pretty much against her will. I promised her it was going to be the best day. I made promises. We're going to have a great time with this.
But she didn't want to go.
No. She always says, oh, places like this, all they do is smoke pot and do this. Yes, there is a lot of pot smoking over there. We don't know who's legal, who's illegal. I don't know anything about Wisconsin laws, but you can smell it. It was everywhere in the air. And I don't know what people do because you do the DNA, you can find out, what type of drugs are in my system. I've never done any of that stuff, so I don't know. I'm very clean, as clean as they go. You looked at my criminal record, you can keep digging, there is nothing there because I don't have anything, not even one parking ticket, not a speeding ticket. I'm as a law-abiding citizen as they come. But I fear for my life too. I mean, I went through a very serious surgery to be alive, to be knifed down by a bunch of kids on the river.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And I'm not blaming the police. I believe that's a private land. They have to have their own security there, and they need to do better.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rub these along your lower gum line and kind of inside your cheek. I'm going to do them both at the same time. It shouldn't hurt at all. If it does, let me know. I'm going to put them in this box, and then I'm going to seal this bag while we're sitting here so you see that I sealed it, okay? So I'll just have you open up your mouth. Let's see here. Shouldn't, like I said, shouldn't hurt. All right. And you're okay with having the nurse do the exam on you, taking pictures if you're in lumps on the body? You're okay with that?
Yeah. These actually are from trying to get out of the tubes in shallow water.
Okay.
I had a hard time trying to stop the drain.
Yeah. Can I just, I know the nurse will too, but I'd like, can I take a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But this was not from the confrontation.
Oh, this wasn't?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that.
No, these are from scrapes on the river bottom when I was.
When you were snorkeling? I got you. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, please don't use that. Yeah. I didn't touch those kids. I did not. I didn't swim, nothing. No.
Okay. I'm gonna seal this up, because I told you I was gonna do that. And then I'm gonna go call the person that has the nurse kind of on standby so that we can get that taken care of. I'm also gonna give Sandy a holler. Oh, look at that, the tape just.
Oh, no.
For the love of God.
Is this good?
Well, I didn't like it because it's all, and it's not gonna be big enough to do what I need to do here, so we'll try it again. Worst case scenario, I can always bring it to my office next door and do it in the evidence room. But I'm gonna try to take care of it here.
Probably dries up. When it dries up, it's probably.
Well, and then it's real sticky and it's real finicky, so if you get it stuck on something, it's,
Yeah.
you know, it's meant to not, be able to tamper with, so. And it rips on my finger, so I'll just,
It dries so fast.
okay. So I'm gonna go call my supervisor, who had been in contact with the nurse, and just let them know that we're gonna do that. And then I will be back. Do you have any questions now?
I did not.
You need to go back. I can make sure that happens. I'm just gonna write your name on here so that. Today is 7/30/22.
MIU.
Yep, this is, that means no middle initial.
Oh,
And then
I see.
oh, did I spell it wrong? It's
No, no,
MIU. Yep, I did.
MIU, yeah.
It's MIU. There we go. Okay, that's yours. I will be back in a minute. In the meantime, I'll have one of the jail staff bring you to the bathroom. And are you still doing okay? Do you need, how's your water there?
I have plenty for now.
Okay.
It's going through a lot faster than I thought.
All right. Be right back, Nick.
Thank you so much.
Can you use the restroom?
Lieutenant Hart, was that the interview you did with Nicolae Miu at the jail?
Yes,
At the point where you left, was that the end of your questioning?
yes,
While you were talking to him, you showed Mr. Miu a photo on your phone.
yes.
What was that photo?
That was a photo that had been disseminated to us of the suspect.
You know where it came from? At the time, did you know where it came from?
Probably, I believe dispatch had emailed it out.
Was it a photo from the video or from something else? You know where the photo originated?
I do,
Where did it originate?
from Jawan Cockfield's video.
Did right there. While you're talking to Mr. Miu, you were referring to a diagram.
Yeah,
Are you gonna approach her?
Yes.
Lieutenant Hart, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 16. Recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the diagram that I asked him to draw me while we were talking.
Did he draw portions of that?
He drew all of it. I put the words on there.
All right. Your Honor, I move for admission of exhibit 16.
Any objection? 16 is received.
If I can publish to jury on demo.
Yes, you may. While you're standing there, would you also retrieve the exhibit 24?
And just to clarify, is the only thing you added the words on the diagram?
Yes, he put the 100 feet or inches, but I wrote Amy, the mostly girls, shallow, all males and female. And then that is my handwriting on the lower right-hand portion where I put the date and our agency case number.
Also in the video, you appeared to be taking a buccal swab.
Yes,
Did you do anything with those swabs?
I logged them into evidence at the sheriff's office.
Were those the swabs that were sent to crime lab?
No,
Which swabs were sent to the crime lab?
the one in the kit that the sergeant nurse had taken.
speaking with Mr. Miu, did you notice any signs of impairment?
No.
That's it. Nothing else. Nothing further.
Anyone need a break? Still doing good? One vote for break? All right. Let's take a short recess then. We'll come back at 10:25.
How's it gone? Sometimes they come back to the attorney. So just thought I'd wait a second. No, doesn't seem so. Oh, okay. Well, one thing for sure. Oh, here they are. Hang on. It's gone again. It teased us. Tease me, tease me. Come on and tease me. Tease me, tease me. Well, that was not good for him in the sense of the lies, but he's just gonna have to he's 100% gonna have to take um the stand. Josie's missing everything. Oh, Josie, I know you hate missing anything, Josie. I know, but you're gonna have to take lessons from Erin Hack because Hackster's everywhere. She can balance like 10 streams at the same time, listen to it all. So yeah, it just like overall, there's a lot of lies in there that he's gonna have to go and stand and explain it, and um, you know, um, I think Erin Hack said lies work on both sides. I mean, both sides have lied, so he's gonna have to really patch this up. I didn't know there was an interrogation video, to be quite honest. I didn't know. Um, so this is intriguing. Erin Hack's in both streams with me. I don't know how she does it. I know, but she's a nosy cow, so she can balance it 1 year, 1 year. But I suppose she's a small bus, so she can fit it around in her little head. I can imagine her little legs going in her head, listening to everything, like back and forward, a little bit crumbly, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Um, he was only lying in self-defense. Yeah, I mean, look, there's lies there. There's lies being on both sides, and that's fair. You got to look at it in all ways. There've been lies on both sets. He's going to have to take the stand now for sure because the jury will 100% want to hear from him and why he lied and everything like that. In the same way that the state had to have witnesses up there and state why they lied, or why they were misinformed. I mean, he's just going to use the same lines as everyone else about, like, obviously shock and all that, I imagine. So that's what the state's witnesses all did. So, it's all coming down to how they interpret it now. On the video is still the key piece here, obviously. So we'll see how they interpret it. It's not a good look at whatsoever because I don't think the jury likes anybody that does lie like that, especially when he says he didn't have his knife. I mean, yeah, not looking good, dude. But as we know, it comes down to the video as well, and stuff like that. But I do think it might affect some jurors and now think that it wasn't self-defense because he lied. You try to think as a juror. So I think it will potentially cost him a little bit there, I think, with some jurors. But he has every opportunity, and I'd never encourage anybody to take the stand. I don't think anyone should ever take the stand, but he has to. I don't think how can he not take the stand? How can he not? He has to. The only thing I'd say here, UDF, is that both sides were. If you notice with the state's witnesses, they all lied as well. So not all of them, sorry, but most of them wrong information. What he's going to say is he was in shock. He was in shock, and it's how believable he is on the stand. Essentially, he's going to go on the stand and basically do the same as what the state's witnesses did. So then it's up to the jury to see how believable they are. In the same way, it's up to them to see how believable the state's witnesses were. So it's basically 1-1 because it's it's not a good look at all. But the state's witnesses told like, yeah, it's both sides. It's both sides. 100%. They all lied. Yes, 100%. There's no one can say right. Both sides lied. Both sides have lied. There's no there's no bearing on that. Both sides have lied. And also, the state's witnesses got to see the video and change their testimony 2 months before. Some of them 2 weeks before. So there's a lot of difference there. It's the same thing, and in the same what they said was, "Oh, shock." Obviously, in the moment, that's what Miu was going to say as well. So, end of the day, it's up to the jury. That's where it's up to the jury to interpret it as they wish. We're all going to have a little bit of different interpretations on it, but it's up to him as well to clean it all up. It's definitely not a good look on him. I think anyone who had sympathy for him in the jury maybe have lost a lot of sympathy for him after seeing that video. So I don't know. I don't know how the jury are going to think. I understand you are convinced. I am not. So I guess this is where the disagreement ends. Yeah, I mean, everyone can have an opinion. Yeah, agree to disagree. Yes. Oh, sure, we can disagree. I'm okay with that. I think the case is more debatable than others. It's 100% debatable. I don't think it's a clean cut, like not guilty. Now in the sense of one way or the other or guilty. I just think there's too many intricacies in this. And I think that if they do bring in if they do bring in second degree, I think he's fucked. He's gone. Guilty. Oh. I actually think to a certain degree, and I could be wrong here, and I'm just spitballing out, but this charge in some ways actually helps him in some ways because of the nature of the charge or the intent, where if they'd given him the second degree, I think no one would dispute the guilt as much. I don't know. I'm just trying to think that because it's still the intent bit that sticks in my head a little bit. So I don't think it's a case of clean cut guilty, not guilty. It's the charge. As I say, I've always stood by. If this is murder or second degree, I think I would vote guilty. No, I don't think there's a question in my mind. Shit, because it's based on the charge. The first degree. After reading the charge, I don't think it fits, but that might change. I don't know. I'm sticking to guilty. There's no reason to murder over his situation. That's fine, Kim. That's one way to look at it. I think the judge reminded that no specific amount of time is required for premeditation. Maybe he will. I don't know. Second degree, obviously, clear. If it's second degree, I think it's done. It's just the first degree. I think there's a part of me that thinks he will be found not guilty based on the first degree, because in my opinion, it doesn't fit first degree murder, and I think that's what it's different. Ruka, Kim, I agree with you. I also live 10 minutes from where he lives, so I know my locals and some of them. I even know one of the witnesses, so I refuse to not see both sides. Yeah, you've got to look at both sides. We don't have first degree murder in our state. It's how it's so the way I look at it is there's no guilty or not guilty. If you've not read the charge, then please don't say guilty or not guilty, because you're basing it on something completely different. You have to look at the charge, because it's not a case of guilty not guilty unless you've looked at the charge. So hopefully everyone has seen the charge, and if you have and you base it on that, that's fine. I'm actually fine with that. It's just as I said, I can't. Even now, I still can't find him guilty on first degree. But I can find him guilty on, I think, on second degree murder and manslaughter. So it depends on how the charge is read out, how the judge also is going to instruct it, because there are still intricacies in it as well. So I don't know. So it's down to the charge for me, rather than everything else. So he might go for a lesser charge. If he does, I think he gets found guilty easily. But we'll see where he goes. So yeah, I definitely don't think, unless you've looked at the charge, I don't think you can say really what you think guilty or not guilty yet. It's bullshit. There's no manslaughter and possible charge. I think it's because they think that they will get a first degree out of it. And maybe they will. Maybe they will. It's how the jury interpret it. And I think in manslaughter it's done. Because we're including intentional. I'd have to look at it. To be honest, I'll have to look at it properly again. It's more than that.
Please be
A lot.
seated.
It's more complicated than that.
All right, we were about to start cross, correct? Cross, Mr. Truffles.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning.
In your 25 years in law enforcement, is it fair to say that you've had the opportunity numerous times to question both victims of crimes and people accused of crimes?
Yes.
And in this particular case, if I have it right, the interview with Mr. Miu takes place approximately a little more than 4 hours after the incident. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, for most of those 4 hours, majority of those 4 hours, he was in police custody somewhere, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And in situations like this, where they call you in, which would be considered a serious situation when you get called in?
Yeah.
Okay. And in those situations, you're trying to gather as much evidence, as much information as quickly as possible. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your 25 years in law enforcement, have you been involved in situations that you would consider to be highly stressful events?
Yes.
Would you consider this to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
And would you agree that in those highly stressful, have you interviewed victims of offenses and people who are accused of offenses involving highly stressful events?
Yes.
And in those highly stressful events, both the victim and the accused can be feeling kind of the same emotions sometimes. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. And would you agree in your training and experience that highly stressful events can impact someone's ability to recall what had happened?
Yes.
Both for the complaining witness or victim, as well as the person who's accused. Would that be fair?
Fair.
And you'd agree that doesn't mean that the person is necessarily lying. Sometimes these stressful events kind of cloud memories and make it difficult for them to recall events, correct?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled.
I think you said yes.
Yes.
And would you agree that based on your training and experience, how long someone suffers from a stressful event, meaning how they react to it, that can depend upon, it can differ in terms of timing, right? What I mean by that is you might suffer the same stressful event as I suffer. You might be over that stressful event in a much shorter time than I would be over it. Is that fair?
Yes.
And because it's a criminal investigation and you're working at a quick pace here, you're not given the opportunity to kind of let things calm down before you do your investigation, right?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, so let me give you an example. So in an example, if this fact pattern involved an officer, that officer would have an opportunity before they had to give a statement, correct? Officers don't have to give statements immediately after stressful events. They're allowed to kind of calm down and think about it before they're required to provide a statement. True.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you give, or was Mr. Miu given an opportunity in terms of timing to calm down from the situation, kind of make sure that he had all his faculties before he provided a statement?
I don't know, other than the 4 hours between the time he was taken into custody and I spoke with him.
And those, I'm not being critical of you here, I'm asking you, you don't know whether or not those 4 hours he was still under the stress of the event, right?
I don't know.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you about what you saw in the video, but what I'm going to ask you about is, you're aware there's a video in the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when someone gives you a statement about what had happened, it's helpful for you as an investigator to be able to go back to that video and kind of determine the accuracy of that person's statement, right?
Sure.
Okay. And while you're able to determine whether or not the person's statements are accurate, what the video really doesn't capture, and what you need to try to figure out, is what the person was feeling or what their beliefs were at the time, correct?
I don't know if that's up for me to decide.
No, but in terms of your investigation, you'll ask people things like, how did that make you feel when something was happening? That you'll ask them questions about their emotions, because their emotions might not be borne out on a video. True?
True.
And people will tell you, I was afraid, I was worried, I was stressed. They'll make those statements to you when you ask those questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. So you, after conducting the interview with Mr. Miu, you've watched the video, right?
The video of the incident?
Video of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And you agree his statements regarding how he got the knife, those are inaccurate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did ask Mr. Miu what his beliefs were or how he was feeling while all this was going on, correct? Do you remember that during the interview?
I guess I don't recall if I asked him how he was feeling, but he articulated that to me.
Okay, he had mentioned to you how he was feeling, true?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that once you kind of get into the meat of the interview, first thing out of Mr. Miu's mouth is that he was acting in self-defense, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says that, if I have it right, 3 times in his first statement to you it was self-defense.
Yes.
Okay. And he told you in that first portion of the interview that they were hitting him, right?
Yes.
And that's true, correct? That's borne out on the video. Yes?
Objection, Your Honor. The video speaks for itself.
Sustained. Is it sustained?
Can I ask you this? Although some of the things that Mr. Miu had talked to you about regarding how he obtained the knife, we agree that was incorrect. Would you agree, based on your interview with Mr. Miu, he never wavered in his claim it was self-defense, correct?
Correct.
He never wavered in his claim that he was fearful, correct?
Correct.
And he never wavered in his claim that he was attacked, correct?
Correct.
If I told you, and I don't know if you've counted, I counted approximately 20 times during that interview that he claimed it was self-defense, he was fearful, or they attacked him. Sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've sat through I know you weren't here yesterday because you weren't feeling well, but you've sat through the trial of every other witness other than when you weren't here, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you've listened times when witnesses had to be corrected or shown something that turned out not to be true based on the video, right?
yes.
Okay. Do you have any information through your investigation that contradicts Nick Miu's belief that he was in fear during that incident?
Objection, Your Honor. Come on up.
Yeah, Dave, she's got her mask in her hand. I noticed that earlier on. She wore a mask and a water bottle. It's in her hand, though, Dave. Fraud.
The objection is sustained.
Lieutenant Hart, in terms of what had happened that day in your interview with Mr. Miu, okay, the recorded interview we just watched, he didn't make any other statements to you that would give you any reason to believe that he wasn't in fear, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, same grounds.
Overruled.
Can you ask that again?
I don't know. Based on your interview with Mr. Miu on the day in question, right? When you interviewed him on the
Yes,
tape, he told you he was in fear, yes?
he did.
Okay. Did he provide any other statements to you that would contradict that statement that he was in fear?
No,
And to be fair, he told you multiple times in that interview that he was in shock about what happened and didn't remember everything. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And that, based on your training and experience, that wouldn't be unusual, would it?
No,
Okay. You've had that with other people who have been complaining witnesses or victims of offenses?
yes,
And have you had that with people who have been accused of crimes?
probably.
Tom, if you can answer this. So he never denied that he defended himself with a knife, correct?
Correct.
What he got wrong was how he got the knife, but he told you that he used it on other people, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And he told you other things that you actually found out to be true, right? Like he had a snorkel and goggles, right?
yes,
Okay, and you found those, not you, but your police found those, right?
yes,
Okay, so that's true, right?
yes,
He told you that he was looking for Ariel's phone, correct?
yes,
You guys found Ariel's phone, right?
yes,
He told you that people were calling him I think he says the word child molester. But it's true, people were calling him names, correct?
yes,
Okay. And I think he also told you on the tape that they were attacking me from all directions. Is that right?
he did say that.
Okay. Do you, in your investigation, do you have any evidence through interviews of witnesses or anything else that that's not correct?
Objection, Your Honor, please approach.
Yes.
you know, a good question, to be honest. I don't think it still doesn't. I don't think Miu was going to have to explain it, even though he's doing a good job of it. But go, Pac, go. Lambeau Field. I can't hear the white noise, to be honest. My laptop's fucked. I can't even hear the audio. I gotta watch it from my phone. Hey, when they go, hey,
Sustain the objection on foundation grounds. Mr. Trophacy, you may continue.
Lieutenant Hart, can you just give me a brief synopsis of the investigation that you've done in this case?
Yes, I interviewed Sandy.
Okay.
I interviewed Mr. Miu.
Okay.
And I coordinated the translation and transcription of Hispanic speaking statements and 911 calls.
So the investigators who have testified, you're their boss?
I'm their supervisor, yes.
Okay. In an investigation like this, do those reports pass over your desk? Do you see those?
I would say a majority of them, not all of them.
Okay. So you're aware, well, tell me if you're aware, that there has been multiple interviews conducted in this case by your investigators, right?
Yes.
Multiple eyewitnesses or people who claim to be eyewitnesses what has happened, right?
Yes.
And have those reports passed over your desk?
Not all of them.
Have some of them passed over your desk?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the information that you have seen, the reports that you've seen, the interviews that you've conducted, any other evidence that you've been able to look at, my question to you was, is there any evidence that contradicts the statement that Mr. Miu had made to you on that interview that he was surrounded in all directions?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I haven't read every single report for this case.
On the stuff that you've read. I can't ask you about things you don't know. What I can ask you is on the things that you've read, the reports that you've reviewed, the interviews that you've conducted. There's nothing that contradicts his statement that he was surrounded, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's vague to time. There's a 3-minute period here.
Overruled. Can you answer the question?
So your question is if I've seen any of the reports that I've read.
I'm asking you if any of the evidence that you've reviewed in totality, whatever you've reviewed in the totality, okay? There's nothing in the evidence that you've reviewed, the witnesses that you've spoken to, that contradicts Nick's statement that he was surrounded when he told you that, right?
Yeah, he's the only interview I've conducted.
You've reviewed other reports though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think he said in his interview with you that he said, all I want, guys, did you find a phone? Right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And through testimony you've seen and witness statements that you've read, you know Joanne Cockfield's holding a phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And through your investigation, you'd agree there were no little girls in that area at the time, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So would you agree there's nothing factually in terms of evidence that you know about that would support the claim that people have said that he was looking for little girls? There were none, right?
There were none. Nope.
If you would have suspected he was impaired, would you have followed up on that?
Yes.
Okay. How? And what would you, just tell me what you would have done.
Well, I probably would have applied for a search warrant for his blood.
Okay. Because that would, if a person's intoxicated in this situation, in the situation that happened, this incident, knowing that would matter to you, right?
Yeah.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
It's all, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Smestad.
Lieutenant Hart, as you were interviewing Mr. Miu, did he at any point say anything about being strangled?
No.
Did he say anything about having injury or pain to his neck or throat?
No.
Did you see any injuries on his face at all?
No.
How many feet away from him were you during that interview?
However wide a table is,
Can you describe the lighting in the interview room?
it was well lit.
Did Mr. Miu say anything about hearing anybody threaten him with a phrase similar to "you've got 10 seconds"?
No.
At the time that you interviewed Mr. Miu towards the end, when he asks you what happened, did you know that he had already been informed that he was under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking if she knew.
I'll sustain the objection. You'll have to rephrase the question.
Did you have any knowledge as to what he had been informed of with regard to charges when he was arrested?
No.
When Mr. Miu asked you what happened, and you told him that someone had died, what was his response?
I believe he said, oh no.
Did he appear to be surprised?
I'm going to object.
Sustained speculation.
At one point in the video, you see him put his head in his hands.
Yes.
Did you see any tears?
No.
Mr. Autopsy asked you about the stress that a victim can undergo, and in your opinion, you said, yeah, that sometimes that happens. The same go for 17-year-old kids who saw their best friend get stabbed to death?
Yes.
And same goes for the people who actually were stabbed?
Yes.
Did Mr. Miu ever waver in his claim that he did not himself have a knife on the river?
No.
Do you know how many times he denied having a knife on the river? If you remember?
I don't remember, but it was more than once.
Did he ever waver in his claim that two of these boys pulled knives on him?
No.
Did he appear to recall details about how that all happened?
Yes.
At one point in the video, he asked if anybody had found a phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
You know what phone he was talking about at that point of the interview?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
During your interview, did he specify whose phone he was looking for?
Yes, I believe he told me it was Ariel's.
Nothing further.
Mr. Truffasi?
Because he didn't tell you anything about hearing somebody say you got 10 seconds, you're not saying that means it didn't happen, right? That somebody didn't say that.
Right.
Okay. And because he didn't mention to you that he had been strangled, you're not saying that that means it didn't happen, right?
No.
Or complain about neck pain or being hit in the face. You're not saying that because he didn't say he wasn't hit in the face, or however he was hit, you're not saying because he left something out that that didn't occur, right?
Right.
That's all.
Thank you, Lieutenant Hart. You may step down. Mr. Anderson, does the state have more evidence?
No, Judge.
All right, the state rests. Members of the jury, there are a few items that I need to discuss with the attorneys in private. So we're going to have a recess. This may be a little bit longer than some of the earlier recesses, so please be patient. We will get back to you before the lunch hour. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. I am meeting with the attorneys and with Mr. Miu in open court. Mr. Nelson, is there anything that you want to address?
Yes, Judge. So Judge, I would, and I'm not looking at the information, so I apologize. But as it relates to, I'm going to do it by names.
Yes.
As it relates to Dante Carlson and Anthony Carlson and Riley Madison. Those three people, Mr. Miu is charged with an attempted homicide on those counts. And in reviewing the requirements for an attempted homicide, and this will be short, Judge, I'm not going to waste your time, but what it says is it requires the defendant did acts toward the commission of that crime which indicate unequivocally. And unequivocally is defined as it means no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from the defendant's acts under the circumstances. So, which indicate unequivocally under all the circumstances that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the intended victim, except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. Extraneous factor is defined as something outside the knowledge of the defendant or outside of the defendant's control. There has been testimony from Dr. Meyer yesterday. Dr. Meyer was only asked about one of these people, and that was AJ Martin. And that question to AJ about AJ Martin was, without medical intervention, would AJ Martin have died? And his answer was yes. As it relates to Dante Carlson, my recollection of the evidence was he said he fixed a hernia. There was no testimony as to anything regarding Anthony Carlson. As it relates to Riley Madsen, I believed there was questions surrounding that. And what he had said was that eventually she could have suffered an infection. I think he mentioned sepsis. Could have been something that would have occurred. But I would argue to the court that based on the evidence, and you have to take the evidence under all the facts and circumstances, that based on the actions of Mr. Miu, based upon the testimony regarding the injuries to the people I'm mentioning, Dante Carlson, Anthony Carlson, and Riley Madsen, I would argue that it is not possible to say that no other inference can be drawn, but that he intended to kill those people. And there's actually no information that Dante Carlson or Anthony Carlson would have died from their injuries anyway. So without any other extraneous factor, which would have prevented Mr. Miu from doing this. So we have one, you heard the evidence, you can figure out how you would view the movements. But I would argue that the facts and circumstances presented to the court and to the jury here do not support the claim that he unequivocally intended to kill these people. Riley Madsen said she thought she was punched. She initially believed it was a punch. And I don't think they're, although not the deciding factor, I don't think their injuries support the claim of an attempted first-degree intentional homicide. So I would move for dismissal on those, whatever those counts are.
Thank you. Who's going to argue for the state?
I can, Judge. So I think this case, it's similar to if you compare it to, say, a shooting case where somebody walks up to somebody, shoots them in the torso and the chest, and it happens to miss vital organs, and they just need stitches. I think it's a difficult argument to make that they didn't intend to kill them, and it's the same thing here. He's stabbing all these people in the area of vital organs, veins, blood vessels. His intent is based on all facts and circumstances. He sliced AJ up the belly. He stabbed Isaac directly in the heart. He stabbed Tony, Dante, and Riley in the area of all the vital organs. Dante was stabbed right below where his heart is. Tony was stabbed twice. One he blocked. That's certainly something out of Nicolae's control. Riley was sliced across her side, damaging her stomach and her diaphragm. And so I think given all the facts and circumstances, there's clearly enough for it to go to the jury. But for the chance that he didn't happen to hit vital organs, I think the jury can still conclude his intent was to kill them.
All right, this motion is being made after the close of state's evidence. There is a particular standard that I have to apply. In fact, the motion must be denied if, considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, and rationally considered is sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. As to the three individuals that pertain to this motion, I am satisfied that the motion must be denied. The state has presented credible evidence that Mr. Miu formed the intent to kill by inserting a knife into the torso of the three individuals during a physical confrontation. The torso, as we all know, contains vital organs, blood supply, nerves, and other anatomy that, if injured, could lead to death. I believe that the risk of death is self-evident when faced with a knife stab to that area. There was an intervening event, and I think the state has presented evidence about the individual's fortitude to defend themselves, to resist injury, the intervention of first responders, and intervention of formal medical treatment in a hospital setting. So for all of those reasons, I am satisfied that the state has presented sufficient evidence to warrant the case to continue. The motion is denied. Is there anything else at this moment?
Judge, at the defense's opportunity, the defense intends to call you to testify. If we could just take a 5-minute break to make sure I go through the colloquy with him privately, and then we can come back and do that here in court.
Very good. Have your conversation. We'll come back at 11:05.
It looks like he's testifying. Looks like this is it. Is this the last? Is this the last of it? Maybe they don't have any more witnesses then. It's interesting what he says there, because what I was saying earlier on about the verbiage and the wording of the charge is going to be crucial. It's not just the wording, it's also the definition in the jury instructions of what is intent, what is first degree homicide, intentional homicide. It seems the judges say what he says the intentional is anywhere on the body. It doesn't matter if you intended as such, you did do it. So that's what I mean. The wording is crucial, and I don't know what the wording is going to be. I don't know what the wording is going to be. That will probably sway my final decision on this, you know. But the wording, the definition of, because the definition of intentional is different from state to state. It's not the same. The meaning of this charge differs from state to state. So, and this is Wisconsin, so we know Wisconsin is a little bit. It's interesting in Oregon, Dave, that you don't even have first degree. You know, I didn't know that about Oregon. So, I reserve full judgment on my, you know, how I lean until afterwards. You know, I'm intrigued by this. I'm intrigued by the jury instructions. That's going to be crucial to understand the definitions and the actual charge. But what he said there just now makes me feel like it is quite, yeah, what he just ruled there is quite eye-opening. So we'll see what comes out of it. Why is everyone? Dave's saying, let's all have a tackle and chill. Everyone have a chat, tackle and chill. I will guess. I'm not sure what. I've not been keeping up with chat, but remember, we can all agree to disagree, guys. We can all be respectful. There's lots of people here who think he's guilty. Lots of people think he's not guilty. A lot of people undecided as well. As I've always said, I lean towards not guilty, but I'm still undecided. I've not listened to all testimony yet. And when it comes, I always start off as not guilty. So the threshold, I can't go to guilty and then come back to not guilty. If I'm going to be guilty, there's no turning back. It's beyond the reasonable doubt. So I'm not there yet. You know, I'm not there. It seems pretty even-handed on what chat thinks. But yeah, it's just a good thing. Having different opinions is good. You can unalive 20 people on a second degree. That's interesting, Dave. That's interesting. Yeah, I believe that, you know, again, just how I work is that they start off as innocent, and then you work your way up from it. I don't think anybody should ever find someone guilty and then come back to not guilty. I think it's you work your process, because if you find someone guilty, that's beyond a reasonable doubt. So why would you come back? So I don't think you can make a decision to the end anyway. That's why I've always said I'm not guilty, because it should be not guilty. If you're not sure, it should be not guilty. And that's where I am. Now, will I find him guilty by the end? I don't know. I'm done. We've not heard the testimony yet. So I'm willing to listen to all testimony before I decide on the final verdict for me personally. Oh, my heart, Dave Hamburger's Wild West. Yeah, Oregon, yeah. It's not far from this, is it, Dave? Wisconsin. The Wild West. Will Smith, Wild West. Do, the Wild West. Do. Welcome to the wild. That's not the song. Bum, 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 bum. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. 2,000 miles, dilly. Oh, I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. Dee, 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 dee. Da-da-da-da, 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 da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I would walk for. Hello, Rehab. By the way, I missed you, Rehab. Nice to see you, Rehab. I would walk 500 miles. I would walk 500 more. And what I'll do is at the end of the Miu might not finish today. He might go into tomorrow. We don't know. I'll put a poll up then. We'll put a poll up and see what people think. But the one thing I think is important, please don't feel like you can't say what you think, whether it's guilty, not guilty by the end. Just please be objective. Please listen to the jury instructions before you make your final decision on it, because I think that's important. And then, yeah. Here he is, mighty meat. Mighty meat. Presumption of innocence. They are innocent until both sides rest and anything else is not the way it's supposed to go. 100%. 100%. 100%. That's why I could never say someone's guilty unless I watched the video, obviously. I got beat up in chat when I said guilty in the Kitsap murder trial in week 3. Yeah, you got beat up because you shouldn't have said guilty because you hadn't even heard the testimony yet. Hamburger. But who shook your hand afterwards and said, well done, Dave? After the testimony's in, I couldn't care less what people think. Guilty, not guilty, it's up to you. You make your decision. After week 3, Dave, of a, 21-week trial, you had them guilty. I mean, Daddy knows. This is why I love Dave Hamburger. The hamburger with cheese. But yeah, Mighty, I totally agree with your words there. I could never find someone guilty until I was not just the evidence, but also the charges and the jury instructions of what's in there, what they have to look for, and what are they deliberating on. I know there's some things though, obviously, that are a little bit different, but in a norm, that's what it should be. Don't forget, Dill Pickle. Hey, don't you forget either that daddy, school granddaddy. I feel as if this man's getting too much sympathy. His response to conflict was a murder spree. That is a character. Again, Ruka, that's fine. But, I mean, lots of people will disagree with you. So it's your interpretation of it. There's a lot of people that give him sympathy, 100%.
Okay, we are back on the record with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. We are sitting in open court outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Nelson, did you and your client have enough time to talk?
Yes, Judge. I understand that Mr. Miu wants to waive his right to remain silent and assert his right to testify.
Mr. Miu, the conversation I'm about to have with you happens in every criminal case, every criminal trial in Wisconsin. Every person charged with a crime has a constitutional right to remain silent and a constitutional right to present evidence, including testify. You are at the crossroads faced by every person on trial for a crime. You need to give up one right to exercise the other. And I need to ask you some questions to verify that you're making a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision. First, do you understand that you have both a constitutional right to testify and a constitutional right to remain silent? Do you understand that you do not have to prove your innocence? Rather, the state must prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you choose to remain silent, the state cannot refer to that fact?
Yes.
Do you understand that your silence cannot be used against you in any way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to discuss your decision to testify with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to discuss your decision?
Yes.
And have you made a decision about whether you'll testify?
Yes.
And what is your decision?
To testify.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you into making that decision?
No.
Has anybody made any promises to you or offered you anything of value to arrive at that decision?
No.
Are you presently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Do you suffer from a mental health condition that is affecting your ability to think or process information today?
No.
Have you had enough time to make your decision?
Yes.
You need any more time?
No.
Have all of your questions been answered by your attorneys?
Yes.
At this time, I find that Mr. Miu has made a free, voluntary, and intelligent decision to waive his right of silence. He's choosing to exercise his right to testify and present evidence on his own behalf. Mr. Trofasi, Mr. Nelson, how do you intend to proceed from here? Will Mr. Miu be the next witness, or do you have others?
Yes, Judge, the plan is to call Mr. Miu. I have a PowerPoint that I would like to go through. The PowerPoint includes exhibit number 104, which is the photo of the map, and includes exhibit 108, which is the photos of Mr. Miu in the hospital previously entered. There's 3 screenshots from the 9-second video in exhibit number 2. And then the rest of them are screenshots from the frames in the video, which are from exhibit number 2. So all of the items in the PowerPoint have already been exhibited. I've tried to put up some white screens in between so that pictures don't linger. So my preference would be to just have it on my computer the entire time. And if there's a long break, I can move to a white screen.
Okay, because what we have been doing is once the video is no longer being used, we usually take it down.
I'm not going to use the video at all. I'm just using the screenshots.
The monitor, I meant.
Sure. However, I mean, again, my hope is to not have things linger. If you want to take it down, obviously court controls that. If you want me to move it to a blank screen, just tell me to do so.
Let's just follow our regular practice, and hopefully the two of you will get into a rhythm and it'll be presented seamlessly. Any objection to the material that he intends to present? Sounds like it's already been received into evidence. Is there anything else that we can do outside the presence of the jury?
Real quick, we didn't make a record. We ended the video of the jail interview of Nicolae at 56 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 other things regarding his testimony. Because he's waiving his right to remain silent, the rest of Sheriff Knutsen's body camera would be a proper subject for impeachment, so we plan to publish that during his cross. And then we have a number of jail phone call translated transcripts, which defense also has. I think it's going to be difficult to cross him on that without saying their jail phone calls. With Sandy, it was easy because she was the other person on the call, so we could just ask her what he's told her. But jail phone calls, part of the relevance is how long it's been, because part of their claim is, well, he was in shock. So if it's 6 weeks later that he's saying things, I don't want the jury to wonder if we have his phone wiretapped or something like that. I think they should, and I think frankly, it's probably obvious. I mean, we just did his jail interview. Some of them had raised their hands that they'd seen some of this on the news. It's been well published that he is in custody, so.
All right, let's break this down. The first part was the rest of Sheriff Knutsen conversation. Mr. Nelson, any objection or comment?
I think Your Honor's already made rulings on that, so nothing, no additional objections other than the objections that we've filed. Your Honor's made rulings, and I believe your ruling was a Miranda violation, but it was voluntary. And therefore, that's Your Honor's ruling, and I think the state's recitation of the law is correct.
Yeah, I don't remember making that express ruling because I've been holding back because I don't want to start judging things that aren't performing. If I made that suggestion, it was intentional because that's where this was all heading. I mean, I saw the video. I made the ruling. I did not see anything in the video that would suggest that the statement was coerced or forced or made under some sort of threat. It was a voluntary statement. So although there was a Miranda violation, Mr. Miu's decision to testify means that the balance of the statement could be used for purposes of impeachment. So I will allow the state to show the balance of the Sheriff Knutson video. And then the second part.
Jail calls, charges.
Oh, jail calls. Yes.
I expect my direct's gonna be 45 minutes, so I expect it's gonna take us to lunch, so certainly take it up now, or we can take it up over the lunch hour, I'll defer to your honor, but I'd like to be heard on it.
How,
Whenever we take it up.
how long are the jail recordings?
We wouldn't be admitting the actual recordings because they're in Romanian. So we have, they're translated by a translator. He's on our witness list. So if Nicolae denied saying the things in there, we'd call him on rebuttal more than likely. But it'd be using the transcripts that translator prepared from listening to the jail phone calls for impeachment.
So
when we get there, we're gonna object to those transcripts, because unlike the Spanish transcripts, which have transcribed the Spanish words and then translated the Spanish words into English, these transcripts leave out the Romanian words. And so we're not agreeing to the accuracy of the transcripts in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So what I'd like to do then is get through the direct examination, break for lunch, hopefully at the conclusion of the direct exam, and then we can take up the outstanding matter of cross-examination over the lunch hour. All right. Anything else?
No.
All right, hearing none, let's bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. All right, thank you, members of the jury, for your patience. We are ready to resume. The state has rested its presentation of evidence. Now we'll turn to the defense and see if they have evidence to present. Mr. Nelson.
Judge, the defense calls Nick Miu.
Mr. Miu, please stand. Raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
You're the Nick Miu we've been talking about for the past 7 days.
Yes, sir.
Nick, I want to right away talk to you about exhibit number 104, if I could have the screen. You were on the Apple River on July 30th.
Yes.
Want to ask you about this exhibit, which says it's from frame 2592 at 149 into the video. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Do you remember that time in your life when you were on the river in that position as shown in that photograph?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did something happen to you?
Yes.
Were you punched and
Not,
attacked?
not before
Sometime
that.
after this, were you
After
punched?
that, yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the time between this and the time that you get punched, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit number 104 there is on the, with it. Where are you on that?
I'm standing in front of two ladies.
In which, if you were going to just describe the symbol on exhibit 104 symbolizing you, which one is that?
The one with the M.
Okay.
Do you
What
want the
color?
Do you want the
Blue.
annotator?
At that point in time, you said there's two people in front of you. Who are those two people in front of you?
A blonde lady to my left and a red hair lady to my right.
Were there other, does this accurately reflect how you remember roughly people in general around you?
Yes.
The blonde lady in front and the other woman, you understand now that through the trial that the blonde woman is named Madison Cohen?
Yes.
Can we use her name when possible?
Yes.
And the, you said red-haired woman, her name's Riley Madison. Can we use her name when possible?
Yes.
Possible. So when Riley and Madison are standing in front of you at that point, just before you get punched, right? What are they doing?
They're yelling at me. At one point, they were pointing downriver and saying, go, get away.
What are they doing with their hands?
They're touching me.
When you say touching you, is that something gentle?
No, they're pushing. Madison, she pushed against my left shoulder. She pushed against my chest. She was pointing her finger right at my face. She was yelling at me very close to my face. Riley had one of her arms, I believe it was left hand, on my right arm, squeezing and pushing me back.
And you, when you just gave that description, you put your hands distance apart. Can you show us that again? How far away were they?
About a foot.
Okay.
Less than a foot.
You've heard it described through trial as in your personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yes, right in my face, I would describe.
When that was happening, what did it sound like to you?
The volume was very, very high.
Let me ask you about how your body was responding in that moment when people are pushing you, poking at you, the volume is high. How's your heart? Could you tell us about what your heart rate was?
Oh yeah, my heart rate was getting really high. My breathing was getting very high. I was.
How about your vision? Did you have normal vision in that moment?
No. At that moment, because of the situation, I was getting tunnel vision.
Can you describe what you mean by you say in tunnel vision?
I couldn't see peripheral vision, but I could see center in right before my eyes.
How about hearing? How was could you hear the noises?
I could hear the volume very high, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The noise became garbled. I mean, the sound became garbled.
Did you feel threatened at that point?
Yes.
Did you have your knife in your right hand?
Yes.
What did you do with your left hand? Tell us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No.
Did you try to harm her in some way?
Absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No.
Do you think you had contact with her?
No.
Okay. I want to take us out of that space now for a second, okay, Nick?
Okay.
If I could have the screen again. You were here in court when we talked about when we watched the video of you speaking with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you told her about your health condition. Can you just tell the jury now, what was your health like on July 30th of 2022?
Was very poor. Yeah.
Had you, I think you mentioned to her again, had quadruple bypass surgery before?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that?
2020, about the same month. So about August.
Showing you here what's been marked as exhibit number 108. Can you tell us what those are pictures of, starting just on the left?
Yep. On the left, it's me right after the surgery, holding a red Hart pillow against my surgery.
What was the purpose that you knew of for that red Hart pillow?
That was to protect my surgery from hits, bumps.
Was that something that the hospital provided? It looks like there's like almost a picture of heart and lungs on there.
It is. The hospital provided that.
And then the picture in the middle, what is that?
My first walk, my new life.
Did it take you some time to recover and be as active and mobile as you were before?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you ever reached the same level of mobility and fitness that you were prior to the quadruple bypass?
Never.
What's the picture of you on the right there? You can tell us.
My baby.
Okay. Is that a dog?
Yeah.
Is that dog important to you?
My angel.
And that's the cushions helping you to enjoy time with her, but still keeping your chest safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had other surgeries in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have a hernia surgery?
2 hernia surgeries.
Have you had back surgery?
Yes.
And again, in general, would you consider your fitness on, if you were going to put it on a scale for July 30th, what would you consider your overall health and fitness on July 30th of 2022?
With my weight and very poor.
I want to ask you now about moving on to the Apple River in July 30th, okay?
Okay.
On that, this was a planned trip, is that right?
Yes.
Did you get a call from your friend Ernesto sometime before that trip?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
He wanted to remind me to bring my knife to cut string when we tie the tubes together.
Okay, when you say, do you have a pocket knife?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that pocket knife?
I owned it for about 10 years. I have it a lot on me. I use it as basically a dual tool. I call it my Swiss Army knife, basically because I use it as a screwdriver. I cut insulation when I do electrical work. I use it pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I'm an engineer. My tool.
Is it something that you've carried on your person? I don't want to say all the time, but somewhat routinely?
Yeah, when I knew I was going to work on something or need it for something, yes.
Okay. Now I want to skip ahead again now to the river, okay? At some point, did Ariel lose his phone?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to look for that phone?
I volunteered to go look for it.
When you went to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
Before that?
Nope, right when you left your group to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
So I took my goggles, my snorkel, and my swimming trunks.
Did you have anything on your feet?
Yes, I had on my feet, I had a pair of really, really torn up sandals.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. Is this a packet of 9 photos of your sandals?
Yes.
You've seen those?
Yes.
Does that accurately show the condition of the sandals that you had?
Yes.
Can you just move to the admission of Exhibit 113?
The objection?
I think I see. I'm sorry about that.
Yes. Oh, never mind. All right, 113 is received.
These weren't taken by you, were they?
Pictures? No.
These were taken by the sheriff's department, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
And I just, because we're going to go through the PowerPoint, can I?
Yeah, just pass them to the jury.
Can you use your words? I know we have a picture that better does it, but just briefly describe the condition of those sandals.
Horrible.
Okay.
They were just coming apart. I couldn't walk on them unless I tried to mend them.
Okay.
As you can see, I used string, leftover string to mend them.
When you left wearing those sandals and your shorts, did you have your pocket knife with you?
Yes.
Where was it?
In my right pocket, clipped to my.
Did you have that there pretty much all day?
Yes.
You were here when we watched the video of your interview with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
When you spoke with Brandy Hart, were you truthful to her about the knife?
No. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any intent to harm anybody?
No.
Why'd you go leave your group?
Go look for the phone.
Okay. At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes.
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
Yes.
Are those from that video?
Yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water, looking for the phone.
And are you, in that position, are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you?
Yes.
Prior to your walking upriver and them, did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
Yes.
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
I think so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, where I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes.
When you,
Yes.
I don't know what the objection was for. I didn't hear the objection.
I'll sustain the objection. The question was leading. Please continue.
what did you do at the end of the video?
I was walking away.
At some point, did you ever become in a position where you were looking at that group of teenagers that had yelled at you?
Yes.
What did you see when you were looking at that group of teenagers after the end of this video?
I saw one of them holding a phone in a bag, and I believed it was what I was looking for. So I turned around and I started approaching them.
Why did you approach them?
I wanted to get a closer look at the phone to see if it was the one that that belonged to Ariel.
Did you eventually get near them?
Yes, I started walking, then I rushed the pace, stumbled and fell on my knees, held on to their tube, at which point I lost my goggle and snorkel kit in the water.
You saw in the video, or excuse me, you saw during your interview with Brandy Hart that you said things different than what you just said now about what happened to your snorkel and goggles.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is your memory sometimes different than what you see in the video?
Yes.
Was your memory, in your memory, what happened to your goggles?
In my memory, the goggles got
knocked away?
Knocked away, yeah. So
One second. When there's an objection, just wait on your answer. It is leading, sustained. Next question, please. It's a leading question. Let's move on.
Is your memory perfect?
Never.
Now that you've watched the video, do you realize that you were wrong about that?
Yes.
What happened to your goggles?
My goggles fell in the water.
When they fell in the water, what did you do?
I started looking for them, searching right where they fell.
Oops, it's on already. Showing you here some slides, 220, 225, and 279. Can you tell us what you're doing?
I'm searching for the goggle kit.
And where are you in relation to the 6 teenagers' tubes? Are you on the side? Are you upriver? Are you downriver? Are you in some other position?
I'm upriver. So yeah.
I'm gonna then show you another group of slides, 575, 600, and 625. What does that show you doing?
All right, so what I did from that point, I went around the inner tubes to the other side, and I continued looking for the goggle and snorkel set.
Why did you walk around from the one side to get to the other side of the tubes?
Well, I thought that the water current would bring him over to the other side, and I was walking away from the boys at the same time.
Okay. During that time that you walked in that direction, did you have any physical contact with them?
No.
Were you confronting them?
No. Didn't say a word.
This next set of slides, what does this show you doing here?
I'm walking away from the group.
Go ahead.
Still looking for my goggles at that time.
When you were doing that, did you ever hear the kids say anything?
They gave me a warning.
What'd they say?
You got 10 seconds.
In response to that, what did you do?
I ignored them and I actually continued doing what I was doing.
Okay. Can show you the next set of slides here. Were you in a position to see here 963, 1140, and 1155, what the teenagers were doing behind you?
They were getting closer and closer to me. They were walking towards me.
Were you in a position to see that? Was that behind you or had you turned around?
Well, I could hear their voices. I could hear that they were getting closer. At some point, I may have turned my head and witnessed that. They're coming towards me.
Showing you 1170, 1213, and 1284. What's happening here?
I'm at an angle to them, but could say I had my back at them, still scanning the water, and they were right behind me. They got that close. Within seconds, they were right behind me.
At some point, did you see other people from another group?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw what I seemed to me at the time, adults coming over from the other side of the river.
And when you saw adults coming over from the other side of the river, what did you do?
I walked towards them. I walked towards this. The first one was Madison.
When you walked towards Madison, where were the 6 teenage boys that had been yelling at you?
They're following me.
Were you in their path as you walked across the river towards Madison?
No.
Did they have as far as you know, did they have a clear path down the river if they wanted?
More than plenty.
Can I? Showing you this next group of photos. What's going on here?
So in this frame here, the first adult that came to me was Madison. She already had her finger pointing downriver and yelling at me and used some awkward words, ordering me to go down.
We see it looks like you're doing something with your right hand. Do you remember what are you doing with your right hand?
Yep, I was trying to explain to her what I'm looking for.
When you tried to explain to her what you were looking for, did you get the impression she was listening to you?
No, her voice was too loud to. Okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Sustained speculation.
I'm asking about his impression, so I'll rephrase. Did you get the impression that Madison Cohen was going to listen to your words?
No.
Why not?
Because she was too loud. She never stopped to give me a chance to talk, and she kept pointing and ordering me to go downriver.
We've all heard the tape, but was she using polite language?
Polite? No.
Did you hear anyone saying anything behind you when you walked over to Madison Cohen?
Yes, they're all calling me names.
Showing you the next set of slides here, 1776, 1840, and 1824. What are you doing here in this set of slides?
I'm turning my back towards Madison and the rest of the people.
Why did you turn your back to Madison and the rest of the people?
It felt to me like I couldn't have a conversation with her at that point. She was not listening. And I didn't want to interact any further.
Had you at that point found your snorkel or goggles?
No.
Had you at that point found the phone?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything while you stood there with their back to them?
Oh, yeah.
What did you hear?
They were still yelling, he's looking for little girls.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not.
When you heard them, did you consider that to be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Asked, did you consider that to be a lie? I don't.
Yes,
think
of
that's-
course.
Please.
Don't think that's legal.
I sustain the objection. Please move on.
When you heard that, did you consider it to be truthful or did you consider it to be untrue?
Untrue.
And when you heard someone say an untruth about you, did that change how you were feeling?
I felt frustrated. I felt annoyed. They kept saying it over and over, so it annoyed me and frustrated me.
And when you heard them say this untruth about you, did it appear to you as if the other group that had come over agreed with what these the teenagers were yelling about you?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you think anybody in the other group was going to help you or listen to you when you were being called these names and accused of being a pedophile?
Objection. Sustained.
How did you feel?
Well, I felt overwhelmed at that point. I felt still annoyed, frustrated. I felt like she wasn't listening. She was the adult I thought I was going to reason with or get help from. She obviously didn't even attempt to reprimand the children from yelling.
Showing you another slide here. Some 1838, 1846, and 1865. Is that you?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Yes. Just one moment.
Not tacos.
Ready? Okay.
Yes.
Please continue.
Showing you photos
You
from
take
1838,
Francois
1846, 1865. What are you doing in those? Do you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, I had my back towards the group of people.
In the two photos there, which direction are you looking?
I'm looking downriver.
Okay. Are you looking at, there's two different groups, if I recall, from exhibit 104. Is that right?
Yes,
One came from one side of the river and the other one's on the other side of the river.
correct.
Where are you, in the photo on the upper left, are you looking at one particular group as opposed to another group?
Yes, I'm looking at the boys group
And why are you looking at the boys group?
because they were yelling at me.
And what were they yelling at you?
They were yelling things that were not true and pointing at me.
When this, I want to, after that happened, showing you the next group of slides, 1875, 1883, and 1889. Do you remember what Madison did, if anything, to you?
Yeah.
What did she do?
She grabbed my right arm and she pulled me towards her and I lost my balance. So I moved towards her.
Did you consider that in that circumstance to be a gentle or a gracious touch?
No, that was not a gracious touch. No, not at all.
Had she been using any gentle or gracious words with you?
Not that, no, not that I remember.
In those photos, can we see the footwear that you were wearing on that day?
Yep, those sandals that we saw earlier.
Did you have confidence in your footing in that area with those sandals?
Objection, reading. Sustained.
How did you feel about your footing in that area?
Very unstable.
Want to show you the next set of slides here. Do you remember what you say to Madison after she pulled on your right arm?
Yeah, I told her not to touch me
And why did you tell her that?
because she pulled on me without my invitation.
Did you say that in any particular tone?
No, not in a mean tone, but I made it sound so she could hear me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Why didn't you want her to touch you?
I didn't give her permission to do so
Sure, but why did you not want to give her permission to do so?
because she was one track mind. She just wanted to get me away from that, point me down river and tell me to go there.
What's your comfort level at this point?
On a scale from 1 to 10, comfort level is very low.
Are you, if you had that same thing, a scale of like a fear scale, a 1 to 10 fear scale, right? And
Yeah.
so with 10 being the most fearful you've ever been in your life and 0, let's call 0 to 10 being the most safe you've ever felt. Where are you at here on a fear scale?
In that particular,
Yeah.
about 1.
Okay. So you're more uncomfortable, but not necessarily afraid. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
At, where was your group in relation to you then?
Was upriver.
And did you do anything in order, in relation to your group?
Yep.
What did you do?
I turned to them and I called them. I was trying to call them to come over and help me.
Are these slides, does this 2127, 2140, 2131, what does that show you doing?
I was waving at them and calling them to come over.
When you say you were calling them, did you do something physical or did you something verbal or did you do both?
Physical.
Did you make any verbal comments at that point?
No,
Why not?
it was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me at 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
After you raised your hand to call for your friends, did you see Madison Cohn doing anything?
Oh yeah, she was looking towards her group, and then she waved to them to come over to her.
Is that what we're seeing here in 2261, 2262, and 2263? What do you see?
Yep, she is calling her group over.
Did you remember when she called her group over, did her group respond?
Yes,
Did they join that?
yes,
Showing you now these slides, is that what you saw?
yes.
I think we asked you questions before about Exhibit 104 with you with the blue dot and the other red dots. When you were, were you standing there? Were other people around you?
Yes.
When you were standing there in that moment with the other people around you after you've called your friends once, was that other group, did they appear to be afraid to you?
Afraid from me?
Afraid. Did they appear? When you look at them, do they look like they're in fear?
No, absolutely.
What does it look like to you?
They're all laughing and enjoying themselves.
At whose expense?
At my expense.
And
Wait.
Speculation as to what these other.
Sustained. Speculation as to what other people think. Next question.
how did you feel in that moment when they were around you saying those things? Did you think they wanted you to join in their laughter?
No. it was
Where, if this fear scale is going, is it staying at 1 or is it moving in a particular direction?
It's creeping up.
Showing you another set of slides here, 2328, 2311, 2382. Do you remember, what do you remember about that?
I remember the young boys are yelling, pointing at me, saying things that are not true.
Were you able to see, like in this next slide, this 2429, 2440, 2401, were you able to see as you stood there what everybody was doing? And were you able to scan and see that?
For a brief second, yes. They
Okay.
were very close. They were really close to me. I could see and hear them.
How about your fear scale there? Where is it? Where is it?
About 2 or 3.
Okay. I see in the one on the right there, you have your hand someplace. Can you tell me what you're doing with your right hand?
Yes, I'm reaching for my pocket knife.
Why?
Because at one point my fear was getting really high, and
Okay.
I was getting ready to pull it out.
Do you remember, other than what you've talked about, Madison Cohen pulling you, which we saw, do you remember anybody else touching, pushing, grabbing you in any way?
The 2 ladies, yeah.
Do you showing you here what's 2472, 2478, 2481? Do you remember what's happening in those photos?
Yes. This one, the lady on my right side, she grabbed my arm and she was pushing against my arm.
And did that increase your level of comfort or increase your level of fear or something different?
So it decreased my level, the level of comfort, and increased my my fear.
Do you remember at some point, do you take your knife out of your pocket?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when that is in relation to these slides? Do you have a memory exactly of when that is?
Not exactly, but when they were pushing and poking at me, I remember I pulled it out then.
Okay. Do you remember, did you have it out before you were punched or after you were punched?
Before I was punched.
Okay. Showing you another set of slides here. It looks like do you remember doing something with your left hand?
Yeah, at that moment, I really needed my people to come over and help me. So I was trying to get their attention.
One more slide here. Do you, what's happening here in the slide?
Madison is pushing on my left shoulder and basically yelling at me right in my face.
And then on the next slide, we see something in your hand. Is that right?
That's a knife.
Why did you take out your knife at that point?
I was beginning to be afraid.
And what was it about that moment where everybody is that made you so fearful that you took out your knife?
I was surrounded. They were yelling. They had just pushed me. Well, the lady, they squeezed my arm. I mean, it seemed like they were not backing away.
Previously, you turned around. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel comfortable turning around in this situation?
No.
Why not?
They're too close to me.
What happened the last time that you turned around?
Nothing good.
Judge, this
Good place to break.
may as well be.
All right, it's 12 noon. Let's break for lunch. You'll be taken downstairs to the assembly room again. Please no conversation about the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. And excuse me, do not use your devices to access any news reports or social media accounts about this trial. Please take the jury out. Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. We had a couple of sidebars.
Mr. Miu, come, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Miu, you can sit down at the table. We had a couple of sidebars concerning the PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Smestad objected to the text that was superimposed on the photographs. He believed that they prompted Mr. Miu's answers and thus formulated a leading style of examination. Mr. Nelson agreed to simply remove the text, and I believe that solved the problem. Anything you want to add? Go. Mr. Nelson?
Yes, but I'll refrain.
I'd like to have the transcripts of these conversations so I can review them over the lunch hour and get a better understanding about what it is that you want to introduce and what the objections may end up being. So do you have those available?
Yes.
Okay, please give them to the clerk so I can read them over lunch hour. How much more do you have?
I think I'm on slide 27 of a 40 slide presentation, so 15 minutes.
Okay, so let's come back at 12:45 so I can take up the issue about the recorded conversations. Okay,
Understood.
all right, that's all.
Okay, so Julio, I'm not sure if it was your question was answered. So Madison didn't testify because she has every right not to testify. As a victim in Wisconsin, you can request to not appear on camera. It was done in front of the jury and the people in court, but it just will never hear it. Every victim has the right. Right, I'm going to play this if it works. Please work, for fuck's sakes. This is about 42 minutes, so just in time of lunch hour. So it's your favorite, you ladies, Tragos. Look at me, looking after you all the time. Hang on, here we go.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in to another daily update here on this trial. I was not necessarily expecting to do this every single day like we have been doing, and I definitely wasn't expecting to do it tonight after a full day that I've had. But you guys sent me this cross-examination, and basically do have this feeling that is very good cross-examination. So I like to highlight good lawyering. Skillful lawyering doesn't mean they're always going to win. I talk about it all the time. Good lawyers lose, bad lawyers win. Sometimes good lawyers win and bad lawyers lose, of course, as well. But whenever we have the opportunity to watch somebody cross-examine a witness, that you have to be kind of delicate because he is a victim here, and he testified and told his story. But this is why cross-examination is so important. It seeks the truth. It scrutinizes people's testimony and lets the jury think and determine whether or not somebody's credible, fully, partially, that some of their memory might not be as good as they think it is or want it to be. Maybe they are biased in one way or the other. Maybe they don't remember it correctly. And there are indications of that you can pull out regardless of what their answers are during cross-examination. And that's exactly what happened to me today as I watched this cross-examination by Mr. Miu's attorney, who was the same attorney in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. But one of the young boys or men that were part of the victims group was testifying today, and they've testified. A bunch of them have testified. They've said similar things. There's some minor differences. They want to give certain things, but not others. They don't want to make it seem like Mr. Miu was in fear for his life. They want to make it seem like they were afraid, or that's, their explanation. Kind of hard to believe with a bunch of fit guys, 10-1 odds basically, and not necessarily old. He's in his 50s, but out of shape, quadruple bypass, patient. They're trying to make him look sickly on the defense side and decrepit and obviously in fear for his life. And this cross-examination, I think, helped with that and helped with trying to put the jurors, a lot of whom are Mr. Miu's age or older, in his shoes and seeing, would you be in fear for your life or serious bodily harm? So we're going to focus on just the cross-examination this witness today. There's a lot of other testimony, a lot of other things happening today, but that's going to be the focus of our video. Let me know what you think about it as we go in the live chat and in the comments, and make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to like the video here as we are continuing to bring coverage of this trial and trying to hit the highlights where you guys really have questions or comments or things that we really think we can learn about the judicial system as we watch together. That's the goal of this channel, and that's the goal of these videos. So we're going to jump in here together.
Mr. Pelican, you gave a 17-minute long recorded interview to law enforcement. Okay, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Or after the river or at the hospital?
At the hospital, you gave an interview to investigator Andrew Dittman. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And investigator Dittman, I don't know if you remember this. There's a transcript of it. Asked you about your contact with Mr. Miu. Do you remember that?
Not really off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember being asked this question and providing this answer from investigator Dittman? Okay, so about an hour and a half, 2 hours into it, this guy, how does it, I mean, does he walk up to you guys, float up to you guys? Your answer: we were floating, and then we look at him, and he was just standing completely by himself with some goggles on. And then we were like, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm looking for a phone. Do you remember providing that answer to that question?
Not at all.
Is that true?
Very true.
That happened.
No,
That didn't happen.
I do not remember.
You don't remember what happened that day in the river?
I remember.
So right off the bat, when you have something that he absolutely said did not happen or is contrary to his direct examination, you start with that, you get it locked in that he gave the officers the interview. Most people think your memory's better right after it happens versus years later. We'll see if that witness agrees. But immediately you're going at his credibility. You're using facts that, was he looking for the phone? Was he not? That's part of the issue, I guess, but I don't see that as a huge issue, whether he was looking for the phone. Obviously, he wasn't actually creeping on people. Maybe that was their perception of it. It's fine. But these facts that they want to argue about and fight about that don't really hit at the ultimate issue as to who started the fight, who was in fear of what, should he have left, even though he doesn't have a duty to retreat? Did he make bad decisions that ended up causing the death of the young person in this case, or was it in self-defense? But when you lie about, and I'm not saying he's lying, but when you can make a witness look like a liar based on their previous testimony that's in complete opposition to what they're testifying to now, it is a very important thing for the jury who has to determine and weigh a witness's credibility. Even victims, they still get scrutinized on if they're telling the truth. And having a prior inconsistent statement, this is a very skillful way. There are some objections that are sustained, but he really hammers that prior inconsistent statement.
So did he or did he not tell you that he was looking for a phone?
I don't recall him ever saying that. No.
Okay. Is your memory better today, or is it better on the day of the incident?
I say it's better today.
It's better today, almost 2 years later.
Yes. Yeah, I've been able to think about it a lot.
Okay.
I mean, you guys tell me in the chat right now. What do you think? Do you think somebody's memory is usually better the day something happens or the day after something happens or 2 years later? Most witnesses take the stand and say, oh, that happened 2 years ago. How do you expect me to remember? A lot of witnesses in this trial have said that. But some people may agree with the fact that you've had a lot of time to reflect and think about it, and now you have a better memory today. I mean, I guess, let me know in the chat if you think that and why you think that. Because sometimes really reflecting and thinking about it and talking to other people and maybe watching, and I don't think he watched this trial, but maybe he saw other depositions or talked to his friends about their depositions, and that can actually maybe cloud or change your memory to what it actually was right after you saw it before you could talk to anybody else about the story. But he said it adamantly that his memory was better or is better today. So don't believe anything he said in that interview if it was inconsistent. Believe what he said today. And I'm interested to find out whether or not a jury buys that.
Well, in between the time of the incident and today, do you ever reach back out to law enforcement to make any corrections that you might have had?
No, I'm pretty young. I wouldn't know how to do that.
Okay.
Still one.
I think that's a good answer from him that he wouldn't know how to do that, but it's a good point by the attorney. It's like, well, if your memory is so much better today and you have a completely different story about what he was doing, and that was completely false what you told them that day, you don't remember telling them that day, why didn't you correct the story? Another answer would have been, I don't remember saying that, which is what he kind of said already. So maybe saying, I don't know how to do that, and I didn't even remember that I told him that, but it was wrong. I guess again, saying you were completely wrong. We've talked about this in other cases where defendants say, well, I lied in the past. I'm not lying now, but I lied in the past. So for him to say, I was completely wrong about a fact that I told the cops, what I told you today is the truth, I think it's a tough one.
It's not something I learned.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. You were asked by the state about whether or not you mentioned to the police that there's a statement that Mr. Miu told you that he was looking for little girls. Do you remember that?
So also where he just said, I didn't ask you a question, sir, you got to be careful because he is a young looking guy. I do feel for him. This is not easy. His friend literally lost his life in this altercation. I'm sure it was a traumatic event. It could have been him. He's had to think through that a million times. So I do feel for him as a victim in this case. Potential victim. Obviously, if it was self-defense, he wouldn't technically be a victim. But his actions could have led to this as well. Maybe he's feeling some guilt. I do feel for him. So you have to be really careful as a lawyer not to be too hard on this victim. And I think he balances that line pretty well. I think too many more comments like, I didn't ask you a question, sir, or wait till I ask a question, being demanding and overbearing could have gone too far, but I don't think he did that in this cross.
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's not in your statement to police. I'm telling you that. Do you know that?
No, that's
Do you know that it's not in your statement and your recorded statement to police anywhere
I'm
that you
not
say
aware
he
of
was
that.
looking for little girls?
I don't recall, no.
But is it your testimony that you recall telling officers that?
I feel like I did, yes. I still do.
So
Feel like
then
I
it
did.
should be in this.
It should be, yes. I'm almost positive I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm almost positive I told him that.
Well, if you're almost positive that you told him that, would you have an explanation for why it's not in here?
No, sir. No, sir.
You don't mention to police, but we saw an interview. I'm sorry, we saw a video of Juwan Cockfield calling Mr. Miu a raper. You remember that?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay. And you remember at that point, Mr. Miu just kind of being a little bit away from you guys and hold on. And Mr. Cockfield just yelling at him, calling him a raper. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember floating towards him.
You remember, my question was, do you remember Mr. Cockfield calling him a raper?
Yes.
At that point where Mr. Cockfield calls Mr. Miu a raper, has your group had a conversation with him?
I don't really remember.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So at that point, would there be a basis to start calling him names?
He was just like standing really weirdly in front of us and we were floating towards him. And I mean, we couldn't move our tubes. We were going to run into him eventually. So we just said something to him. I don't really remember what we said though.
I'm going to show you this video where he calls him a raper. And I want you to tell me if you look like you're going to run into him.
Okay.
Okay.
So he's used his prior statement with law enforcement, and now he's going to use the video. It's really important to use the evidence and use the exhibits, especially as defense attorneys, because you don't always have things that you can use. And when a jury sees that, they start to think, like, is this evidence actually good for the defense?
Okay.
This is exhibit 2.
Grown man trying to sex a little girl. Who the hell? What the fuck, y'all? He's a raper. Whoa.
You look like you're in danger of running into him at that point?
No, because he was walking a diagonal away from us. He was in front of us though.
He was walking away from you, right?
For a second, yeah.
Using the evidence to show that his memory today maybe is not that great. That video shows they weren't about to run into each other. Mr. Miu was actually walking away. And little things, right? You have to be careful because if you nitpick too much, you pick too many little things out, you look like a jerk. He picked some important points because these are points that actually do have to do with who was the aggressor and whether or not this was self-defense, and who was instigating and initiating contact, and who was escalating it and creating fear and creating altercations. Who did that? That's a big question in this case.
And at that point, so he's not impeding your path at that point. True. Okay. And Juwan Cockfield is holding a phone, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know, you tell the police that you're calling Mr. Miu a pedophile because he's looking at you, right?
Because he was looking really weird, yeah. And we were kids.
You didn't say that you're calling him a pedophile because he said anything about kids though, right?
I remember like I did, but I must not have.
You then see Mr. Miu come up to your tubes, right?
Yes, very, very quickly.
And at that point, I think you said that you were scared.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I was definitely scared.
Okay. You'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you guys, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were asked a question. Was he confrontational with you guys? And you said no. So you'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you, right?
Can you elaborate what confrontational means?
Not proper impeachment, but no objection. So when you're able to ask questions like that about this prior statement, and now he's going to ask to define confrontational, but it's like, you already answered this question. You said no. So however you defined it before.
Just telling you that the officer asked you a question.
Okay.
And that question was he like confrontational with you guys? Your answer was no, right?
Yep, if it's there, yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't confrontational. He comes up to your tubes. You agree he walks
And now he says if it's there, yeah. But before, if it's there, it was still wrong.
by your tubes then, right?
To an extent, yes.
And he walks past your tubes downriver a little bit. True?
Just a little bit, yep.
Okay. You'd agree that you guys move in his direction, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree that at some point, Isaac Schuman is standing in front of him with his hands up like my hands are up.
Yes,
right?
probably trying to tell him to leave.
Well, I'm not asking you what you think he's doing. What I'm asking you is
That would be speculation, but again, he's not getting rattled. He's just, it's almost like they're having a conversation now. The witness is getting comfortable. The witness is getting comfortable, but like frustrated. And he's trying to force stuff in there. Like, yeah, he was probably telling him to leave. He's like, well, I'm not asking what he was probably doing. He doesn't object. You know how poorly that looked when lawyers object to a witness's answers or statement when they're asking them questions. Never a good look. So instead, if he's just going to blurt something out, you can respond to it. You might get objected to, but neither of those things were admissible or appropriate. So it's fine to just continue to move on.
see Isaac Schuman with his hands up in front of him, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So your group is confronting him. Yes?
Wouldn't say confronting, I'd say trying to tell him to leave.
Okay. But you guys are scared.
Scared, yes.
And you guys are telling him to leave, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And then
So again, to continue to say they're scared to me, if I'm a 70-year-old guy or a 90-year-old person on the jury, I'm going to think, are you guys really scared of this dude that the whole time they continue to say they knew he was by himself? And they had 5 or 6 people with them, and then 5 or 6 other people come over, and there's more than 10 people and just him.
you see, and now you know he's alone, right?
Yeah, I never saw he was with anyone ever.
Right. And there's at least at that point, the 6 of you.
Yep.
You see him walk toward the blonde woman, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he walks out of your path, does he not?
Yeah, for a split second, yeah.
He's over there talking to the woman for more than a split second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can go by, can't you?
You could have, yes.
But now you're getting braver because of the number of people that are around.
Yes,
right?
because there was adults and we were trying to handle the situation.
Right. You guys start to try to handle the situation instead of just going by, which is what you could have done, right?
So now he's getting braver because there's more people, which again, what does that do? That creates and proves that, a very obvious fact that 10 to 12 people is a lot scarier and a lot more overpowering than 5 or 6. Again, against 1, 5 or 6 still seems overpowering, but once you get 10 to 12, now you're feeling brave. And he's creating the situation where they're escalating. He's about to start talking about taunting and pointing and pushing and how they're escalating because they're feeling braver. They were scared. Okay. Now they're not anymore. Also, if you've noticed through some of this trial, sometimes the questioning is done sitting down. I believe his direct examination, the state did it sitting down. But the defense attorneys are purposely deciding certain times to stand up during cross-examination to control the narrative, to control the questioning, to control the courtroom. And this is one of those moments. He knows this case. They're having a conversation. He's using his hands. He's speaking to the jury while he's cross-examining this witness.
Also quick. And I don't really feel like no one really leaving that situation says it was also quick and the commotion was just everywhere. We were just young kids that were curious as to what was going on and we wanted to see it finish what we were seeing.
Young kids, some buzzwords, he's a pedophile because we were a bunch of young kids and he came up to us. That's, some buzzwords the state wants to stick to. He does look pretty young, this guy. Some of the other ones, not so much.
Wanted to see it finish because it was on tape, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
John Cockfield's videotaping this entire thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Right. You wanted to see how this tape played out. You wanted to see how this incident finished, right?
I wouldn't say we ever did it just for a camera, a video.
Well, do you remember him yelling for the culture? Remember that?
Not.
You don't remember him yelling that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember somebody in your group yelling or saying to somebody, you got 10 seconds? Remember that?
I don't recall that.
Did you say that?
I did not.
Okay. So Mr. Miu moves over to the blonde. You agree there's a path to go through, but you want to see this through, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to see through?
Just the commotion. I don't know. We were just watching. None of us touched him. None of us did anything.
Right. You want to see how the commotion.
And we didn't want to leave.
None of us did anything. None of us touched him. None of us did anything.
Also, the 2 girls that were talking to him alone. There's just so much stuff you couldn't really say. We should just leave because I don't know who would just leave in that situation because it was also quick.
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
So that is one of the questions I thought was a mistake by the defense attorney, because if people who were scared might have left, why didn't Mr. Miu leave? Now their argument is, he was encircled and stuff like that, which at parts it looked like he was, but at parts it looked like he could have left. So, you got to be careful when you throw some stuff at victims that your client also didn't do.
What's the question? Right?
Could you repeat that?
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Yes, but when we saw the adults, we felt more comfortable.
Oh, you guys began to call him a pedophile and a predator, right?
Yes.
You guys are taunting him, aren't you?
I wouldn't say taunting. I'd say just telling him how it was, and he made us feel that way, and he scared us, and
So you were paying him back.
I wouldn't say paying it back, no.
Well, would you agree you guys are around him, all pointing, hold on, all pointing at him, chanting at him, right?
We weren't really all around him, no, but we were chanting and saying pedophile, get him, like, he's weird, all that stuff.
I'm going to show you a photograph. I want you to tell me if you think what your group is doing would be considered taunting someone. Okay.
Okay.
Using the pictures in the video again. And these words like, you know, taunting and what was the other word he used? Combative or something. Like he was asking him these words, and it's like, we know what these words mean. And when you say you don't know, and he can show you a video or a picture that looks like you're taunting him or confronting him or being confrontational, I think that was the word. It's like, that's not a good look. You don't want to make these arguments. You can say you were taunting him, but we never touched him. We were taunting him, but we never touched him until he punched that girl and we had to defend her. You can explain it. Don't try to make it seem like you're goody two shoes when the video shows that you weren't. You guys are being dumb and you're being annoying, dumb teenage boy type stuff, but we didn't cross lines. He crossed the line and we had no choice but to defend her. And then he stabbed all of us or a bunch of us. You just tell the truth, right? Trying to make it seem better than it is with things that might not be the truth is a very difficult web to weave. Just ask Alec Murdoch.
Mr. Pelican, that's your group kind of behind Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, on his right shoulder, yeah.
And you guys are doing what I'm doing with my hands, which is you're raising your arms, pointing at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're just going to play through it. It was at 2373.
You can also tell, they can tell and can see that it is in fact being recorded, which is an element of this. Today's day and age, right?
2386. That's you right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the pink and blue shorts.
You don't think you're taunting him?
I would say I was pointing at him.
You don't think you were taunting him?
Objection asked and answered.
And so that objection asked answered, he didn't actually answer. He can say no, we weren't taunting him, but he didn't. He said, I think we're pointing at him. But you have to actually answer the question. I like how this judge has handled objections. He's not letting witnesses get away with answers like that, where you're not actually answering the question. Again, you can say no, you can disagree and say we weren't taunting him, but you have to actually say it. Because when you say no, and the whole jury thinks the answer is yes, or you could say, yes, we were taunting him. Taunting him like that, pointing finger at him, does not give him the right to respond in lethal force. Laughing and joking, that does not give him the right. That alone would not be enough for a good self-defense claim, in my opinion.
Am I answering?
Yes, please.
I felt like I was pointing at him.
You said that. My question to you, though, is do you believe your actions there with the rest of your friends are taunting him?
It could be considered that, yeah.
And so after trying to battle the whole time, and he eventually says, yeah, it could be considered that, he should have just said yes from the jump. Yes doesn't mean you lose. But after you battle back and forth 3, 4, 5 questions, and then eventually you say yes, now it looks like you didn't want to answer that, and it's a bad answer. And the lawyer's feeling good. He's feeling like he's got a rhythm. He's bobbing and weaving.
And you're taunting him because you're feeling...
And now he can use the word since he's agreed, and you're taunting him. Why are you taunting him?
And you're taunting him because you're feeling more confident and brave because of the other people, right? That's one reason.
Yes, sir.
He's alone. That's another reason, right?
Yes.
So, and at that point,
those are, like, again, I feel like the witness is feeling a little beat down right now, maybe just being too agreeable, but it's like, I was taunting him. I was feeling brave. We had a lot of people with us, and he was by himself, creating the atmosphere of the perfect storm for self-defense. Again, the people Miu's age and older on the jury are more likely to relate to him in this situation than teenage boy victims. So that they're really painting this picture over and over again, the defense.
point you'd agree it's more than 10 against 1, right? There's more than 10 of you against Mr. Miu by himself, right?
Yeah, but I mean, not everyone was like punching him or doing anything to him.
My question to you initially was the numbers.
Yeah,
It's more than
I'd say there's probably about 10, yeah.
Okay. Only one of us can talk at a time, okay? Sorry. No, it's all right. So those are the reasons that you are taunting him is your confidence, your bravery is up, and the number of people around are also up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you hear, do you hear the blonde when he walks over, when Mr. Miu walks over to the blonde, she's screaming at him.
Yep.
You heard that.
She's screaming, telling him to leave, get out of here.
And she's swearing at him, right?
Probably, yeah.
She's in his face, isn't she?
Not like in his face. I'd say probably like a foot apart, 2 feet apart.
A foot or two apart.
Yeah, just like telling him to leave.
She hadn't asked you anything about what had happened, right?
No.
Okay. So in terms of what you are seeing and hearing, she just walks up to him and tells him to leave, right?
Yeah, because we were calling like, help get this guy out of here. Get him out of here.
Call him a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly.
And you calling him a pedophile, right? Other people came around.
Exactly, yes.
Would you agree the more that you guys are calling him names, pedophile, predator, the higher the temperature is getting, meaning the more aggravated people are getting? You'd agree with that, right?
Not that I know. I don't know other people's feelings.
No, what I'm saying is what you observed.
I couldn't really tell you for sure or not.
Do you remember, or do you remember seeing Mr. Miu waving?
I did not see that.
You don't see that?
Did not see that, no.
You do see other people come over from the blondes group though, right?
Everyone kind of came at the same time. Like their group came over.
Okay, and there was, while that may or may not be correct, there are at least 6, 7, 8 people that come over from their group, right?
Yeah, probably around that.
And at that point, you have to be feeling pretty confident in terms of the numbers, right?
Yes.
So at that point, you getting near him, you're not worried about that anymore, are you?
Not as much so, no.
Well, there's pictures you're within inches of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Check inches, that's not the evidence.
Yeah, not inches.
The witness gives the answers. What the attorney say is not evidence.
I was never,
Hold on,
probably
hold on. Just rely please on what the witness says. Next question.
But you agree that initially starting out as scared, by the end, you're very close to him, pointing, and as you said, some people might consider taunting him.
Again, he feels like he's winning because he's repeating these points multiple times.
Right.
By the end, I mean, I was in complete shock because I saw a bunch of people stabbed.
Again, that's a witness pressing. That's the witness that if you don't like him, if you're a juror and you don't like him, I'll just tell you, juries sometimes attach to something. And that's what we talk about with jurors that are with you throughout the trial or against you throughout the trial. And it's really hard to turn him. If they're against a witness and he tries to push stuff like that, as much as they may believe the victim stories as a whole and the state story as a whole, they're starting to be like, okay, dude, like, come on, answer his questions. They start to understand how this process goes. And he's not doing that as in my opinion, right? If I'm just looking at him, it doesn't seem like he's throwing that stuff in there because he's so sad and hurt and traumatized by this, but instead he's trying to like win a battle here in this cross-examination is what it feels like.
In terms of when you were taunting him.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see so may I approach it? Yes. I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104. Okay. I'm not trying to trick you, so I want to make sure you and I are on the same page on this. There are initials here. You see those? Okay. So for example, OP would stand for your, right? And right. It's right. Okay. It's supposed to be Landon Weir. This is Isaac. Right. Okay. And this is kind of G1 is kind of where your tubes were in general. Okay. Would you say, in looking at this diagram, right before what I'm showing you here, which is at 149 of the video, that's kind of the general setup of where people are.
Like in the clip you just showed over there, I was standing next to Ryan Nelson.
Okay. But you'd agree in general, am I right, that this is kind of the general pattern of where people are?
Yeah, general. Yeah.
Okay. And if I have it right, you would agree, people are like where I am to you on Mr. Miu, not directly behind him, but off to his side. Yeah. Yes. There's people in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes. And there's people kind of off to his other side. Is that fair? Yeah. Okay. And
again, going with the theme of they were encircling him.
If I told you that the evidence has been, or this document, there's 13 people and Mr. Miu by himself. Would you agree with that? Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
And before he said 10 sounds about right. Now it's 13. And again, any inconsistencies defense attorneys can do a lot with.
A lot of us were just like standing there, the one watching.
Well, you're not telling Mr. Miu what you're going to do, right?
What do you mean?
When you say people are standing there, you agree people don't know what other people are going to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're not telling him that you're not going to do anything.
Point is, like, you see 13 people, you don't know which one of them is going to jump you. And when one of them jumps you, you don't know if the other 12 are going to jump you. If one of them pushes you or punches you or kicks you, you don't know what the other 12 are going to do, or if more are going to come. Just like they didn't know what Mr. Miu was going to do. He's going to pull a knife and start stabbing people. So again, that works both ways. Neither side knew what the other one was going to do.
You're all just
Standing there.
taunting him.
Yeah.
Okay.
To an extent. Weren't taunting him the whole time.
And you'd agree, though, you've already said this in terms of what's going on. Because of the number of people, your bravery, you're becoming more emboldened on what you're doing, right?
Objection asked and answered. Overruled.
Right?
You can answer the question.
Well, could you repeat it?
You're becoming more emboldened, meaning your behavior, you're becoming more and more willing to do things because of the number of people around.
No, I was just standing there just watching. I never would have ever put my hands on anyone.
But he doesn't, right?
Objection is to sustain speculation.
I want to make sure I understand this right. Did you see what happened between Mr. Miu and the blonde girl?
No, I did not see, but I heard a fist hit her face, and then I saw her stumble backwards.
I want to make sure I got it right. You said you heard his fist hit her face.
Exactly.
If you didn't see it, how do you know he hit her?
How would you know it hit her face? Right? How would you know what part of the body a fist hit? Again, when you try to press sometimes with details you might not have, because he actually gives a good answer here in a second when he says, like, I could tell when I turn around what happened. It was obvious. But to use certain details, like I heard his fist hit her face, that to me is another thing a defense attorney can pick apart, which he's about to do.
Because he was the only one doing anything to anyone.
You didn't see it.
I could clearly make out that that's what happened.
How? You just said you couldn't see it.
Just because, I mean, he was standing right in front of her, and he looked like he had a crazy look on his face, and she stumbled backwards, and she was standing right in front of him. Clearly, I could make out that he hit her. Clearly, I could.
How?
He's the only one standing in front of her. I turn around, they're screaming at each other. I hear something, and I turn around, and she's fumbling down on the ground, and he's still standing where he was. So I put it together to know he hit her in the face. That's a fine explanation, which he kind of said. But I think, again, he tries to press a little too hard, which I think the defense attorney loves it in this scenario when they try to press areas that either they have documents or video that prove they're not true, and then they bring up some of the important facts, right? So he hit his credibility first. Then when he brings up, this is a very important fact, did in fact Mr. Miu hit this blonde girl to start the altercation, create self-defense, which responded in self-defense and all this other stuff. It's very important for who's instigating and really elevating this. And now that his credibility's already been hit, now you can battle him a little bit on these facts. And that's a really good way to set up this cross-examination.
You didn't see it.
By using my brain and putting the pieces together, I could clearly tell that he hit her. And, I mean, he clearly hit her. I mean, there's no denying that.
No denying.
I'm going to ask you to explain to me, because you didn't see it,
Mm-hmm.
how you know that.
How I know what?
You said he clearly hit her.
Because I heard it and I saw her stumble backwards.
You heard something, right?
I heard a fist hit a face. I mean, have you ever heard a punch? A punch makes a noise. I heard that, and he was standing straight in front of her, and she stumbled backwards. I could clearly use all the context clues to put together that she hit it or he hit her.
Okay. So you believe that he hit her to the
That
face.
was actually a decent explanation. Like, I think that's better, even though, I think the telling that it was a fist that hit a face by the sound, it does make a sound, but I think that you can hit other parts of the body, like even other parts of the head or other bony parts of the body, shoulders, collarbones, maybe, or a slap versus a punch. There are things that I think it's not like so easy to tell that a fist was hitting a face. I could be wrong. You guys could disagree with me in the comments, of course.
Where there was a noise like this.
Yes, there was.
Like that sounded like two hands clapping, but I don't know. I don't know what he hit with his open hand.
Know which hand he hit her with?
I could not tell you, no.
Do you know which way she fell back?
She kind of like stumbled back like a little bit, like to her like right. Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so So she stumbled. If I'm looking at you, she stumbled this way.
Yeah, like that way.
Okay.
Notice how they confirm details. They've done it the whole trial in cross-examination. They want to confirm details because when all of these witnesses or victims have different details, you can use that to hit credibility. Now, sometimes they can all be telling the truth and just remember it or see it a little bit different, or it's been 2 years. Their memory's not as good as it was the day of. But details usually help. If they're inconsistent, they help defenses. If they're very consistent, that's obviously a huge, huge factor for the prosecution.
That makes sense to you then, that if there actually was a punch, it would have come and gone this way to knock her. So it would have come and hit her left side to make her go to the right.
I'm not exactly sure. I just heard it and saw it.
Does she fall down?
She stumbled. I wouldn't say like fully fell down though. She like caught herself a little bit.
Okay. And after you say that this happened,
Mhm.
you say everyone got on his ass and started punching him, right?
I said that. I mean, in the video it clearly shows not everyone got on his ass and started punching him. I must have just said that because I was just in shock still.
What I'm asking you.
So again, the lawyer has just gotten him to discredit his prior statement further. Again, the prosecution is using some of those prior statements, consistencies and the good facts with a lot of other witnesses and victims. So to say I was probably still in shock, as a lot of them were, he's not only discrediting his own prior statement given to law enforcement, but others.
Was that what you said?
I don't recall exactly saying that, but if it's on the paper, I'm sure I said it.
Okay. You see a person, you don't know the person, but you see the person punch him in the face and knock him in the water, right?
I didn't really see the punch, but I saw him fall into the water, yeah.
Okay. Do you?
Well, you know what a punch to the face sounds like, don't you? Is that the sound you heard? And couldn't you use your brain and put it together? Who was standing close to him? Now, he didn't do that. And I actually think that was the right move. You don't want to be sarcastic. You don't want to look like a jerk. It's a young victim here, somebody who went through something very traumatic. Now, some people can say he brought it on himself. Fine. I still feel bad. I still wish this never happened to anybody. But that was an opportunity to be sarcastic and throw his own words that may seem not a great explanation back in his face, and he didn't do it. Restraint. It's something people don't compliment enough when lawyers are cross-examining witnesses. They love the punch. They love snark. They love when you hit them hard. But restraint sometimes is just as important as anything else.
Hear or see the person run around him and crack him across the side of the face?
No, I did not see that, no.
Okay. Did you see the guy in the yellow shorts come up behind him and shove him from behind while he's in the water?
No, at that point, like I was in complete shock already. I don't remember much from that exact moment.
What were you in shock about at that point?
Yeah.
The knife.
Seeing the knife.
Yeah, and then I kind of just went black for like a couple minutes or so that they're all really blurry. I just remember bits and pieces.
So
again, discrediting his own testimony.
Seeing the knife made you go black. Yes.
To an extent.
You'd agree if you remember this.
Yeah, if I remembered anything, I would agree.
There's a question. Mr. Miu doesn't hurt anyone with the knife until and after he gets punched in the face. Mr. Miu doesn't.
That timeline's not adding up. Like, you don't go black when Mr. Miu gets punched in the face because the knife's not out yet. So if it's the knife that made you go black, this isn't adding up.
Hurt anyone with the knife until question. Mr. Miu doesn't hurt anyone with the knife until and after he gets punched in the face and knocked in the water, right?
Yeah, only because he punched a woman.
My question to you is, the only time anyone gets injured with a knife is after Mr. Miu is repeatedly punched, slapped, and pushed. Yes?
I mean, I don't really know. I didn't see it all. I didn't see a punch, a push, and a slap. I did see him fall at the beginning into the water.
And then by your statement then, people got on his ass. What does that mean to you?
It means just like
I actually think right there it may have been good to say, you're positive the blonde girl got punched based on what you heard and saw, but you're not positive Mr. Miu got punched. Just to confirm that. Whatever he says is fine, but it shows the jury how this testimony is going. Not snarky, still using restraint, but pointing out the inconsistency there in the descriptions of a punch he heard but did not see.
I mean, after anyone punches a girl ever, there's obviously going to be a consequence. That's not okay.
That's not what I'm asking you.
What
What I'm asking you is, what does it mean to you when you say everyone got on his ass? What does that mean?
I mean, people hit him, yeah, because he punched a woman.
People hit him, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many, no, because I, once again, don't really remember. I know I didn't.
You didn't touch him, right?
Not once.
And he didn't touch you, right?
He did not. Thank the Lord.
And you don't see what Isaac is doing.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now I think you say to police, Isaac was not going toward him.
Yeah, my memory, I didn't ever see him close to him at all. It was a shock to me.
Okay, so your memory doesn't include Isaac grabbing him by the throat.
I don't know. I don't think he ever grabbed him by the throat.
Well, as they showed in their opening statement, the defense is going to use a picture, a still shot of the video to show somebody grabs him across the throat. And based on the identifying characteristics, they believe it is Isaac, the deceased victim in the case. He doesn't ever remember seeing it. And by the way, we're getting to the end of cross. So you know this is an important point that the defense was saving for the very end. Let's see how he executes the end of cross.
So I'm going to show you, if you watch the screen, this is still $29.99. Does that appear to you that Mr. Miu's, somebody's got their hand around Mr. Miu's throat?
Yes, it does.
I mean, even he doesn't even try to argue with that. Yes, it does. That right hand is literally around his throat with the other one coming. And I believe we can't see the knife in the picture, but this is the fatal stab by Mr. Miu on Isaac. A lot of other factors and context to deal with, not just this picture, but again, something that this witness obviously did not see. Because he said Isaac was never even near Mr. Miu. And it was a shock what happened to him. And he definitely didn't see him grab him around the throat. A lot happening very quickly. Picture says 1,000 words, a video says even more. And they have that in this case.
Can you tell by the gold bracelet on the left wrist that that's Isaac Schuman?
I don't really know whose bracelet that is.
You don't know that that doesn't refresh your memory, or that you're not able to say who that is, right?
No, I can't.
But you are able to say that that person's got him around the throat. Yes?
It does look that way.
Okay.
I think the look says they know how this cross is going.
Finish, sir. Thank you.
Just my stand.
And that's how he ends it. He doesn't ask the one too many questions. He doesn't let anybody explain. He doesn't let the witness explain it any further. He doesn't let him make it any better. It wasn't a perfect cross. There were some witness answers the witnesses got in, the things he blurted out, but it, to me, was executed beautifully. Very close to perfect, in my opinion. Because again, you don't want to go too hard, but you do have to control it. You got to make sure you get your points across. You got to make sure you hit his credibility without being a jerk. And hit it only where it's important. I'm sure there was a million things he could have nitpicked between his prior statement and what he testified in court. But you pick the important parts, the strongest parts. So it doesn't look like you're reaching or being a jerk either. And again, I thought he executed it beautifully. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Now, doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean they're going to lose. It's just one part of a trial. But that's what we talk about here, is the trials, the legal parts, the lawyering, the judges, the testimony, the evidence. And that's what we focused on tonight's video. I appreciate you guys joining me. Make sure you hit that like button. Please subscribe to our page. Got a lot of new subscribers from this trial, so I love hearing from you guys. Let me know if you subscribed from this trial specifically. Always cool to see when the new subs come on and to hear how they think about this. And, you know, you're all potential jurors, so I love to hear your opinion, because it's possible a juror could feel the same exact way, and they actually have a vote in this case. So I appreciate it as always. That's all we got tonight. Till next time, I'm out of here.
Thanks for watching another episode.
Okay, they're coming back into the courtroom. That was well timed by Peter Tragos and by me. Let's change that. Hi, Ghost Tree, by the way. See you there. Nicolae Miu was back on. Oh, we'll see. He said about 15 minutes left of cross, but whether or the presentation, sorry, but whether he's got more of, I don't know. That seems like a very short. Sorry, cross direct. Sorry, that seems like a very short direct. Oh, oh, geez, tired now. After those beautiful tacos. Tacos, tacos.
We are back on the record, State versus Miu, with the attorneys and Mr. Miu in open court. I was provided a copy of the jail transcripts for my review. Partway through, my judicial assistant told me to stop reading and that the state no longer intends to use it.
That's correct.
So, is there anything else to discuss?
Can I just have a brief moment?
Yes.
Not for the court, no.
All right. Thanks for coming back so early.
All right.
We're in recess for another 15 minutes. Jury won't be back until 1.
I thought you wanted to start. I'm gonna double.
I don't think it's well. I think what's going to happen now, Erin, I think it looks like they're going to finish today. So it'll just be jury instructions tomorrow, I imagine. So I don't, which I don't think you need to be there for. So I think I don't think there's any. Well, is there any more witnesses after Miu? You normally finish with the defendant, but I don't know. So yeah, I don't think you need to go there. Hackster. The people of Wisconsin courtroom, you are all safe from the pink guy. So they will breathe a sigh of relief tonight. Go to bed thinking, whew. There's court. I think there's court now. In about 10 minutes, I believe, about the buffer zone. Buffer zone for Karen Reid case as well. That's starting, I believe, in 10 minutes, but it'd be a short one. Probably not last more than 10 minutes anyway. So plus I'm in a bad mood. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So that's best for everyone. Uh-oh. I don't even want to ask because Erin Hack in a bad mood is not. There's a reason we call her the Hackster. She'd be hacking away at you. Also, I don't think there's any room for the small bus. Come out, beep, reversing the small bus, beep, Erin on board, beep, beep, beep. Slice and dice in. Bam, bam. So it's interesting. So I imagine they're going to go through. Yeah, I saw it, Julio. But it's not going to last more than 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, probably. To be quite honest with you, I'm not really. I will watch that afterwards, maybe. But cheers for the update, though. I mean, I know you're watching it with Melanie Little. Starts in 10 minutes, I believe. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I'm not interested in the whole thing. I'm interested in hear what Melanie needs to say afterwards, but I'm not actually listen. I'm not interested in the actual hearing itself. I've learned enough now that hearings are just nonsense. They're boring. There's no point, because nothing happens in them. The judge tells everyone they got a whole day, and just turns around and caps them at 10 minutes. So, but I'm more interested to hear what on what Melanie has to say. I think what Melanie has to say afterwards is more interesting than the actual thing itself, hearing itself, in my opinion, anyway. Catch up with Nick after that. Yeah, according to them, it's like 50 minutes of the presentation left, which means the cross. So, how long is the cross going to be? We could be, I'm not sure how long this is going to go on for. I don't think it's going to be that long. I'm dripping everywhere. Will Nick keep his cool? I don't know. You don't know. I don't know his character. I don't know anything about him. Do you know what I mean? In terms of that, I don't know. I mean, the one thing I do know is he's had plenty of practice. I mean, look, I say this for everything. It's easy when you're on direct because you're prepped. It's a cross. Wendy! Hello, my darling. How you doing, Wendy? Wendy, we've missed you, Wendy. I will, right, Wendy, I need to give you a report, right? Dave Hamburger has been misbehaving. He's been misbehaving because he doesn't think you're popping in anymore. You need to get him under order. Get that. He is being like, teasing. Oh, I love you to see you, Wendy. I wish you were here more often. You're great. I think he's doing very well. So yeah, but again, it's direct. He's been prepped. We'll see how he does on cross. He's doing well, yes. Hello, lovelies. Isn't there a dye that turns pea in the pool red? Yes, there is, Jonathan. I'm not sure if it's red. Wendy H, the beautiful Wendy H. Look at her reaction. Everyone loves Wendy H. Miss you so much. We miss you as well, Wen. So happy you're in here. Dave naughty. Dave is naughty. He's giving off flowers. Doesn't care. He's like, Wendy's not here. It's fine. Dave misbehaving. The old hamburger misbehaves all the time. Love you all. Well, we all love you, Wendy. I know you're busy. I've seen you. I know your family's around. It looks like you're having a great time, Wendy. With your family. It's brilliant to see. Brilliant to see. I can't see myself, but Dave Asperger. Asperger. Custavine. Well, Wendy, thanks for popping. I know you're a busy lady and you obviously got a lot on with the farm and stuff, but yeah, you've always got a special place in this stream. You know that. It's always nice when you pop in. I'm not sure if you caught up with this trial, but this is a bizarre one. I was thinking this the other day. We there's a lot of people that we've not lost, but we haven't seen for ages because we're doing the Kariga trial. No one wanted to follow it. So I hope people start to come back once they know we're back streaming. It'd be good to see those that we haven't seen for a while. That Kariga trial. Fuck. Why did I have to cover that? It's all good. It's all good though. We've done it. We got through it together forever. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba forever. I don't know the words. Together forever. Something in something. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba. To me. This one seems bizarre to me. At first glance, I'm on the side of the accused, but I haven't seen a lot of testimony. Yeah, I mean, it's. I've always said it when it comes down to the actual charges at the end and everything, you know. So we'll see, But no, you're not far off there, Wendy. That trial sucked. It did suck. It did. That's 4.5 months we will never get back, Jonathan. And I know you hated it because you told me on a daily basis you hated it. And let me tell you, so did I. I'm not sure if people noticed last few weeks that trial. I was spent. I was gone. I was just like, um, I've had enough. I tried listening to you while I was driving. Thank you, Wendy. I like when you pop in because then I can tell Dave, and I know then for the next couple of hours he behaved himself. Um, eliminated poo, poo. The other call. I think for me, what didn't help. I know I've seen your correction. Um, with a Krieger was a camera angles, and obviously went on for ages, but that wouldn't have been too bad if camera had been okay. Trust me, Tudley. Trust me. No camera angle in the world would have made that trial good. No camera in the world. I get what you're saying. I agree with you, by the way. But it doesn't matter what the camera was. It sucked. Sucked. You know, when you're having 2-hour lunch breaks, it sucks. Hey, Jonathan Lamio. The beginning was nothing but bullshit things after, but yeah, it was. Tudley, hello, taco, taco, taco. I know that wasn't. Oh no, I know you know that. That show was like Groundhog Day. Every time I popped in, it looked like the day before. It was. And normally they're on break. Honestly, I didn't shave. I didn't shave for a while, and it got quite bushy and white. I was like salt and pepper. I shaved after it. I was like relief. The judge said, he wasn't great, but he also had, I wouldn't want to do his job either. It was a hard job to do with 3 defendants, 4 sets of lawyers. That was hard, but I agree, it wasn't the best. Beaver, beaver, beaver. Exactly, Erin. Beaver, yeah, Wendy the beaver. Yeah, Erin. I like the bushy. Let's go, Wendy. Let's go, Wendy. You gotta love Wendy. No, I just want to shave everything off. Just get the hair off. But I know, I appreciate that, Wendy. Make me laugh. But this trial is, I'll be honest with you, this judge is fantastic. I like you clean shaven. Thank you, thank you. But most people, all my nieces, my mother, my sister, everybody, they prefer me clean shaven. Even this, they don't like. They want a clean shaven. So, for those that I do. Oh, do you know, I was about to say this now. I last week I probably did 2 days of it fully, and then the rest I didn't. I just needed a break from it. I did about 2.5 miles yesterday instead of 5, and today I did circuit training. What I'm trying to do is build back up to it. It was just so much every single day, but I want to do about 4 to 5 days a week, where I do 5 miles a day. And the rest of it, then I want to do like 2 miles a day, 2.5. But I don't want to push myself too much because what I find hard to Pip is the time to do it, because I have to do it in a block, and it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours goes, But yeah, I just want to, 7 days a week was too much. Do you know what I mean? But I had to do it for charity, so it was good. But by the end, I was like, oh, I just can't wait for this to be done. Great. Thank you very much, Ruka. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try. I'll try. Yeah, no, I definitely want to do at least 4. And I can switch 4. So I used to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday pick my little niece up from school, nursery, sorry, kindergarten. but I don't do that anymore. She's now, after the holidays, gone to big school, as she calls it. It's my big school. So I don't pick her up anymore, except for emergencies now. So that opens up my day a lot more. Opens up my day a lot more. So and as I say, every Tuesdays I go to the gym. I do circuit trainings. I used to do circuit training on Thursdays as well, but when you stream, it's hard because you stream so late at night that I got to sleep as well. Do you know what I mean? So it's getting the balance. But yeah, I try and do at least 2 to 3 miles per day, whatever happens. But today I didn't because I went circuit training for 50 minutes. So fantastic. Thanks, Ruka. Ruka, I wish you lived near me. I need a personal trainer. Wendy, you don't need anything, Wendy. Wonderful as you are, yeah, don't overdo it. No, I won't. I mean, I was chuffed. We raised, I think, over £400. So basically, raised $500 for prostate cancer, which was a goal. And raise awareness. Hopefully, some people will now get checked. People my age. So yeah. So thank you to everybody who contributed. So thank you. When do you do Zoom, law? Doesn't meet the your friend. Oh, that's nice. No worries, Murph. No worries, Murph. Absolutely, is it? Absolute Rose Hales guy. What an absolute arsehole that is. But
All right, please be seated. All right, Mr. Miu, would you please retake the witness stand? You are still under oath.
Joe, I was saying Jodie's always supportive of me. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Can I have the screen? Mr. Miu, when we finished, I think we were getting to the chronological space that we had begun the morning on. And so I want to start from there again and then move forward from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When I had asked you before, you talked about how you felt, but since that time, you've told the jury that you had this fear scale. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to ask you about, at this time, what we see here, what you previously described the scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
How were you feeling on the fear scale?
About a 6, 7.
Okay. And at some point, I think you told them before, but just so we can put it into the context here, did you do something in response to something that was done to you when you're standing there in this moment?
Yes. After I was pushed and both sides, I would say, squeezed, I was afraid, so I pulled out my knife.
Okay. Did you do something with your left hand at some point?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with your left hand?
I pushed her away. I
And when you
pushed
say you
Madison.
Push
away.
Madison away. Was the purpose in that to have contact with her and to get her to back up?
Yes.
Did you have a purpose to cause her pain?
No.
Were you trying to hurt her?
No.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to push her away from my space. She was right in my space, my face.
Why didn't you just back up?
I couldn't back up at that moment.
Okay. When you say you couldn't back up, why not?
I
Because
would've-
you felt uncomfortable, or were you?
Objection leading?
Because I would have
No,
had to.
Wait, there's an objection. Sustained on leading. Next question.
Wasn't done with it. Were you uncomfortable, or was there a wall behind you, or was there some other reason? Why did you feel like you couldn't back up?
I didn't feel safe turning my back on those people.
Okay. How about just taking a step backwards?
Well, I was standing my ground. I didn't move towards anybody.
Okay.
They're coming at me.
When you raised your left hand and you did that, do you recall when you pushed her away having contact with her?
I may have, yes.
Okay. Do you remember in particular where, if at all, you touched her?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if you touched her?
No.
Was that, in fact, your purpose in pushing her away?
Absolutely.
Okay.
She was in my space.
I want to move forward here. And you can turn the slide off, I guess. After you did that, right? Did something happen to you?
Yeah,
Did people do something to you?
yeah.
What was done to you?
Yeah, almost right away, I got punched and fell in
And
the water
where did you get punched?
on my face, on my side of the head.
Now, you've had a chance to watch this video, correct?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to see these 4,800 slides?
yes,
Prior to seeing that, did you remember everything?
no,
Have the video or the slides help you to refresh your memory in some way?
a lot.
Have you remembered everything because you've seen that?
Not everything, no,
Do you remember something different than what you see in the video?
no.
You don't remember any of the things different in that you see in the video, like you talked about the goggles?
Objection leading.
Overruled. We're just trying to reorient the witness to a place where examination can continue.
Are there some times when your memory is different from what the video is?
Yes, of course.
Now, this series that I want to show you is about things that were done to you, okay?
Yes,
Do you have a specific memory about everything that was done to you?
no,
Do you have a specific memory about everything that you did in response to what was done to you?
no,
Do you have a memory about how you felt in those moments?
I would say yes, I do.
Do you have a memory of what you believed in those moments based upon those feelings?
Of course.
So I want to show you the slide here. Again, this is slide 2661, 2662, and 2681. That's fine. Do you remember how you felt when you fell back into the water?
I was, number one, I was stunned. That's why I fell backwards. I was very afraid, of course.
On this fear scale that you've talked about before, where are you on that scale from 0 to 10?
Right at the top, 10.
Have you ever been at that 10 before in your life?
Never been in a situation like this or a fight in my life.
Have you ever been at a 10?
Never.
When you did that, as we see on the right, what happened to your head?
Oh, well, I fell in the water. Obviously, that's a river, and I hit my head on river rock, and my whole body went under. Well,
Okay.
my head went underwater.
When you say your head went under, is that what it felt like?
Yes,
Did you feel water come over your face?
over my entire body.
Hold on,
Yes.
hold on. What's the objection?
Leading.
Sustained.
Where did you feel the water on your body?
Over my face, my mouth.
Okay.
I felt like I was submerged in water at the moment.
Did you try to get up?
Yes,
Why did you want to get up? Why didn't you just lay down there peacefully in the water?
to drown. No, I wouldn't want to do that. I wanted to get up out of the water.
At that moment, when you're down in the water, had anybody like AJ Martin come up to you and said, just lay there and rest?
Somebody came from behind. Yes, I found out later who he was and pushed me down and to keep me in the water.
Before that, when you tried to get up, do you remember feeling anything before that? Did you told them,
Yeah,
did you feel anything to any part of your head?
yes, of course.
What'd you feel?
Felt punched in the head.
Showing you the next slides, is that 2701, 2705, 2706? What's happening to you there?
I'm getting hit on the head.
How many times at that point is your memory of watching the video and your memory of experiencing this, have you been hit in the head now, but either by people or by the ground or by the water?
4 times at least.
At this point in time, where's your fear scale?
A 10.
When this happened to you, did you immediately get up or did you fall back in the water or did something else happen?
I tried getting up, but I couldn't.
Did you, at some point, did you feel something on your backside?
There was somebody pushing me down.
And when you felt that on your backside, did you feel anything else anywhere else?
I got hit in the face in the front of my head.
And is that exhibit here, 2147, do you see that hand through the underarm there?
Yes,
Do you remember getting hit in the head there?
yes,
Was that a gentle hit?
no,
When you're getting hit in the head here again, where are you at on the fear scale at that point?
10,
Have you been able to get up out of the water?
no.
How many people do you know? How many people are attacking you?
At the time, I didn't know, but I knew there were more than I could handle.
Did it feel like it was, how many people did it feel like?
Like 10,
Okay. You've seen the video and you responded at some point, is that right?
yes,
And you used your knife in response.
yes.
Why'd you use your knife?
I feared for my life.
Did you think you could get out of there without using your knife?
I couldn't even get up. They're pushing me down. No, so the answer is no.
In that time when you're down on the ground, did you think there was a way for you to escape?
No,
Did you feel like you could just crawl away or run away or walk away or do anything else to escape?
not in that position.
The next day after this, July 31st, were you in the, did you feel, how did your body feel the next day?
I hurt everywhere. My head hurt, my throat hurt. Obviously, my back hurt. I hurt everywhere.
You said your throat hurt. Is that something you remembered that day before when you were speaking with Brandy Hart?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Did you mention it to Brandy Hart?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see anything when you felt the pain about your throat? Did you see anything that refreshed your memory about what caused that pain to your throat?
After watching the video, yes.
Okay. What happened?
I got hit in the throat.
Do you remember
Really
that
hard.
now?
Yes,
If I can. Showing you the slides 2993, 2994, and 2997. Is that you?
yes.
What's happening to you there?
Somebody is going for my throat, squeezing my throat.
Do you remember how that felt?
I felt pain. I couldn't breathe. Scared, afraid.
I'm showing you the next set of slides here, 2998, 99, and 3000. What did you think was going to happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt like I was going to die. So basically, I feared for my life.
And in response to that, here's slide 3000. Did you do something in response to that?
I reached out and stabbed him.
When you used your knife, and again, this is open-ended, you can ask it any way you want. Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
After this was, again, we've seen the video, you talked to investigator Hart. So I want to ask you a little bit about that for a moment. Make sense?
Mhm.
Do you independently, well, let me say, you've watched the video here in court, correct?
Yes,
And you watched the video prior to that. We've watched it together, right?
yes.
Does watching that video refresh your memory? Do you have an independent memory of that conversation with investigator Hart?
No,
Do you remember what it is you said other than seeing things on the video?
other than I lied about the knife. That's what I remember, afterward. Yeah, I lied about the knife.
Do you remember actually saying that in that moment, or you just remember seeing that and that's what you remember seeing?
I remember seeing it in the video.
Okay. Do you remember how you were feeling during that time at all? Do you have any memory about that?
Not much.
Just one other thing out of the timeline here. Since that time, we've heard testimony, you have a twin brother.
Yes.
Is he here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue.
Just briefly, because I want to ask you about conversations that you may have had with your twin brother. Just briefly. How do you feel about your twin brother?
I love him.
Objection, that's irrelevant, Your Honor.
During this time, have you had conversations with your twin brother?
Yes.
Do you consider there to be anybody that you're really, maybe your wife, anybody you're closer to than your twin brother?
No.
You and your twin brother, when you speak, what language do you speak in?
Romanian.
Why do you speak in Romanian with your twin brother?
It's the easiest way to find words to describe what we're thinking.
Okay. Is that where you grew up?
That's the first language.
Are there times when you've spoke with your brother that you've talked about this, what happened to you on the river?
Yes.
Is your memory about what you did or what was done to you, is it any better when you talk to your brother than it is when you talk about other times?
No.
Are you always getting it right?
No.
How about your feelings? Your memory about your feelings?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get those right?
Yes, but almost all the time. The feeling is imprinted in my heart, my soul, my mind.
Let me, just for a moment, I'll bring us back to the river on July 30th, okay?
Mm-hmm.
At some, I think you'd said on the video and maybe you testified that people attacked you, is that right?
Correct.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
No.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When people stopped attacking you, what did you do?
I walk away.
Okay. Why didn't you stay?
Oh God. I walked away towards my group where it was safe. I was afraid of the people that I just had contact with.
When you're walking away, and you've talked about this fear scale, where are you on the fear scale? Does it just go down right to 0? Does it stay at 10? Does something else happen?
No, as soon as I saw the people I trusted, my fear level started creeping down.
When you say creeping down, when you're walking back, can you give us where are you on that scale?
As I was getting closer to my group, the fear factor is going lower and lower.
But when you first start walking back, what's the number of it?
About 8.
When you get back to the tubes, what's the number level?
About 4, 5.
I think we didn't talk about it. We've talked a little bit about your body response during this brief time. When you start walking back, how's your body responding to you?
I had cramps. I felt like I lost, I had diarrhea, so I felt like I lost my bowel.
Was that,
which I did.
Was that when you were walking back, or was that when you were in that 10 seconds of things happening to you and you responding?
I was when the action was going on in the 10-second frame.
You got diarrhea.
Yes.
When you were walking back, what else is your body? What are you feeling with your body?
Well, heartbeat is getting, when I'm walking back, the heartbeat was very, very high. Now it's going down a little bit, breathing, that's what I remember. I was super, super stressed.
How about your head? As you're going back, is your head clear? Is your head in a different state? How can you describe like what's going on in your head?
My head was in a fog. It was like thick fog. I couldn't think, I couldn't realize what I've been through.
Were you trying to make sense of it?
I was trying, but there was no sense to be made. I was completely confused and in a fog.
And when you walked away, you had the knife in your hand, is that right?
Yep.
When you got to your group, did you still have the knife?
No.
What happened to the knife?
On the way back, I tossed it on the bank.
And you just made with your right hand kind of a underhand motion
Yeah.
with your right hand from, at your side, raising up to maybe level with you. Is that fair representation of what you were describing?
Correct.
Why'd you toss the knife?
I don't know. I was afraid. Felt like I had to throw it away.
What were you afraid of at that point?
I was overwhelmed with just fear, residual fear. And I didn't want to have anything to do with that.
Okay. We've heard testimony that eventually you get back to the tubes. Does that happen?
Yeah.
Where's your memory about that? Right now, as you sit here, because we don't have a video about that, we don't have photos of that, what's your memory like about that?
Barely remember anything.
Do you remember talking to people?
I remember people trying to talk to me, but I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
Okay. You've heard some testimony about things that you might have said. Are you denying you said any of those things?
No.
Do you know what you said?
After watching the video, yes.
The video isn't I'm confused. The tubes, there's no video of you at the tubes. When you say,
after.
Were you talking about Brandy Hart's statements?
Yes, yes.
Okay. About what you said to the people at the tubes. Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay. When you're sitting there at the tubes, how were you feeling in your head? You talked about this fog, right? If you could put that on a scale, where is that?
I still couldn't, my head was in a thick cloud. I couldn't understand what just happened. Still trying to process everything. I was overwhelmed.
Did you think at any point you were just casual about what had happened?
No.
Did this feel casual to you in any way?
No.
At some point, you saw the video here, you had contact with the police, is that right?
Yes.
You had sat in the back of a squad car of the Sheriff Knutson, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember much of anything about that?
No.
Do you remember, you've seen some of the videos today, can you tell us, what do you remember?
Nothing.
Okay. Nothing at all? How about a feeling? Do you remember a feeling at all?
Yeah, I was still very afraid.
Okay. When you say very afraid, what were you afraid of at that point?
Well, I've been through a horror situation, but in their presence, I wasn't that afraid, but I was stunned. I don't remember much about it.
Do you remember watching the video here in court when the police were talking about a guy with a bat?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember anything about that?
A little bit.
Do you remember how that made you feel?
Oh, yeah. I felt very afraid of him. Very afraid.
We watched the video of you with Sheriff Knutson. That was about 23 seconds long. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Have you watched a longer portion of that video with your attorneys?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying more things to Sheriff Knutson after that?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. We saw a video here about your being arrested and told that you were arrested for homicide. Did you remember that?
After watching the video, memory came back, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
Naturally.
When you're talking with at some point you go and you meet with Investigator Hart, is that right?
Yeah.
When they were talking about homicides and injuries, can you tell me what's your mindset? Did that make sense to you? Did you understand that?
No, I couldn't make any sense of anything that she was telling me. I just couldn't make sense of it. Plus, I don't remember the meeting with her.
Okay. Right now, as you sit here, you're like, I don't remember that.
Right.
The feelings, now, some of the times that you talk with Brandy Hart, you talk about what you saw happening or heard happening or what you did. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you get all of that right?
No.
Your feelings, when you were talking about your feelings about and how you believed and your fear.
I feared for my life. That's one thing I can't deny. That's embedded in my head forever. I feared for my life. I know that. I have nightmares.
You've talked to, or yeah, tell us about those nightmares.
I have them every night.
What happens in those nightmares?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
It's
just, these nightmares are irrelevant. The fact that he had them, maybe, but not the content. No.
Can I
Yes,
approach?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I don't believe this. I don't believe handles FM. I don't think you can that much. I think Dennis says something here about close to the keywords. He knows what words to put in. I'll give him that. I mean, he keeps saying the same words, you know, so maybe, I don't know, see how it doesn't cross. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just trying to be objective about it, you know. I feel we got to. Oh no! Don't say that. Oh, hang on then. Oh no. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, just trying to be objective about it all. I mean, now this is interesting. FM. I think Sean when I was on with him Saturday. I think he said that you can't prosecute the kid. You can't prosecute anyone else. It's from what Sean. I believe that's what Sean said. I don't want to misquote him, but I believe that's what Sean said. That everyone else involved can no longer be prosecuted. So maybe FM will know better than I do, but I'm pretty sure he said that no one can further be prosecuted. And if he didn't say that, then I apologize, but I'm pretty sure he did say that. Also, that's a good question to ask him. Civil. Yeah, civil's different. So civil possibly yes, but I think the core law they can't. Yeah, I was sorry. I was just going by this, like, you know. Civilly, I mean, they all can say, well, he could go after them if he found not guilty. Yeah. Well, civil suit, we don't know which side gets a civil suit yet. So, I mean, they're obviously going to file a civil suit, whatever happens against him. But will he do one against them? I don't know. He doesn't go to, Dave, she's in bad mood. So easy, Tiger. Oh, so you weren't here when Wendy was here? I love you, babe. Do, 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 do. I love you, babe. Do, 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 do. I love you, babe.
Nick, I want to ask you some questions about those nights, okay? Just to put it in just this tight little box, okay? You've had nightmares?
Yes.
And the nightmares have been about what happened to you on the Apple River when you were attacked.
Correct.
And the nightmares are essentially a replaying of what it is that happened. Agreed?
Correct.
And when you have those nightmares, your body responds. In a,
Yes.
Yeah, what was the objection about? Sorry, I'm doing the background. What was that?
Let's continue.
Nick, those nightmares that you've had about what happened on July 30th, have you sought medical treatment for that?
Yes.
Just a couple of, I want to just make sure we check a couple of legal boxes, okay? When you used the knife, did you believe you were under attack?
Yes.
Why?
Because they, at that point, they've already been pushing and tugging and.
When you used the knife, had they done anything more than pushing or tugging? Did
They
you?
punched me, they pushed me down, they threw me in the water, I hit my head, yes, so.
When you decided to use your knife, were you using it to prevent an attack or stop the attack that was happening?
To defend myself,
Did you believe you needed to use that knife?
absolutely.
In that moment in time, again, as you've described it, they pushed you down into the water, you've been punched. That's the moment of time I want to ask you about, okay?
Yeah.
In that moment of time, when you were down in the water, did you believe you could escape?
No,
What do you believe would have happened to you had you not used your knife?
I would have died. I believe I would have been killed that day.
Why
or
do
at
you,
that specific time,
why'd you use your knife?
to defend myself.
Those are the only questions I have, Judge.
Just missed that.
An approach, Judge. Mr. Miu, you've been drinking that day, right?
Yeah, I had a,
And
like,
showing us the
beers.
mark, Exhibit 12A. Recognize that?
Yes,
That's the group photo of you folks from the beginning of the river.
yep,
In fact, you're holding a beer.
correct.
It's like everybody in your group has some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Looks like it.
You see numerous people in your group with these phone cases around their necks.
Yeah.
And as you're going down the river, you saw lots of people with phone cases around their necks, right?
Mm-hmm.
All day long.
Yeah,
In fact, River's Edge sells or rents out those phone cases, right?
I don't know that.
Did people in your group rent or buy phone cases from the tube rental?
I have no
stand?
idea.
Right? You've testified that you were told to bring the knife before you left your home, right?
Correct.
And the reason for bringing your knife on the river was to cut strings or ropes for the tubes, right?
Correct.
And that was the reason you brought it.
Correct.
In fact, you told the police that after your tubes were tied together, you thought you put your knife back in the car, right?
Correct.
But in fact, it was in your pocket.
Yes.
Was it in your pocket the whole day?
No.
All right, well, we're gonna get to that. Once the tubes are tied together with the rope, and you said that you thought that you put it back in your car, you don't have a reason to have the knife anymore, right? It accomplished its purpose, right?
I didn't know that at the time.
All right. Did you tell the cops, that the police, that you didn't think you were going to need it, and that's why you thought you put it in the car?
I may have.
All right. Were you present when Steve Kaufman, who owns River's Edge, testified first day of the trial?
Yes.
And you heard him say that they sell pre-cut cords for $1, right?
Right.
All right. And then, did you see in the picture, when you got on the river, you were wearing that long sleeve camel shirt, right?
Mhm.
A hat and sunglasses?
Correct.
All right. Ariel's phone was in one of those cases, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. And is it your understanding that those cases are float cases?
That's what I was told.
All right. And you told, in fact, you told Lieutenant Hart that it was in a float case, right?
Correct.
Once the phone disappeared, there was conversation amongst the folks in your group about whether it was even worth it to go look for it, right?
That's what I learned.
And in fact, you were told that they didn't care about the lost phone because they had insurance to cover it, right?
That's what I learned here, but I don't remember that as a conversation.
Nobody asked you to go look for the phone, right?
Correct.
You chose to do that on your own.
I volunteered.
And in fact, members of your group were a little annoyed that you were stopping again so quickly after having been at the hideaway where you'd stopped for lunch.
Sustained.
Did you hear anybody in your group say, "Why are we stopping again?"
I didn't stop the group.
The group stopped when you decided to go off on your own to look for this phone, right?
Overruled.
Right?
They already stopped. I got off the tube to look for so I didn't stop them.
In any event, you're the one who insisted on looking for it. Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Sustained.
And when you left to go look for the phone, you had your goggles and your snorkel, right? You knew that the phone was in a float bag, at least that's what you told police afterwards, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
So the bag, the phone and the float bag would have been floating, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
All right, and so you wouldn't need a snorkel and goggles to find a phone floating on top of the water, right?
I wasn't sure if it was actually floating or not, never tested it.
All right, well, you would agree that a phone has some weight to it.
Yes.
And if it wasn't a float bag, it would sink to the bottom, right?
Yes.
Where it was dropped.
Correct. Well, or remember, it's a river, so it could have flown down.
The river has current, right?
Right. So it
If I
could have
can
flown.
approach, I'm gonna draw something here.
Yes.
You remember when you met with Lieutenant Hart, you drew a diagram of the river. All right, and this is your group up here at the sandbar, right?
Mhm.
This is the boys group down here. I'll put initials IS for Isaac Schuman, right?
Correct.
This is the diagram that you wrote, drew for Lieutenant Hart. The phone was lost over here, right?
Mhm.
Instead of looking downstream for it where the current was going, you went this way, across the current,
No,
to look for the phone. You made contact with Isaac Schuman's group on the other side of the river.
but that's not where I started looking for it, straight across the river.
That's where you ended up making contact with
I
him.
ended up there, but I didn't start there.
All right. The phone would not have floated across the current, right?
Well, I don't know where he lost it. That's where we pulled over. He could have lost it minutes before we even anchored.
So when you testified a minute ago that the phone was lost, where your group was labeled M, now you're changing that story?
In that vicinity.
Again, members of the jury, what the attorneys say is not evidence. Rely on the witness's testimony. Next question, please.
In any event, it's your testimony that you had reason to go over to the south side of the river where Isaac Schuman's group was to look for a phone. That's your story?
I had reason to search in that area. I didn't know where that phone fell in the water. I don't think even Ariel knew where he lost it. We didn't drop the phone when we anchored. He dropped the phone before we got there.
Fair to say that at that point in the river is 150 feet wide,
Yep,
and Isaac Schuman's group was on the south side of the river.
correct.
Your group's on the north side of the river.
100 feet.
Rather than searching the north side, you went to the south side of the river. Is that fair to say?
I already looked in that area.
That's not what I'm asking. You went over to the south side of the river, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You did, right?
What was that question?
You
again?
went over to the south side of the river to supposedly look for this phone, right?
I ended up there at that point, yes.
And you chose to go over there and look for it, where these boys were.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Oh,
You chose to go over to where these boys were to supposedly look for this phone, right?
chose to look in the area, yes.
There was other areas of the river where these boys weren't located that you could have searched until they floated past. Right?
A million other spots.
Sure, but you chose to go to that spot.
I didn't even notice those boys there at the time when I was searching.
You were present in court when Eric Williams, who was a member of your group, testified, right?
Right.
You heard him testify?
Yes.
And you were here when he testified that he had some concerns about you going over to snorkel by this group, Isaac's group.
I heard him.
And one of his concerns is that he thought that they would think you were a predator, right?
Sustained.
He testified that you didn't have your knife in your pocket the whole time, right?
Correct.
When you decided to go snorkel over by Isaac Schuman's group, you had the knife in your pocket.
Yes.
Did you go back to your group and get it?
No, I had the knife. I testified I did not have the knife in my pocket the whole time. When we pulled over there, I fixed my shoes. Then I left it in my pocket.
All right, but somehow, so when you get ready to snorkel,
Yes.
you've taken off your shirt, right?
Yes.
Your hat,
Yes.
your sunglasses.
Correct.
You left the knife in your pocket.
I forgot it in my pocket.
Well, on the video, we can see you touching your knife, right? You knew it was in your pocket.
Well, when you walk, it starts, yeah, but
It has weight,
Right,
right?
yeah.
So you can't forget it's there because it's got weight. Correct?
at some point I forgot I had it in my pocket when, yeah.
You
When
weren't
you
gonna,
walk.
you were not going to need your knife to snorkel and look for a lost phone.
Correct.
Overruled.
You weren't going to need your knife for that task that you set out to do, right?
I wouldn't even need anything.
But you brought it with you anyhow.
It happened to be in my pocket, yes.
When she got over to where Isaac Schuman's group was, they made it readily apparent they did not want you over by them, correct?
That's not true.
They didn't call you names?
Yes, but they asked me what I was looking for. And I thought they were polite people. I said, I'm looking for my lost phone.
They did not want you by them, and they told you that, right?
At some point, yes.
And that's the short video. You turn around and you're walking away, right?
Yes.
But then Joanne Cockfield calls you a raper, right?
Yes.
And then you turn around.
Yes.
And you were angry.
I was not angry.
You were not angry that someone called you a raper.
No.
All right. You look at Joanne, who's filming you, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason, Your testimony is that even though many people on the river have these phones and these float cases, you decided that was the phone and you needed to run up and check.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Your testimony earlier was you thought he had the phone, right?
I thought he had the phone, yes.
Right.
I wanted to investigate.
And you, instead of walking up and saying, hey, is that the phone I'm looking for? You ran up on these boys, didn't you?
I ran up and stumbled and then I fell right by their, yes,
That's my next question. You're claiming now that you stumbled.
yes.
You've never said that before today, ever, to anybody, any law enforcement or anybody else. Right?
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to take a look at the video. And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were touching your knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember that.
Well, let's take a look. That's you with your right hand touching your pocket where your knife was clipped in, right?
It appears so.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
So you're claiming today that where you reach down and grab at these boys' legs where their tubes are, that was a stumble. Is that your story?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I know I hit a stone, yes. But I grabbed onto their inner tubes.
And you know where you grabbed onto their inner tube is where two of these boys had their legs draped over their inner tubes, right?
I see that.
And you made contact with their legs, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Did you see it on the video?
I see it on the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, these boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you held onto their tubes so that their tubes couldn't float away.
For how long?
Well, I'm asking you. You did.
Yeah, it looks like for a brief 1 second.
And you were searching through their tubes.
For what?
You walked around their tubes. Rather than letting their tubes go so they could get back in their tubes and be on their way, you walked around their tubes.
So after my goggles dropped in the water, I went around their tubes to go to the other side and look for my goggles.
Let's talk about your goggles for a second, because you told the police, specifically Lieutenant Hart, that these boys knocked your goggles off your face and that you were looking for your goggles at that point, right?
I don't remember my interview with her, correct?
But you heard yourself say it in the interview.
Yes, yes.
And in fact, that nothing of the sort ever happened, right?
So the interview with Brandy Hart was not accurate.
What you said at the time is what you wanted the police to believe happened, right?
That's what I remembered at the
Okay.
time.
And from the video, you can see that you actually put your goggles in your mouth so you would have two free hands to be able to grab onto these boys' tubes, right?
Yes.
So you were preparing for your stumble before it actually even happened?
I wasn't prepared for anything.
These boys were calling you names to go away, right? After you grabbed onto their tubes, touched their legs.
I
they-
don't remember any of that stuff.
All right, you
but-
don't remember them calling you, asking you what you were doing?
Watching the videos, yes, but but unnatural remembering, no.
Do you remember as you're running up, they're saying, whoa, 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 what's he doing?
I don't remember that.
All right, but you've seen it on the video.
Yes.
And then once you've made contact with 2 of these boys' legs and grabbed onto their tubes, they started calling you a pedophile, right?
I don't remember when they started calling me.
Do you remember them calling you a pedophile at all? Or do you just know that from watching the video?
Correct.
You testified that they were calling you names earlier, right?
Right.
And that upset you.
It did not upset me.
Okay, your attorneys talked about your comfort scale and your fear scale. Let's talk about your anger scale, okay? At the time you were called a raper, what was your anger scale at?
Maybe 1.
1 out of 10?
Yeah.
And that was enough to get you to run up on these boys, grab onto them, stop their tubes at a 1. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, argument, that's not
Sustained.
You don't like being humiliated, right?
Nobody does.
Your attorney has said that these boys were humiliating you.
objection as to his.
Sustained on the form.
You're claiming that you were being taunted.
Objection, did not testify to that.
Sustained. Form.
You had testified earlier that your shoes, there was problems with your shoes, but as you can see from the portion of the video we played so far, those shoes didn't prevent you from running up on these boys, right?
Yes, they did. There was, if I had better shoes, I could walk better, but I could still walk.
If you had better shoes, you would have been able to run up on them faster.
No, I mean, I could walk better. I wouldn't stumble. I wouldn't have a hard time walking.
All right, we're going to watch the video again, and I want you to, if you can, point out for everybody where you stumbled.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
Did you watch it?
Yes,
So the stumble, is that something you remember or something that you think you see in the video?
something I remembered.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, stopped them, walked around their tubes, you took a few steps downriver and stood in the path they were floating in, right?
As to form. Multiple.
Overruled. You understand the question, Mr. Miu?
Could you say it again?
After you left their tubes that first time, you took a few steps downstream and stood in their path where they would need to float, where they were floating, right?
For a few seconds, yes.
You didn't walk off to the south shore, which was close at that point, right?
I thought I walked far away from them that I didn't even watch them anymore at that point. So I don't know where they were at that point in time. But I was still looking for my goggles now.
Are you denying that you stood right in the path of their tubes?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
At that moment in time, yes.
Now, when you ran up on these boys and grabbed onto their tubes and made contact with their legs, you weren't saying anything at that point, right?
No.
You didn't say anything like, hey, I think that's my phone or Ariel's phone.
I don't remember saying anything.
You've seen the video.
Right.
You just ran up and grabbed onto them, right?
It appears that.
But saying nothing. We can go up to the screen. We're going to look at some more frames here. We're starting 22nd mark, I believe. You stood in front of their tubes, right? This is at the 23-second mark.
For a brief moment.
All right, keep going. Stop. At that point, you had the entire river open to move in any direction, right?
Right.
You chose to just walk a few steps directly downstream from where their tubes were, right?
Correct.
The boys were yelling at you at this point, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were making a commotion, right? They were loud,
Mhm.
and that attracted the attention of the folks in the Carlson group, right?
Mhm.
You've testified that Maddie Cohen walked over, right?
Yep.
You walked towards her.
Yes.
And the water level at the spot that you had contact with Maddie was about ankle deep from the video.
From the video, yes.
You told Lieutenant Hart you were standing in really shallow water, right?
Yep.
Maddie told you to leave the area, right?
She didn't say it that way, but yes.
She said, go, go, go.
And
She swore at you too, but she was telling you to go, right?
yeah,
You didn't go.
I was trying to communicate with her what I was doing in the river.
You didn't leave, right?
No, not down the river.
Hold on. Overall, it's relevant.
You did not leave, right?
I
At the
didn't
time
go
that
in
she
the
came up
direction.
and,
No,
when she came up and said, go, 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 you chose to stay, right?
I wanted to talk.
You didn't like that she was yelling at you, right?
I only had like 2 or 3 seconds of direct verbal or whatever.
And you clearly didn't
Interaction.
like, you clearly didn't like she was swearing at you, right?
Right.
And what you told her was not that you were looking for a phone, but that these boys took your goggles, right?
I don't remember what I told her.
If it's on the video, did you say it?
If it's on the video, yeah,
You never mentioned you were looking for a phone.
I don't remember my conversation with
And in
her.
fact, after you told her that they took your goggles, you never said another word, right?
After that,
Right.
of course I did.
Talking about your anger scale, at the point where Maddie Cohen was yelling at you and pointing at you and swearing at you, where was your anger scale?
1,
And even with your anger scale being only 1, you started touching, fidgeting with the knife in your pocket, right?
I don't remember that.
Let's take. We're ready. It's timestamp 135. That's you touching your knife in your pocket, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you've got your back to the 2 girls who were yelling at you, right?
It's possible.
So even though you were fearing for your life, you turned,
Overall, let's get the question out.
you turned your back on these folks, right?
Where am I in that location as reference to the other people?
I get to ask the questions at this point, okay?
All right.
You're back at the 135 mark that we just watched. You've turned your back on these folks, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes,
You
I
saw
see
it,
that. Yeah.
Right? You're touching your knife, but you got your back to them, right?
I see that in the picture.
And so at that point, you wouldn't have turned your back on these folks if you had fear of them, right?
Objection mischaracterizes his testimony.
Overruled, overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
We'll play a
Mr.
clip
Smith,
here.
next question, please.
We're going to play a clip here, Judge. We're starting at 126. Just play it. We can have the screen. Stopping at 135. So in that clip, that's the point where you had waved at your friends, right? You turned your back on the groups of people that were in the area, and you're touching your knife, right? And at that point, you called out to your friends because I think you had said, and maybe I'm wrong, that your fear scale was going up at that point. Is that not right?
I see lots of people around me, and I wanted somebody to be on my side.
Right. Your fear scale was going up, so you tried to wave your buddies over, right?
Creeping up, yeah.
And as it's creeping up, you're fidgeting with your knife.
It appears that way.
At some point, and even though your fear level is creeping up at that point and you've called for help from your friends, or at least waved for help, you turned your back, right?
Yes.
At one point, you turn your head and you stare at the group of 17-year-old boys, right? You remember doing that?
I don't remember it, but if I could see a video.
Put it into context, it would have been at the point when Maddie Cohen tried to turn you away from those boys. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
And 1 second. If we can get the frame up. We're at timestamp 116. That's the look that you gave to those boys, right? At that time, at 116?
Yes.
That's the look on your face.
Yeah.
That's an angry look.
Not to me. I was annoyed, more than frustrated, but not angry.
At the point where you looked at the boys with that expression on your face, whatever it was, you had the entire river in front of you open to walk to, right? That's true.
Correct.
And instead you chose to turn back around where Maddie Cohen was, right?
I stood my ground. I basically stayed in the same location. I didn't go towards anybody at that point.
You didn't take a step away either, did you?
No.
And at that point then, that's when Riley Madison joins her. You've got Madison and Riley standing in front of you, right?
I suppose that's the time, yeah.
Two girls.
Yeah,
And these two girls standing in front of you touched your shoulders somewhat, right?
Mhm.
You never said yes?
yes,
You never stumbled backwards or anything like that.
it wasn't a somewhat, but
Well, let's take a look at the video. We're going to start a little bit earlier than the part I wanted to start at. It's at the 135 mark again. If we can put this screen up. You take the screen down. Starting at 134. So at that point, you're touching your knife before Maddie and Riley are standing in front of you, right?
appears that way.
Stop. You had said that your fear level was rising.
Mhm.
You had waved to your friends, right? That was the look on your face at the time, correct?
Mhm.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're not smiling?
That's not a smile.
Yes. Let's move on, please.
Can we get the screen back? All right, so you had been fidgeting with your knife multiple times. You've got Riley Madison in front of you. I believe her testimony was she's a 115-pound woman. You got Maddie Cohen on your other side. This is when you choose to pull out your knife, right?
Overruled. Understand the question?
What does her weight have to do with me?
So you don't get to ask the
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
at this point. You pulled out your knife at this point with these two girls standing in front of you, right?
Yes,
And you held it down by your belt line, right?
yes,
And you open it up, right?
yes.
And this is before you had been punched or anything like that. You had that knife ready with these two girls standing in front of you.
Objection, I do use the term girls, but then
Women, pardon me. Right?
Mhm.
And you didn't hold it up and say, hey, I have a knife, right?
To me, that would be a threat.
I'm not asking you that. You did not hold it up.
No,
And you didn't, in fact, you held it down by your side, right?
objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Isn't that what you did?
yes,
You didn't take a step back and brandish it and say, hey, back up, I have a knife, right?
correct.
You opened it down low and then you held it down low by your side, right?
Correct.
And as you're doing that, you're smiling, right?
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
When you pulled it out and opened it up, you held it with the blade facing up, right?
I didn't pay attention, but in the video, yes.
And it becomes important later when you stab AJ, because you didn't try to cut him down, you cut him up, right? Right?
That was not my intent.
Overruled. I believe the witness answered the question.
You had the knife blade up and you're saying you didn't know that?
I didn't pay attention.
As you're holding it there, you've got your thumb on the bottom of the handle, right? Right?
Yeah,
Blade up.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Maddie Cohen, right?
Yes.
Nobody else. I'll strike that. After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a little bit because now you had your knife open?
No.
All right. But was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
The whole situation was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple step backwards to get away from the situation?
I stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
No,
You had your knife out and you were prepared to use it.
to defend myself.
At that point, there's nothing to defend yourself from, right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes. Mr. Smestad, would you please rephrase the question?
I will, Your Honor. You're testifying today that you did actually make physical contact with Maddie Cohen, right? Before you were punched or anything else, right?
I may have.
You don't remember that?
Well, I remember what I said, but I went over to push. She was right in my face, right in my space, yelling, and I could smell the alcohol in her breath.
But you had been drinking too, so might have been your breath.
I didn't have vodka and all the other garbage.
My point is, today you testified that you did something physical to Madison Cohen before you were punched, right?
Mm,
Correct?
I don't know if I touched her or not. It's possible that I did.
If your friend Sergio testified last week that he saw you push her and she went flying back a couple of steps, that's what happened, right?
Sustained.
Were you present when Sergio testified?
Mhm.
Sustained.
After you pushed Maddie Cohen, only one person ever punched you, right?
From the video?
Right.
That's what I see. I don't remember what happened then at that time.
I'm not asking you what you remember. I'm asking what actually happened.
I got punched.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
We
Started.
saw in the video that only one person ever punched you, right?
Yes.
It's crossed, it's not
Hold
legal.
on. Yes.
I'm not sure how easy it is now. I think it's taking us back to off. You know, it's like the video speaks for itself. I mean, I don't know really what you can get into this now. The more they dig in, the worse it gets, I think. But keep it simple. Keep it simple, and it's fine. But I don't know. Right. Does anyone know? I don't know if there's another witness after this. I
Objection
think he
sustained.
might be. Oh shit! Sorry.
You testified that you went down and you fell down in the water when you were punched, right?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, that you were punched in your jaw, I think on your left side of your body.
Yes.
You testified that you fell back in the water and hit your head, right?
Yes.
You did not drop your knife.
No.
Right? You held on to it when you fell down into the water.
Yes.
When Dante Carlson hit you, he was holding a can of beer in one hand, right?
Yes.
He was fighting you with one hand.
Yes.
You never suffered any kind of bruising or cuts to your face from this incident, right?
On the inside of my cheek.
You cut the inside of your cheek.
Yes.
Yeah, you never had any bruising on your jaw, right?
I don't remember. I mean, I had a beard. I couldn't tell.
You weren't bleeding from your face anywhere.
No, not that I know.
Once you're knocked down in the water, AJ Madison comes up to you and pushes on your back, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
We'll play the video. You were pushed in the back by AJ Madison, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
In response, you got up out of the water, right?
Mhm.
You take your knife in your right hand, put the blade up, right?
Objection is in narration.
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Still in my hand. Yes, that way.
You jabbed it into his belly.
About the same time he hit me in the throat.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
You jabbed it into his belly, right?
Yes.
Instead of pulling it out, you pulled up, right?
Because I had so much time to think about it.
You pulled up.
I did not pull up.
Okay,
Look at the angle of my arm.
We're stopped at timestamp 156. You see your knife,
Yes.
how close it is to his jaw, his chin?
Yes.
That's because when you stabbed him, instead of pulling out, you went up, right?
I was falling backwards with the knife in my arm, in my hand, and the angle of my arm was about the same. Just got hit in the throat.
In this frame of the video, the knife's pointing straight up, right?
Yes.
Went in, pulled up, and it's by the time you got done up by his face, your knife's pointing straight up.
Objection has been answered.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
It's straight up.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight. Right.
Objection, speculation. There's a no
Overruled. You can ask the question, he can answer.
I don't know what he was doing.
You know that he told Dante Carlson to back up, right?
Overruled.
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
After you stabbed AJ Madison, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Sorry, it's AJ Carlson.
Pardon me. No, it's not. It's not.
AJ Martin.
It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the Carlson family. Martin.
Thank you.
Pardon me. After you stabbed AJ Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Yes.
Nobody jumped on top of you.
No.
Nobody was kicking at you or punching you.
No.
You're just in the water by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
We're going to take a look at the video starting at 1:55. That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up. At this point, you're standing there. There's nobody hitting you, nobody's punching you, nobody's kicking you, right?
Objection. That's the video should be not standing.
Gentlemen, please come up.
This is getting, it's everyone's getting pissed off now. The judge is even getting pissed off. The jury's getting pissed off. Everyone's getting pissed off now. It's like, hey, Seahawks. Hey, Seahawks. Go through the counting the objections. Totally gone slower. You know, the jury get to see the video. Let them just, why we go, you know. Whoa.
Let's continue. Question, please.
Sorry.
In any event, you were sitting in the water after AJ Martin pushed you over, right?
I landed on my butt
Right.
in the river.
But at that point, the fight didn't continue. People weren't punching on you, right?
At that time, I couldn't tell what was going on
Sure.
around me.
That's at the point that Tony Carlson came over, was yelling at people to back up. Do you remember that?
From the video.
You don't have a memory of that in your head? He separated Dante from you, right?
Objection. No foundation.
Overruled.
Right?
If it's from my memory, I don't remember that.
Tony Carlson never punched you, correct?
Correct.
He never kicked you, never pushed you.
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
And you turned around and you stabbed him twice, right?
I couldn't see. I couldn't hear. I didn't know who was punching me, touching me, shoving me, nothing. I was fearing for my life.
You stabbed the guy who tried to break up the fight twice, right?
Objection. One.
Overruled.
That's what happened, right?
That's what happened.
And luckily for him, he was able to block your first stab, so you stabbed him again, right?
I had milliseconds to think.
Riley Madison, after you stabbed Tony Carlson, you turned around, you got up, you turned around, and you sliced Riley Madison through her left side of her body, right?
Yes.
She wasn't punching you or kicking you.
She came at me and she had her hands on me.
At the time you stabbed her, she had her hands on you.
Yes.
This 115-pound woman, attacked you while you're standing there holding a knife?
She could have been 500 pounds. I don't know. I'm sorry, sir, but
You've never told anyone ever that Riley Madison attacked you and that's why you stabbed her, right?
no.
You're saying it today for the first time.
I don't remember this whole thing.
After you stabbed Riley Madison, Isaac Schuman tries to push you, right?
And he lands his hands on my throat. Yes.
But his hands originally weren't anywhere near your throat. They were on your shoulder and your chest, right?
I didn't take measurements, but yeah, from the picture, yes.
And as soon as he touches you, you stab up into his heart with your knife, right?
He went for my throat, and I defended myself. Yes.
Are you saying, we're going to look at the video. We're going to start at 2:02, and for anybody who doesn't want to watch, you might want to avert your eyes. Ready? We're at 2:05, the timestamp on the video. That's Isaac Schuman, right? If you don't,
Right.
his left hand on your arm, right?
Right.
His right hand on your chest, right?
Right.
They're not on your throat.
In that particular frame.
And your right hand is cocked, your elbow's bent, right?
Okay.
And you've got the knife in your hand.
Yes.
Play it through, please. And as he's pushing you, you jam your knife up into his heart through his rib cage, right?
After he touches my throat and pushes me back. Yes, correct.
As your arm is moving up to stab him, you actually moved his arm closer up your, or farther up your body with your own movement, right?
I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see that.
At the time that this incident happened, you agreed you weighed 248 pounds.
Yes.
Not one of these people that you stabbed so far in the video were armed in any fashion, right?
Right.
You told an elaborate story about people pulling knives on you, right?
Overruled.
Right? You made up that story.
To Brandy Hart?
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video, yes.
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
Correct.
You're the only person who had a knife.
Correct.
You had said earlier that you had waved for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
During we're moving back in time now?
Oh, yeah. Earlier you had waved. We saw
Yes.
the video. You said you
Yes.
waved to your friends because
Yes.
you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over, right?
Yes.
And he's in the group at the point that Riley Madison's standing there bleeding into the river, right? He's standing
Yes.
right behind her.
Yep. Yep.
And at the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group. correct?
See that in the video, yes.
And when you stabbed Isaac Schuman, he's also standing there, right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13-on-1, you had a friend there, right? Your friend was standing right there. He's in the video, right?
In the video. I don't remember him being there.
You saw him coming, walking downstream.
I don't remember.
You waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
At no point when you stabbed Tony, Riley, and Isaac, did you call out to your friend and say, hey, help me, they're attacking me, right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I was stunned. Couldn't talk.
The last person you stabbed was Dante Carlson, right?
Yes.
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes.
Sustained.
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times, being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Objection. That's
Sustained form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
Correct.
In fact, you took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
So at that point, you stabbed 5 people and you decide to leave the area. Is that true?
I walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I was in shock.
You said they took my knife, right? To Ernesto.
I don't remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video and.
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what you
Yes.
said.
Yeah.
You still got the knife on your person, right? Even though you just told them they took your knife, you still had it. Right?
No. When I reached the tubes?
No. When Ernesto came walking up and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south side, south shore of the lake, of the river, right?
Yes.
And on the way, you washed off the knife in the river.
I don't remember that.
Well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes.
When you left the area, right?
Yeah.
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands or, right?
objection foundation.
Sustained.
At some point, you rinsed your hand and the knife in the water, right?
I don't remember that. But
What you do remember is throwing the knife up into the bushes on the south bank.
Right on the bank, yes.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
No, no, you walked out of your way to get to the south bank to get rid of it and then walked back across the river to your group, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
We're gonna play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge. It's grainy, but it's of some value.
You have many more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We're in recess until 2:50.
I think he's now getting confused as well, language barrier. The state to go, what he said, he's got a long way to go. Well, a long way to go, lots of questions, they said. I mean,
Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
why the fuck are you playing this? So, redirect will be key, yes. I'm not sure what they're gaining anymore now. What else is the cover? I mean, I don't know. I think they could be a little bit careful. That's all. You can take you can make it excessive, and the state can make the jury actually hate them. So I just think with this, especially with this guy, it's like just keep it simple. I know they're trying to confuse him, but the redirect's gonna be huge as well to unconfuse him. So we'll see. I mean, why is it going like that now? Fucking hell. I'm gonna have to open another page now because this motherfucker. Nicolae Miu, I need to open the stream because they've done that. Oh no, all streams like that. Okay, fine. Because that just looks scary to me like that. Certainly, they might have Boston answers to your question. Yeah, no, she will. She covered it. If I have to, I'll go watch. I thought because Dennis is a man, they took him step by step as if he has time to think in between each action. It happened quick. Oh, I mean, stills are just one thing, but it's milliseconds. Dennis, are you going Friday then to the hearing? Also, you are you going Are you going into the actual Karen Reid trial, like in 1 or 2 days, or are you going for the whole thing? What's your plan, Dennis? It's true you can't remember every move you made in a time like that, especially minute little moves. Yes, you just can't. Even stills, you know what I mean? The video plays itself. You're gonna believe what you want to believe from it. You know, I think it speaks for itself in a lot of ways. You know, but yeah, they just watched the verdict for Small Town Secrets murder case, and my daughter, what was the result? Minneapolis, Minnesota. Erin Hart, Hackstar. I don't even know what Small Town Secrets murder case is. But I know it's been going forever because Dave was telling me about it. Not guilty first degree, guilty second degree, and guilty of falsifying evidence. Okay. I don't know what that is, but sure. And the Crumley's got between 10 and 15 years. So that's going to be 10 years, minus 85, minus 15%. So that's 85. They've served nearly 2.5 years already. So they're probably going to be out in 6 years, I would say. They'll be out. Out in 6 years. It's crap, that's what it is. I'll be honest with you, I believe you, Hackster. I don't know even what the case is. So Burger says he's done. Oh my days. Oh fucking I've got a headache as well. I was drinking a milky coffee just now and I got my squash here. And I got a slight headache. So I might take another coffee in a bit. Now, why do they just lock everyone up? Don't leave your homes, kids. It's getting to that point, isn't it? It's getting to that point a little bit. Scary days out there. But do you know what? It's even going to get worse for your children and for your grandchildren and great grandchildren. It's going to be worse. Generations go forward, the worse it gets. I was watching this video just now, earlier on, about a Lamborghini or something car, and it was on the right hand lane. In the left lane, just behind it, was a police car, and the car behind the Lamborghini was going right. We're doing 60, so the Lamborghini was doing 60 and 65, and the police car was just waiting to pull it over. Eventually, did pull it over. It's like, why are you pulling stuff over? Why are you instigating that? I mean, go and fucking find something else to do. Do you know what I mean? How you like this to be like what? Well, the trial or the witness? The trial I think is great because I like this trial because it's thought provoking. If you're actually open minded about this trial, it's thought provoking. If you're just coming in with the like either side now, not guilty, as in I don't give a shit what's been said, it's not guilty, or it's guilty, should never have a night, blah blah. It's more complex than that. This is this is a kind of trial that will come down to the law and how it's perceived. That's why it's quite intricate, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it because it's not a long trial. It's why I chose it. It's going to be a 2 week trial. Um, show the chat. Hang on, it's law and crime. I am remaining open-minded 100%. I have my opinions, but I'm open-minded for sure. Thought-provoking, good choice of word. Yeah, and hey, Ruka, 100%. I'm not even. I've said not guilty, but I'm not resting on not guilty. I'm saying not guilty because I want to hear this testimony, all the testimony. Do you know what I mean? Do I agree? Like, I'm from the UK. I don't agree with knives and stuff like that, but I don't agree with how he approached it. I don't agree with what those gang lads did. I don't agree with that group. I don't actually agree with anybody in a sense. I don't think anyone handled this well. Um, so as I say, I just wish the charge was different. Not guilty. Yes, Tina, me too. Notice he's got a smile on his face when grasping at his pocket. Feeding frenzy for blood, bro. Self-defense, not guilty. Not self-defense if you have the opportunity to leave. I mean, in that situation, I don't judge anybody because thankfully, um, I've never been in that position, so I couldn't tell you how I would react. I got thoughts of how I would react. I think I would panic, but I don't know how I would react in that situation. So I don't pass judgment on that. Now Dilly can say my name properly spelled. Dave Hamburger, yes! Dave Hamburger, you legend, you Dave. I love Dave. Dave's a great. You know, I call him a troll because it's Dave. I love Dave. You don't have to, mighty meat. You don't have to leave. No duty to retreat. He is not guilty. Shit on the stand, but not guilty. He takes shit on the stand. I think it's a barrier as well. With the, I don't actually think he knows exactly what he's saying. You know, because every time he said the prosecutor says it's on video, he's like, "Yeah." I don't think he knows what the fuck he's saying. But you know, here he is. Flowers, flowers all around. He doesn't just like Dave. He likes Dave. I do. Jonathan's my number one. Jonathan's my number one troll. I remember when Jonathan first came here, people told me he was a troll. Nothing further from the truth. He's a legend. Yes, he's doing that well, yeah. But do you know what? Do you know what, Erin? The state have to be careful because the jury see what we see. And a lot of the juries are going to be like, well, this guy's just picking on him now. Do you know what I mean? They will just think that they're picking on him. So, oh, sorry, have I got top chat? Sorry. It's always top chat for whatever reason for me. Chat as a subscriber. Yeah, then Dave. Mighty. Keep up that. Dennis is going to chat. I will. No, Jonathan knows he's my number one chatter. Jonathan's the number one chatter in this stream, followed by Dave. Waiting for Dennis to get in there now. Come on, Den, before they come back. Come back in like literally 2 minutes. Yeah, it's only when you're not busy. That's why Dave is caught up with you now. I don't know who John Gary is. And Castle Towards being to bog snorkeling. That's about an hour away from me, and oh jeez, that'll be a nightmare. But Castle Walk thing is good. Plenty castles in Wales, that's for sure. Cardiff, Carnarvon, everything you want. Boom bap, dee dee boop bap, ba ba boop bap, ba ba boo. Oh, John Gary's there. He lied to the cops, but the video clearly shows he was self-defense. John Gary says. Where's Dennis? Dennis, come on. Did you see a comment? I don't think he came up then. Nothing here. No, nothing then. Maybe they, I don't know what you wrote, but maybe they didn't like it. Oh my. What's UDF say? I'm on cross. So far, it's devastating. In what ways is it devastating? I mean, everyone knows how it's going to go for cross. Do you know what I mean? Oh, here they go. They're back. Mama told me da. No, she's joking. She's joking. She's joking. Oh, it's a low crime one we were in then, so I'm not sure if you were in a different chat, Dennis. You're probably in a different chat. And let's lighten the mood. If you want, yeah, I know. The thing is, Aruka, I just don't. I don't know words to songs. Yeah, it's the same one. No, she's right. Anyway, not dressing. She is joking, right? If you want to buy me coffee, there you go. There's a link. Go and buy me coffee instead. Eureka.
All right, please be seated. All right, Mr. Miu, please retake the witness stand. You are still under oath. Mr. Smestad.
Mr. Miu, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court?
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? In that video?
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
Right, if there's a person wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video, is it you?
Fair.
Hold on. Sustained.
Well, we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch it through at full speed.
I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be back now.
We're gonna play part of it, but slower, but not the end part. We're ready. What's the time for? This is at the very beginning. And Mr. Miu, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Objection, no. Sustained.
You've been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes.
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
Yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks, there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Objection, no. Sustained. It's the same question.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're gonna go through slowly.
Yes. Objection sustained, lack of foundation.
In any event, after you got rid of the knife on the south side of the river, you walked back to the north side of the river where your group was in the at the sandbar, right?
Yes.
Sat in your tube. Did you sit down in your tube?
Yes.
Eric Williams from your group, realizing that people were hurt, left.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Did you see Eric Williams leave your group?
No,
At some point, did you notice he wasn't with your group anymore?
I didn't do a head count, sir. Sorry.
Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
No foundation.
Overruled. Can answer the question.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to anybody in my group.
When you went back to your tube, you put your shirt back on, right?
I was cold, yes,
And you put on your hat, right?
yes,
And your sunglasses.
yes,
Eventually, you saw police officers and emergency medical technicians show up on the river, right?
yes,
Wading up the river, right?
yes.
Trying to help people that had been injured, and
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
you saw that happen, right?
Yes,
You didn't approach anybody to say you were attacked, as far as law enforcement or EMTs or anything like that, right?
no, I just pooped myself. I was afraid to go in that area.
Even
I'm
though there's
sorry.
police presence everywhere, you were afraid to walk over there and tell them, hey, this is what happened.
Yes, sir.
So you got in your tube and you floated down the river.
Not immediately. We waited there. We had people, from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911, and yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So do you remember waiting for Eric Williams to come back to join your group so you could leave?
I don't remember.
All right, do you remember saying, let's go? You yourself saying that?
Objection, asked and answered. Unitary City.
Overruled. Overruled.
I don't remember.
Ernesto Torres, he's your best friend.
Yes,
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
I didn't talk to him. I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
And you didn't tell Ernesto, I was afraid for my life and I did this?
No,
You never told Ernesto that I acted in self-defense?
I didn't. I don't remember talking to anybody.
You didn't say I was afraid they were going to kill me, these folks?
Objection, no foundation. City doesn't.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Isaac Schuman, right?
I didn't see that.
All right. Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Eventually,
And there's some video of you relaxed in your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
action is to perform.
Sustained.
Do you remember seeing the video of you
I remember seeing the video.
relaxing in your tube before you got back to the end?
Action is to perform.
Sustained.
Did you see the video or not?
I said I did.
When you got to Village Park, your group exited the river, right?
Yes,
There was multiple police in the area, right?
yes,
You saw a uniformed officer with his gun drawn, walking towards you, right?
right.
You didn't approach that officer.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that
afraid
time.
that, you were afraid of the officer?
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I couldn't, I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything. Yes,
You didn't approach the officer and say, they tried to kill me, I defended myself, nothing like that, right?
I don't remember saying anything like that to anybody.
You walked right by him, right?
All that is a blur. I don't remember it.
Once you got further up the path, though, other officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Apparently, yes.
They stopped you, right, before you could leave the park.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
Nope. I was focused on one thing only. Somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that whatever bridge, the little bridge, Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to the officer, hey, there's a guy over there with a bat and that's concerning me. Can you do something about it?
No.
You're put into a squad car, right?
Mhm.
But yes,
Yes,
Sheriff Knudsen came over to make sure you were comfortable, right?
I saw that in the video. Yes.
You don't remember talking to Sheriff Knudsen?
No.
You remember him asking you, well, if you don't remember, you don't remember. We're going to play that video and then I have some questions for you. Your Honor, this is the longer version of the video that's been referenced. It's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
House, when you're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right? Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. Okay, well.
Did you see anybody injured?
No.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay. Screaming in anger or screaming in pain, do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming. Calling each other names. That's seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where are you? Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
I drove from Fire Lake.
From Fire Lake. Okay.
Actually, I didn't drive it. We came there.
Your wife and you? And you met the group there?
Yeah, but we know each
other. Okay. All right. As long as the temperature is good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
You lied to Sheriff Knudsen, right?
I don't remember that conversation. But yes,
In fact, you told him that you heard there was a stabbing, right?
I don't remember any of this stuff.
You're fishing for information about what happened, right?
I don't know what you could say I was fishing. I don't know.
You asked him some questions about what had happened, right?
Again, I don't remember this conversation.
But you were pretending that you didn't know what happened. Isn't that true?
No.
At the point that you were talking to Sheriff Knudsen and saying these things, you didn't know there was a video of what happened on the river, did you?
I didn't know whether I was dead or alive at that point.
She also didn't know that there was a video, right?
No.
When the sheriff asked you what had happened, one of your responses was it was kids being kids, right?
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You just heard yourself say it on the video, though.
So
Objection, no foundation.
I'll move on. Prior to being taken to jail, you were transferred from that squad car that you were in to a different squad car, right? Remember that? You remember at some point Deputy Thomason telling you that you were under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
I don't remember any of that.
When you spoke with Lieutenant Hart, even though you'd been informed that you were being arrested for homicide, you pretended to know that, to not be aware that someone had died, right? Right? When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you,
Over here at the jail?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
you don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died.
Objection assumes fact.
Sustained.
When you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you'd been arrested, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
And so you had time to put together a story, right?
No.
Overruled.
You had 4 hours to come up with a story about what happened on the river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
No,
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on me, you're telling the truth?
No.
That was a story, right?
Correct.
And when you said that you somehow managed to grab one of the boys' arms and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can see, I was very confused.
Did you not testify earlier that you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And that nobody else had a knife on the river except for you?
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
No, I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I saw the video. And
you're aware.
And I know that it's not right. It's not true.
Not just a couple of little lies, but lie on top of lie to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Sustained.
Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her. You said, these boys took the goggles off my head and threw them down the river, right? You told her that?
If that's what the video recorded, yes.
All right, you told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the video, but I don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No.
You said these boys attacked you, right? You told her that multiple times, right?
I saw the video.
Did you say that or not? Yes or
I
no?
said that in the video.
And,
Yes.
and you knew that wasn't true, right?
So in the video, I lied. I totally lied about the knife. I didn't remember a lot of details. I didn't remember of anything. I don't even remember the interview. I just looking at the video. It's I can look at it like anybody would look at it for the first time. I don't remember any of that.
You told Lieutenant Hart that these boys told you, don't run away from us. Remember saying that?
No.
In fact, it's just the opposite. They were telling you to go, right?
I don't remember.
You told her that a second boy had a knife, attacked you with the knife, and you took that from him, right?
That's what I saw in the video.
That's not true either, right? Right?
That's not true.
You said that when you walked back to your group, and this is talking to Lieutenant Hart, that Ernesto asked you if you had found the phone, right? Remember saying that to her?
I don't remember any of that conversation I had with her.
Yeah, that wasn't true either, right?
If this is all part of that interview, I don't remember anything.
Yeah.
So
That's what we're talking about. We're talking
Right.
about the interview with Lieutenant Hart.
then I don't remember the interview.
Okay, I still get to ask you questions about it.
Sure.
You were specifically asked, did you have a knife? Right? Do you remember being asked that?
I don't remember that, but I know I was.
Your
Agreed.
answer to Lieutenant Hart was no, no, absolutely no, right?
Right. Which I lied. I know I lied about the knife.
You said to her, why did they want to scare me with a knife? Right? Talking about the boys, I mean, the 17-year-olds. When none of them ever had a knife, right? Is that right?
Apparently not.
You said I grabbed it, meaning the knife, from him because he tried to poke me with it. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You said a woman hit you in the ear. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You know that's not true, right?
Objection, foundation.
You know that's not true as you sit here now, right?
Right.
You told the police and Lieutenant Hart, I think, that you thought it was two different groups of people fighting against each other, right?
I don't remember telling her that.
Right. You know, as you sit here today, that is completely made up, right?
Again, I don't remember any of that you're talking about right now. If it's
told-
about the interview.
You told Lieutenant Hart that you wanted to stay in the area and watch the police come and arrest these people for fighting, right? That's what you told Lieutenant Hart?
That's what's in the transcript. Yes.
When you were told that a person had died, your response was, is it because they fought each other? That's what you told her, right? That's how you responded?
If it's in the transcript. But I don't remember.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you punched or pushed or did anything to Maddie Cohen, right? You left that part out?
Is that what it's in there?
I'm
Then
asking if you ever told her that.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention that you had stabbed and severely injured another woman, Riley Madison. You didn't mention that to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Objection, overruled.
You never mentioned that part.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention being strangled at any point, right?
If that's the transcript, then that we go by that, but I don't remember that interview.
And I think what you said earlier is that you were afraid you were going to die from being strangled, and that's why you stabbed Isaac Schuman in the heart, right? That was your testimony earlier. Didn't you say that today, this afternoon? To any police officer, right?
If I didn't mention, I didn't mention it. I don't remember that.
That's not an important detail that you thought you might want to point out.
Everything is every detail is important. We all know that. But I don't remember saying any of those things to Lieutenant Hart.
Because you didn't say them, right? That's why you don't remember.
Is what?
You didn't say those things to her. That's why you don't remember, correct?
I don't remember what I said or what I didn't say to her. I don't remember even having an interview with her.
So you can't remember anything about what you told her, but when Mr. Nelson's asking you questions, you can remember all these feelings you had at the time. Is that true? Do you remember answering his questions about how you were feeling that day?
The feelings I had when I was attacked.
And when you were meeting with the Lieutenant Hart?
Yes.
Thank you. You know, I mean, just ignore. I mean, even everyone's had an opinion. No one's discounting anybody, guys. It's you know, it's perspective on it. If I'm being honest with you, the state are actually making a mess of this because they're droning on too much. They were doing well, but they're taking it
Objection
too far.
sustained. Please rephrase the question.
You testified today a lot about remembering what you were feeling that day, right? When Mr. Nelson was questioning you, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
But when you're asked other details that might not be so useful, you don't remember them, right?
Certain feelings and certain they stick to you forever.
Ones
They
that are
affect you.
helpful to your defense, those stick to you, right?
Sustained.
You were examined by the jail nurse, the SART nurse, several hours after the incident, right?
Yes.
You never mentioned to her that you'd been strangled, right?
Didn't mention to her a lot,
Sure.
not because I intentionally didn't want to do it. I didn't remember. I was still in shock.
You didn't mention anything about your throat hurting.
I don't remember what I mentioned to her.
I understand. You never at any point told anybody other than today that you had a sore throat or your throat was sore from after this incident, right?
You didn't tell anybody.
At any point during the day after you were arrested, when you're interviewed with people, when the jail or the SART nurse is talking to you, you never once said, oh, my throat is sore because Isaac Schuman strangled me, right?
I don't remember what I told those guys either. I was, like I said, I don't remember a lots of the interaction I had with anybody here at the jail.
But today,
Yeah.
almost 2 years later, you remember that the next day your throat hurt. That's
Yes,
what you
because
testified earlier.
yeah. And my back.
You can
still have-
remember that detail, but not the other details.
My back still hurts right now.
The SART nurse specifically asked you when she was doing the exam, where are you hurt? And you pointed out some things to her, right?
I may have.
Yeah, but you never once said, I had been strangled, I have an injury to my throat hurts, nothing like that.
I don't remember.
When she asked you what hurt, you said your butt hurt from the rocks. That was your response to the nurse, right?
Don't remember.
You had said that you're in poor health, or you were at least in poor health back on July 30th of 2022. You had had your bypass surgery 2 years prior to that, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And typically people that have medical procedures like that are given restrictions on what they can do in their activities, right?
Yeah.
And you apparently weren't restricted from swimming, snorkeling, doing outdoor sports on a river, right?
I was for a while, but 2 years later, lots of the restrictions, I believe, got lifted.
Those restrictions got lifted because you got better, right?
You can say the doctor makes that decision, but he says if you feel a little better, do as much as you can.
Yeah, and then you were in fact snorkeling and swimming and doing things like that, physical activities, right?
Snorkeling in 15 inches of water, I was mostly I didn't even snorkel. That was not a lake but I was my whole plan for the day was to just float down the river and relax.
You're able to run, at least you were back on July 30th of 2022, right?
Run.
You were able to run at that time, right? You weren't restricted from running.
I mean,
You didn't have a medical restriction to keep you from running, right?
no.
And in fact, you did run when you ran up on Isaac Schuman's group, correct?
You call that run? Okay. That's not a run, but I wasn't running. I wasn't allowed to run or do any activities like that. So I wasn't running.
At the time that this all happened, July 30th, 2022, you felt sufficiently healthy to go off on your own, away from your wife and your group, to go do snorkeling on your own, right?
It's what I felt.
I know, I just want to check my notes. I think I'm almost done. If we can have Exhibit 4, Item 10. I'm going to ask Investigator Schultz to actually handle it since it's evidence, physical evidence.
Can you retrieve the exhibit? Oh, what is it?
If investigator can approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
We're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4, I guess Item 10. That's your knife, right?
Yes,
That's the knife you used to stab these people.
that's the knife I used to defend myself with. Yes.
I asked you earlier about when you stabbed Dante Carlson. You agreed that he was not attacking you at the point that you stabbed him. He was the last person stabbed, right?
He attacked me.
Earlier, when you stabbed him, Tony Carlson had already broke up the fight, right? You said you agreed to that earlier.
At that time, everybody that came in contact with me attacked me.
Anybody who looked at you?
No, anybody that came in contact with me, I felt attacked.
You felt attacked whether you were being physically attacked or not, right?
I was in the moment, so I felt attacked by anybody that had either previously attacked me or was approaching to attack me.
So you felt like you could stab folks who are not attacking you at the moment that you stabbed them.
Objection.
Sustain. Sustain.
You walked up to Dante Carlson and stabbed him in the belly, right?
I did not walk up to Dante Carlson and stab him in the belly.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Miu, you asked some questions about your fitness on July 30th. I want to ask you some questions about that, okay? Just maybe we can get it done in one question. Did you feel fit enough to take on 13 teenagers and adults in a fight by yourself without a weapon?
I didn't, no.
You were asked some questions about what happened with each of these people, right? And you were shown some stills.
Mhm.
Were you in court when, do you know how many frames are in per second of these videos?
I learned they're like 24, 25.
So one frame is a 24th of a second, is that right?
Correct.
When you were in that, let me play the video. I'm gonna play exhibit 2.
Are you connected?
I think so. Before I am.
Yeah, start over. I don't have anything on my monitor either.
That's not the screen I'm looking at, Judge. I apologize. My screen looks like that.
Screen is this with the library.
That was my, that's my home screen, but. Let me take another chance here, Judge, sorry. See what it looks like for a second. Okay, that's. I don't know, Judge, maybe I need to take a break. I'm looking at my screen and it shows the video, so I apologize. I'm flummoxed.
This is exhibit 2, the
This is exhibit 2. I want to play it from the 150 mark where you, for 14 seconds.
the spirit of cooperation. Are you able to use your exhibit?
Sure. Apologize, sorry. video, please. We can start the video at 150, just when he's. All right, before we press play, Mr. Miu, do you see what's on the screen there at 149?
Yes,
Is that you falling backwards?
yes.
I want to press play and ask them to stop it at 2:05, okay?
Okay.
Please press play.
He ain't a woman! He ain't a woman!
Did you observe those 16 seconds or so?
Yes.
You, if there's 24 frames a second and we watch for 16 seconds, as you sit here now, are you able to break down exactly what happened in each of those 284 frames? I mean, do you have a memory of
No.
1/24 of a second
No,
for
absolutely not.
how, as far as time goes, if you can, I
Mhm.
apologize, but if you can, just put yourself back in that space for a moment.
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes.
When you're back in that space, on that river, in that time, did you seem like you had 284 different chances to do different things and feel different things? How did time feel in that moment?
It was not real. Everything was not real. Time wasn't following the same rules.
When you
slow, very slow.
When you said you didn't have a memory of some of the details, but you had a memory of the feelings, can you explain, how is that?
So feelings are brought on by what's happening, at least with me. If you get hit in the head, that's a feeling of hurt. If you fall back and you hit your head, you fall back on river rock and you get hurt, you feel pain. When you know you can't get away and you feel like you're drowning and there are people on top of you pounding you and holding you in the water, that's a timestamp in a filing cabinet that says this is what I suffered.
Do you exactly, go ahead, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's something I would love to erase from my memory, but unfortunately, there are lots of those feelings, very strong feelings I can't erase.
How confident are you in the accuracy of your feelings?
I know my feelings. I lived with my feelings for 54 years.
How about this feeling? How confident are you in the accuracy of this feeling that you're
100% confident that is my feeling. 100% confident.
even if you can't remember the details of everything you saw,
Correct.
even if you can't remember the details of everything you heard?
Right.
Let me, because there was some question that I want to just make sure we cover it, right?
Mhm.
AJ, Mark, do you remember each of these acts that you're charged with, each of these acts of stabbing?
No.
Do you remember the particulars, that is, I should say, the particulars of like X person did this or Y person did this or Z person did this?
No.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of just randomly stabbing people?
No.
What is your memory as to why you did what you did?
I was afraid for my life, and what I did, I had to do to defend myself.
Do you have a memory of stabbing anybody that didn't come towards you or attack you or touch you or push you or hit you?
No.
Did you ever just randomly go up and hit somebody?
No.
Do you have any memory of Tony Carlson trying to break anything up?
No.
you were asked about that, but I know there's some frames on that. Do you remember the frame in which Tony Carlson's coming up from behind and pushing you?
I didn't know who it was, but I remember being held in the water. I mean, it's a feeling that it gives me the nightmares, the trauma that was caused by that. That's the trauma that I remember.
There were asked some questions there at the end about the Larry and Davis video. Could you make anything out in there?
No, I thought I was looking at Sasquatch.
Do you remember anything about Dante? Dante Carlson is the person on the video previously that we saw here that had hit you. You know that, correct?
Yeah.
And he's the person in those two-tone shorts, correct?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory of how it came to be that you defended yourself against him that's not on the Jawan Cockfield video?
No.
You remember him coming up to you?
I remember lots of people coming onto me. I couldn't distinguish who. I don't remember color of shorts or anything like that.
Did you ever swing or hit the knife out of anger?
No.
Why'd you use the knife?
Because I'm a mechanical engineer, I use it as a tool. But what I used it for that day, I used it to save my life for self-defense.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
So, Mr. Miu, you hear over and over again that there was 13 people there, and you're there by yourself, right?
Apparently.
But we know that's not true because Ariel was behind you.
Objection. Sustained.
13 people did not attack you, correct?
Looking at the evidence, correct. In the picture at the time, I didn't know that.
13 people were using words that you didn't like, right?
In action, right?
2 women touched you on your shoulders and arms, right?
They didn't just touch me on my shoulders and arms. You know that.
You were 250 pounds at the time, right?
Yes.
And these women touching your arms caused you to fear for your life?
They're not touching.
Objection.
See objection.
That's not the evidence. That's not what he said.
Again, members of the jury, disregard what the attorneys say because what they say is not evidence. What the witness says is the evidence that you rely on. Next question.
You said the time slowed down for you on redirect, right? You said the rules didn't apply, time slowed down.
To me, at that time, everything felt different.
If time had slowed down, you would have time to consider your actions, right?
If it did slow down, yes. So I was wrong when I said it slowed down, but yes.
But that's what you said, right?
I understand.
You never told the SART nurse that you had been drowning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember what I told the doctor.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you had been drowning?
I don't remember.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Miu. You may sit back at the table. You need a few minutes?
Just a couple minutes.
All right, let's come back at 3:45. Please take the jury out.
All right, to the jury.
We're in recess, 3:45.
Yeah, I thought he did okay. I thought, overall, I thought he did okay. I mean, it is what it is. I think the state could have done a better job in the. And when I say that, I mean they went on too far. I think they're going to piss off the jury in the end because the jury can see everything. I just think they took it too far. I thought they did fine up until a certain point, and it's like then it was like, come on, just move on, move on. You know what I mean? But yeah, apart from that, it's what I expected it to be. Do you know what I mean? It is what I expected it to be. I thought he did well considering. Do you know what I mean? I think this is key. I think this is key. That was a big plus from this. He kept his cool. No, I think he was fine. They need something. I think. I do think they need something now. I think he's state badgering. This is what I mean. That's the state badgering him made him look bad, in my opinion. I think they just sort of kept to the script. They kept badgering him, and then in the end, it made them look bad, in my opinion. If they hadn't done that, I think the state would have had a good cross. Um, just felt that maybe took it too far, but his daughter is Erin Hack. The Hackster is his daughter. Yeah, to be fair, Tudley said that. Oh, did Erin say as well? The kind of video's downfall. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Okay, I thought it was there. No, Tudley said it. I remember Tudley saying it, and I don't disagree with you, Tuds. There's more. The defense can't. I don't believe the defense can rest there. They have to do something. That's not enough. I don't think. It's just too many questions. Maybe that's the plan. Put him on there. See how it comes out. Does he fuck up? Does he, does it go okay? And I think overall, I don't think it went great. I think it went okay. It could have been a lot worse. So I think but they need to now pad it out with the shock stuff. And I do not believe that it was a home run for the state. I don't believe that at all. But at the same time, it wasn't a home run for Nicolae either. Dylan there is daddy. I'll be your daddy too. Oh, you gotta love him. So that's 6 witnesses for the defense so far. Josie gets a flower. Daddy Dave. Oh, mama. So yeah, let's see what else. Let's see what else the defense put forward. Oh, they're back, motherfuckers. They don't mess about in this court. Oh, Corey! There's a lot of different things there. Oh, look, I'm the same. Go Bears. I'm now a Bears fan. I'm now a Bears fan as well. Aaron Rodgers is my daddy. David. New York Jets. Oh shit, I'm in the way here of the chat, aren't I? Happy days, I didn't know that. What do you do with them then? Yeah, I did a wheel. I did a wheel a few months ago. So I got a separate channel with me and Mike Dimitri, a sports channel, and he supports the Lions. I was like, I need to do so I spun it with 31 teams, and it came out with a Chicago Bears. No, I don't know. I don't know. It's not. I want to know though. Hang on, let me move myself here now as well. The Bears.
All right, please be seated. Mr. Prophecy, is there another witness? Mr. Nelson?
The defense rests.
All right, defense rests. Mr. Anderson, will there be a rebuttal?
No.
All right. Members of the jury, that means the evidence is closed. We're almost at the end. I have some matters to discuss with the attorneys. It would not be practical to keep you here and try to push through closing arguments and end up working into the night. So I'm going to release you now. I'd like you to come back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. What is going to happen tomorrow morning is we'll all come back into the courtroom. I will give you the jury instructions. The attorneys will deliver their arguments, and then the matter will be handed over to you for your deliberations. Again, the reminders are the same. No independent research or investigation. Do not talk about this case among yourselves or with anybody else. Do not consult news reports or social media posts about this case. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at. Yes. Correction, 8:30. 8:30 tomorrow morning. All right. Anything else? All right, please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Nelson, Mr. Prophecy, do you have anything else concerning the evidence? Motions?
Yes, Judge, we would renew the motion that we've made before. The arguments are the same. I believe the burden is different. And so if Your Honor wants additional arguments, I don't. The facts haven't really changed. It's just the burden has.
I think the burden is the same, but the evidence that I can consider has expanded. Correct? I can consider the entire body of the evidence, not just what the state offered.
Fair enough.
All right. Mr. Anderson, is there anything that you want to add?
No.
All right. Again, that motion is denied. I stand by my earlier rulings. I think the evidence that has been presented thus far is sufficient to warrant this case going to the jury.
This morning, I handed the attorneys rough draft number 3 of the jury instructions. Have you had an opportunity to look at it, or do you need some time?
I have not even, I need some time.
How much time?
I need to, Judge. I haven't looked at a page of it.
Are we going on the record or not?
Well, I'd really like to get it done if we could. I don't know how much time you need.
I haven't even looked at it. I apologize, but obviously it's been a full day. And so there are 29 pages, you know, meetings at least 4:15.
Will that be enough time for you?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Anderson. He's looked at them a little closer than I have.
Should be, Judge. I know that the one, it doesn't need to be lengthy, but I think would be appropriate is something on defense of others, because there's testimony that Dante and AJ were defending, responding to Miu punching Maddie when they responded. So
Let me just kind of recap where I think we are. I had initiated a rough draft of the jury instructions. Includes instructions that I knew were going to be required, ones that I anticipated the attorneys would want, and instructions I thought the evidence would justify. The attorneys and I have discussed the draft. We spoke most recently yesterday. There were some areas where I needed input. I got the input. In the draft you have now, it reflects the changes that we had discussed yesterday. The areas that are in red are areas that remain unresolved from yesterday or were added based on Mr. Anderson's submission late yesterday regarding the lesser included charges for counts 2 through 5. So it should look familiar to everybody, with the exception of the portions in red. Just give me a better understanding about defense of others instruction, how you see it fitting in, where do you want it?
So the testimony from Dante and AJ was they saw Miu punch Maddie, so they were defending her. So I think the jury should be able to know that not only is it legal, is self-defense legal when justified, so is defense of others.
What's your reaction, Mr. Trophy?
Never heard of an affirmative defense being given in a criminal case for a victim. And I haven't looked at it. It strikes me as completely convoluting everything we're doing. But I would need to know, are they saying that gets rid of the right of self-defense? I don't know what it means in terms of how the jury is supposed to consider that evidence. If they consider that, are they saying, if you find it defense of others, then self-defense doesn't apply? I don't think it strikes as self-defense.
Yeah. Mr. Anderson, how does it fit into your argument?
I think when I was reading this before, I think there's a spot where it could be added in very succinctly, but I just want to be able to tell the jury that we have these jury instructions in Wisconsin. It's legal to come to the aid of others, and that's exactly what Dante and AJ did. And it also intertwines with.
But how does it reflect on Mr. Miu's guilt or not guilt?
His provocation is what responded them to come to the defense of Maddie, and then he starts stabbing people. And they had a legal right to come to her defense under the theory of defense of others.
So if I may, Judge.
One question, are you proposing the pattern instruction or do you have something custom made?
I think it could be more succinct. I could come back with a.
Yeah, why don't you do that so that we're all looking at the same language? What did you want to add?
The only way, again, I agree with Mr. Tropsy, I just don't see how this comes in. The only way would be as it comes in under that red paragraph on page 3 under provocation in some way, but then it doesn't make sense because the issue is whether Mr. Miu's conduct was unlawful. Whether
Dante Carlson's conduct was lawful or unlawful has no bearing whatsoever on whether provocation occurred, and whether Mr. Carlson or AJ Martin's behavior is lawful or defensive of others. That has no bearing on Mr. Miu's beliefs or the reasonableness of his beliefs, because there's zero evidence that has been presented that Mr. Miu had any impression, understanding, or knowledge that what was being done to him was legally the defense of others. And so it's just, it's irrelevant, it's prejudicial, it's confusing, it has nothing to do with Mr. Miu's beliefs, which this entire case is about.
Let's put it on hold. Give me the proposed language that you want to have me consider. I'll give you 20 minutes to review the most recent draft. I'd like to, if we could, I'd like to finish the instruction conference today so that we can come in fresh tomorrow morning. But if the clock prevents us from doing so, we may have to adjourn it till tomorrow morning. So we'll reconvene at 4:15.
And are we on the record at 4:15 or are we?
That's my intention, yes. Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I'm just trying to do. I'm on Canva, trying to do my thumbnail tomorrow. I am shocked that they rested. Shocked, I tell you. But I'm just speculating here, right? Fuck's sakes, why won't this do? I'm just speculating here by wondering, do you think potentially they rested because, like, because he paid for these attorneys, I believe. Either they couldn't, like, was it the cost factor that he couldn't get more expert witnesses or something? Because you'd think you throw everything out. I just can't believe they rested. I am a little bit shocked with that. I don't know if that's enough of a defense. I think there's going to be questions. So I don't know. I could be completely wrong, mind you, but I just don't know. I don't know if that's enough. And that's why I wonder if it's because of money. Because look at Richard Allen. Richard Allen can't, afford it. Should have had a bronchotop expert. It should have somebody. It would have been worth his while to have an expert. I think so. I think, yeah, something like shocked, explain it. This is natural, because I think the jury are going to ask questions about, well, is that true? Could he be in that state? Could he forget? Could he, there's a lot of could he's. Corey will be doing closing. He'll be fine. Is he doing? Oh yeah, maybe he is doing closing. So we'll see if it's just. I got no doubt his closing is going to be excellent, but I still think that people are going to be like, I got, I don't know, some questions. Two days, not half a day. Okay, so I thought it would go at least 2 days, not half a day. Yeah. Well, technically, David, it was probably a day because remember Friday they had a good portion of the afternoon for their witnesses, and then yesterday they had again a couple of hours in the afternoon for their witnesses plus Miu. So it's probably a day, just over a day. It was in total for the defense. One goal. I think both attorneys are great. To be fair, I probably lean towards Corey. I probably do, but I think the other one's good as well. Doreen, I think he's got Miu can't complain about his representation. I think his representation are very, very good. It just comes down to facts now. It doesn't come down to anything. It's just, what is the law? What does the law say? And how does the jury interpret that law? That's all. Thank you. No, thank you, Murph. I've enjoyed having you here, Murph. I've enjoyed everybody here. Thank you for your contributions. Character with but no expert. Yeah, I don't know. Again, is it money? Is it? I don't know. This is what pisses me off, right? Oh no, I'll play it afterwards. This is what. Oh, maybe I won't. This is what pisses me off. Oh no, let me have a rant first. Is the state can spend as much money as they want. As much money as they want. Doesn't matter. Endless pot. The defense, though, are reliant on if it's a private company, like this is, I presume, it depends on the resources of the defendant. He's probably put X amount across it because he's obviously divorced his wife. He doesn't probably want her to lose more money. He probably doesn't want to put an extra 10 grand or something into it. I'm speculating, by the way, I have no idea. It's just wrong. But also, if it's a public defender, they're limited on the funds they can spend. The justice system at times, I'm not just talking about this case, but in general, is fucked. It should be parity of, like, you can spend X amount on both sides. That's it. No more, But it doesn't work like that. The more money you got, like the state, you're fucked. Where's Erin Hack? Hang on, I need to get Erin Hack here. Erin Hack, hack, hack. Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin Hack, hack, hack. Ole. Erin Hack, hack, hack. Ole. Da, 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 da. Da, fire. Erin Hack, hack, hack. Where do we go? Erin Hack goes. Where do we go? Erin Hack goes. Oh no, where's it gone, Erin? Erin Hack, hack, hack. Ooh. Oh no, it's gone, Erin. Your video's gone. Oh no, it's not. Hang on, I got it. I got it. Sorry, I got it. Your desire. Da, 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 da. Hey Pixie, hi Pixie. How we doing? Hope you're well. Right. Erin Hack, hack, hack. Ooh. Ba ba da ba. Your desire, Erin Hack, hack, hack. Ooh. This is Erin's video. Ole, ole, ole.
This is why you
Hang on. Oh shit.
This next part is why you do not talk to the cops without an attorney. Do not talk to the police. Do not talk to the cops. You, yes, you son of a bitch. Whoever's watching this right now. You don't even know what I'm talking. This could be 20 years from now. You son of a bitch. Do not talk to the cops. This is get beamed out into space. Some aliens gonna be like, who the fuck are the cops? You don't talk to them either. Don't talk to your cops. Don't talk to the alien cops. Or whatever you call them. If you're Klingons, don't talk to your Klingon constabulary dudes. Do not talk to the cops. Why? Here's why. The state said Perry gave 3 different versions of what happened leading up to the shooting. You're going to hear him say he was sitting at the light and he took a right on red. And all of a sudden, I saw a whole bunch of people. Okay. Perry explains that he was texting and driving, and when he looked up, he found himself accidentally driven in the middle of the protest. All right. The state said his last version of the story was if he had been able to see the traffic light, he glanced and it was yellow. Now, those may seem like little distinctions, like oopsie poopsie things, but remember, everything you say, everything, just like everyone, everything you say can and will be used against you. Can and will be used against you. Not maybe, not likely. They will use it against you. They will use every nail to seal your coffin up. They are government workers, so they are lazy as hell. But they will put all the nails in if they're sitting around. They're one of the few government workers that will bust their ass and go above and beyond. Now, those might be insignificant things, but they're going to turn that into him lying. That's why you don't talk to the cops. Okay? I don't care if you're sitting in Chick-fil-A and that troon chick comes in with her Kel-Tec and starts trying to baptize people, and she's wearing her trans flag and screaming death to cis people. When you punch her fucking ticket and the cops show up, you got lips like a fucking statue. All right? I don't care if it's that straightforward.
They're not allowed to draw a negative. No one's allowed to draw a negative inference from your silence. And if they do, you win. If they draw a negative inference from your silence, then you win the case, period. So it's always a rule. Don't talk to cops. The exceptions to the rule that do exist have to do with informing the cops during a self-defense shooting. You fired in self-defense, you're cooperative, all of that stuff. But we're not talking about that. Generally speaking, don't talk to cops.
My boss told me to stop it, so I'll stop it. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, I mean, so I had this chat with Jonathan. It's okay, we support Sean. It takes like hundreds of us to really support him properly. He's extra fun side. Like I couldn't. Can you imagine if I did that? What Sean does, I'd be cancelled. I do not have a following that can do what Sean did. That was funny, but yeah, I can't do any of that stuff. Oh, that was good. It was good, Erin. Great dose of brandy. Yeah, I'm sure the Branco was next, so I'm sure it's pretty informative as a whole anyway. Do you know what I mean? That was good. Either one is liable to get you in trouble on the tube, yes. But it's good that I think one thing that Sean has, what I've noticed, and again, I don't know Sean, but he's got a loyal following of, quite a few hundred people. So, last few days, last week, I've obviously watched some of his content, and it's always like 2, 3, in excess of 300 people watching him. That's loyalty. Do you know what I mean? So he can do a lot of that stuff because people know what they're getting. They're not going to get offended. They're not, you know what you're getting. Can you imagine if I said some of those things? Fucking, I've got 19 people in now. I'll be down to like 10. Quick smart. Bum, 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 bum. Good master would be using Barbara Streisand's name as a curse word. Jesus Christ, I just lost. I wasn't kidding. I had like 20, I had 31 here when I started that video. I'm down to 13 now. I'm not even kidding you. How did I lose all that people? I literally had 31 people watching the start of that video, and I'm now down to 13 people, 14 now. What the fuck? Yeah, I've lost over half my viewers. I can't afford to lose my viewers. No, well, nothing to do. Yeah, baseball dad, you're here. You're here. I know baseball dad's here. You're busy though. Dave is here. Look, you guys, I know you would be here, but it's like literally at 31 people start that video, and I'm well now I've got 16. Dave's here. I know. Oh, I know who's here. Everyone to us, Lord. Yeah, no, I know who's here now. I know who's here. You know, but it's just weird to me how I just lost over half my viewers, all in like 3.5 minutes. It is. That's silly crazy. Kim, I know you're here, Kim. I know exactly who's here. I do know exactly who's. Well, I don't know exactly who's here. I mean, I can guess who's here. I know, Ruka, you're here. You don't get offended by that. Kim doesn't. Baseball Dad doesn't. I know that. Josie, Murph's here, unless she's gone. Obviously, people might have gone, but Murph would still be here. Hacksters is still around. Befront's still around. FM's still around. If I mean, I know who's around, but it's weird to me how you can lose over half your viewers. Pixie's still here. If she again, Pixie wouldn't be offended by that. You don't like certain male members of law to you because of opposing opinions on matters like women. Kim, I love you to do that. Kim does that. She does a dot, so there's a heart there, so she can see past that. I don't believe the amount of women that do not like Brian Goodrex. I can imagine. I don't know who Drex is. Walked away for a second now. What happened? So at the start of that video, Erin, I had 31 people here, right? 3.5 minutes of that video, I went down to 13 people. Everyone left. And to be fair, Jonathan said that. Do you know what I mean? That's weird. How does that work? Do you know what I mean? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not offended by it. I think Sean's great from what I've seen of him. So, I mean, I don't think he even said anything bad. To be quite honest with you, I think he just spoke the truth. Ugh. Oops. Erin, you left and all. She caused it, Kim. She caused it. She threw a grenade in there. I was like, oh, I'm going now. Swan Continental bike there. Oh, Jesus. Dave, that's impressive. Back up now, 21 now. We're still like, we were 30 odd, but maybe you triggered a base. Maybe. But I'm not even in the algorithm. So I don't even understand it. Can you imagine that, right? I worked hard to get in the algorithm. I get kicked out of the algorithm. I'm working hard for this case now to try to get back in. And Erin Hack comes along, plays a video. I just get chucked out. I love it. I love it though. I don't really care. It's all good. It's fine. Everything is fine. No, I don't. It's whatever it is. You know, if it's gonna happen, Erin, now's the time. Whilst you two do not like me, now's the time for it to happen. You get that base. Hey, Tudley, I know. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I know it's fine. I am now currently at my lowest. Not me personally, but my channel is at the lowest it can be. So I don't mean that in the sense of thing. It is whatever. Do you know what I mean? Now's the time to fuck up, basically, because we're gonna build this bad boy back up. We're gonna be building this channel back up. So if we're gonna fuck up, now's the time. Not true, you are with certain trials now. But I think if you're subscribed, though, it's different, John. Job. Sean is right, though, Nick. Absolutely, baseball dad. Absolutely, my friend. And also, but what this means is we probably going to be streaming Karen Reed's hearing on Friday, I imagine. Because tomorrow's Wednesday, it should be verdict Thursday. You should jump early bandwagon of popular trending track for sure. Yeah, but Miu, no one's doing Miu. I had Miu weeks out. My fault was I didn't stream it. So, but it's all good though. It's all good. Going through the motions, has an amazing algorithm already. Well, the thing is, he's a popular guy. He had on his first day, he had 2,000 subscribers. So he had a following anyway. I mean, he's done amazing. He way surpassed me in everything. But he won't. Oh, anyway, I'm not going to go into it. But yeah, he's good. I do want to say thank you, Dylan, for supporting David. We all appreciate it. No need to thank me. No need to thank me whatsoever. I mean, what's happened to him is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm happy to tweet more, whatever I need to do. It's scary because he's had 3 strikes, M&S has. That could happen to anybody. The fact that guy, Hales guy, whoever the fuck he is, has done what he did to David, it's disgusting. It could happen to anyone. Well, actually, what's his new channel? What's his new channel? The new channel as well.
We are back on the record. Mr. Spesta, Mr. Anderson are present. Mr. Nelson is present with Mr. Miu. I understand Mr. Trophacy had to leave.
Mr. Trophacy is doing the closing tomorrow, so we've decided to divide and conquer. I spoke with Mr. Miu. Mr. Miu gave me permission to tell Your Honor that he's comfortable with me proceeding.
All right.
And Mr. Trophacy is doing other tasks to represent him.
I guess the first question I have before we dive into the instructions is this. Are either of the parties requesting lesser included offenses?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Yes by the state, no by the defense. Mr. Anderson, which lesser includeds?
I'm satisfied with the ones in the draft instructions, Judge.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear on the record here. You're requesting lesser includeds for count 1 to include second-degree intentional homicide, first-degree reckless homicide, second-degree reckless homicide.
Correct.
Then for counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're requesting lesser includeds for attempted second-degree homicide, for first-degree recklessly endangering safety, and second-degree recklessly endangering safety.
Correct.
Mr. Nelson, any comment?
We object.
Any basis?
Along the facts. I mean, I don't want to try to be efficient here, but I don't think it's supported by the facts that have been presented here. Certainly as to, I understand count 1, second degree. We prefer not, but I don't think there's a basis in law or fact for me to make an argument that he doesn't get second degree intentional. As to count 1, first degree reckless, I don't think that there is a basis in fact that there is any evidence there was utter disregard for human life in this situation where the person, Mr. Schuman, died instantly. So for those reasons, so we object to first degree reckless as to count 1. Let me go through the other counts or just deal with count 1 first?
Now go through the other counts.
As to counts 2 through 5. Again, I understand that second degree
intentional is a lesser included of first degree intentional. So I'm not objecting to that. While we prefer that it not be offered, I agree that there's a factual basis for it. As to the reckless endangerment, first degree reckless endangerment, again, there is no evidence that it was utter disregard. I believe in these cases, I do concede that case law that I've seen supports the fact that reckless endangerment is a lesser included of attempted homicide.
Mr. Anderson.
So basically, both the state and defense are entitled to ask for a lesser included offense, and it's error for the court not to include lesser included offenses as long as there's a basis. So a jury could conclude that although he was reckless in stabbing these people, he didn't actually have the intent to kill them, hence the reckless charges. The self-defense is still at issue in all of them, but I think it's appropriate to have the lesser included.
My understanding of the law is that either party may make a request for lesser included. One party's decision to request lesser included cannot be challenged by the other party. So here the state is making the request. It's entitled to the instruction as long as the evidence supports it. In my judgment, the crimes that are being requested as lesser included are in fact all lesser included offenses. The homicides in count 1, the lesser degree of homicides certainly are. Same with the attempted homicides in counts 2 through 5. There's also case law that says that the reckless conduct for each of the classes of offenses are lesser included. So I'm satisfied that the charges themselves are lesser included offenses. I'm also satisfied that the facts support the lesser included crimes that have been requested. I think Mr. Anderson's assessment is correct, that the jury could conclude that Mr. Miu did not have the intent to kill, but he did engage in reckless conduct by indiscriminately jabbing and swinging his knife around people. He testified today that he really didn't know what was going on, didn't know who was hitting him, didn't know where people were necessarily. It all happened very fast. Yet the knife was used in a way that would show utter disregard for human life. It was certainly reckless in nature. When considering utter disregard for human life, there are a number of factors to consider. What he was doing, why he was engaged in the conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Again, we have a man who is using a knife in a dangerous way, indiscriminately brandishing it against others. Others were injured. Mr. Miu left the scene, left the wounded behind. After a delay, he tubed past them without rendering aid, without notifying police what happened. I think those are all facts that one could conclude are utter disregard for human life. So I'm satisfied that the facts support each of the lesser included instructions that have been requested by the state. All right, what I'd like to do is walk through the instructions that I have. If there's an objection or something that you think warrants discussion, please stop me, and then we can have a conversation about it. I intend to issue 100 opening instructions, 145 information not evidence, 1017 first degree intentional homicide with self-defense, and the 3 lesser includeds that I mentioned.
I do have objections about that, just to make sure when you want to.
Yes. What's the objection?
On page 3, I don't have an objection to 1017 in general, Judge, just some of the wording within 1017. On page 3, the first paragraph, the definition of great bodily harm is included based upon our request. We're comfortable with great bodily harm means other serious permanent bodily injury, as opposed to the entire definition. My understanding, the state wants the entire definition.
Mr. Anderson?
We have a legal definition. I think it makes sense to use the legal definition.
I believe that this is the legal definitions out of the statute. There's also a jury instruction with this definition. That's what I used. I didn't feel comfortable taking parts out of it because I didn't know how the attorneys intended to argue. So the entire definition is in there. I think the attorneys can use whichever portions they choose to use, but it is a correct statement of the law. Next objection.
The paragraph in red regarding provocation, I previously filed document 318 in which we had submitted a modified version of jury instruction 815. I sent that again last night via email to everybody at the court's request. I believe that that is a more accurate rendition of the law. It's our position as is outlined in document 318 that the state needs to specify what was the unlawful conduct, which was of the type to provoke others to attack, and that that there's a need in this paragraph for the court to tell the jury that it is the law that they have to prove the unlawful conduct, which is the basis for the provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. I appreciate they have to disprove self-defense, but since provocation is the state's attempt to put a hurdle in front of whether we get self-defense, I think it needs to be made clear in that paragraph that it's the state's burden to prove provocation occurred beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, I'm happy to go on in more detail, but I think the document number 318 with the case law that's cited in footnotes is a better argument than what I'm verbally making right now.
Mr. Anderson?
It's a pattern jury instruction. I looked at the motion filed by defense. The authority they used were 2 Washington state cases from the 1980s. That there's been, I didn't see that it's been adopted in any other state since the 1980s. I saw a couple of California cases that cited to them that were overturned. There's no such authority in Wisconsin to modify the pattern jury instruction. It's drafted by the jury instruction committee to conform with Wisconsin law. So the closest thing I could find, I included in my response, which is directly negated a Minnesota court case that was cited. So I don't see the reason or the authority to modify it.
Just so we're clear, the jury instructions aren't law. The jury instructions are a committee's recommendations as to what the court can instruct the jury as to what the law is. But I appreciate we're asking for a modification, but in response to the state, it seems like the state is saying, I need to have some authority to say why we shouldn't use 815 in the manner that it's here. A, I provided authority. I agree that it's not Wisconsin because there's no issue on point in Wisconsin. But I think we all agree, at least we did yesterday in chambers, that the burden is on the state to prove provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. So if we all agree that that's the law, the purpose of the jury instructions is to tell the jury the law, then why would we want to include that in this paragraph to make it clear? I can tell you, Judge, and I understand my understanding is not the basis, but lots of lawyers involved in this case. I think we all agree that this 29 pages of jury instructions is probably some of the most complicated reading we've ever done in our legal careers. So anything we can do to simplify it, I think, is worthwhile for a group of eventually 12 people who do not have law degrees.
So under the self-defense statute, Mr. Miu loses the privilege of self-defense if he provokes an attack by unlawful conduct. So I'm hearing two arguments. One is that the phrase unlawful conduct must be identified and defined. The other is that the instruction should include some reference to the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In terms of the modifications requested by the defense, no Wisconsin case law supports the request. The reference to unlawful conduct is part of the self-defense statute, section 939.48. The phrase is not an element of a crime that may require more specificity. Second, the phrase is not limited to a single act. It is broad enough to include multiple acts, whether they be criminal acts or tortious acts, but acts nonetheless that would cause a reasonable person to physically react. In this case, there is credible evidence that Mr. Miu engaged in unlawful conduct during his encounter with the tubers. There is credible evidence that his conduct was of a type likely to provoke an attack by others. The jury will need to evaluate that conduct and the conduct of others and determine how it affects the self-defense claim. So while I understand some of the issues that other states have wrestled with, in Wisconsin, we do not have any authority to support the specificity that is being requested by the defense. As far as the burden of proof, I also declined to modify the language. In my judgment, the pattern instruction is adequate and it correctly states the law. I don't want to make modifications that could potentially be confusing or misleading. I think by adding additional language about the burden of proof with regard to provocation could do just that. It is true that the state has the burden of disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving every fact necessary for a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I relied on the pattern instructions. Those instructions repeatedly instruct the jury on these basic points. Adding more language about the burden of proof to the provocation paragraph could confuse the jury because it would imply an obligation to prove provocation. The state is not required to prove provocation. The state is required to disprove self-defense. The state may achieve that in a number of ways. Provocation is one of them. If the state elects to disprove self-defense by way of provocation, then the state will need to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and the pattern instructions adequately instruct the jury about that burden. So those are the reasons why I'm denying any additional modifications. Were there other objections to 1017?
Yes, Judge. The next paragraph, I don't believe that there is a factual basis for that, which would normally be a bracketed portion of 815, and that is the paragraph, a person who provokes an attack, whether by lawful or unlawful conduct with intent to use such an attack as an excuse, and it goes on. That's the sentence which I don't believe that there is a factual basis to support its inclusion in 1017.
Mr. Anderson?
Before he even ran up on the boys, he touched his knife in his pocket. He kept touching his knife in his pocket while people were telling him to leave. He took out his knife and still nothing happened. And then witnesses say he punched Maddie. After they responded, he started stabbing people. So I think it's not a huge stretch to argue that he punched Maddie to provoke the response that would give him an argument for self-defense.
Is that really the state's theory?
I think there's an argument.
Sure. Is that the state's theory?
I don't think it's what I'm going to argue to the jury, but I would mention if they believe that.
Again, the optional paragraph that we're talking about is an accurate statement of the law. A judge's decision to give an instruction is discretionary, but it has to be based on the facts of the case. So are there facts to believe that Mr. Miu was looking to stab people but just needed the right excuse? And he punched Madison Cohen so he'd have that excuse? That's what you're saying?
Yes. That's an argument we could make.
Help me better understand the facts then. That leads you to that argument. Also, is it an argument that you're going to make? Because if you're not going to make it, I'm not going to include it because it's not relevant.
I was planning on briefly mentioning it, and then moving on to other theories or other theories of the case. But I think I've gave my argument, Judge.
I mean, we're asking that it not be included. These are complicated instructions that I don't think they've met their burden to prove that a reasonable jury could think that. Your Honor, I know is very judicial in letting juries decide things that are jury matters, but it sounds like Your Honor has, even in that interpretation, skepticism as to how any reasonable jury could think that. And
No, not necessarily that. I'm just, it seems to run in the face contrary to the theory that I've heard. But, you know, it's the state's case, and if you want to give them a menu of options, it's your choice. I'll include it. Next.
Next, Judge, and I know this is not efficient, but this, as applies to this case, the effective law of self-defense, I think those next 5 bullet points, the wording of it, well, implies that the burden of proof is with Mr. Miu. And he doesn't have to prove that his belief was reasonable.
So you're talking about pages 3 and 4.
Correct.
Bullet points.
Correct. Those 5 bullet points under as as applies to this case, the effective law of self-defense is, again, it's a summary. I don't think it's necessary. I appreciate that it's part of the standard, but I think it flips the burden within those 5 bullet points because it implies that it's they have to, the jury has to find his belief was reasonable, which isn't what they have to find. The jury has to find that the state has proven his belief was unreasonable. That's different.
I understand the objection. I'm going to include it. It's part of the pattern instruction. While I have discretion to deviate from the pattern instruction, I see no reason for doing so here. What the bullet points do, in my opinion, is put all of this law into context of how it fits together with the lesser includeds and a finding of not guilty. It puts it in 5 bullet points. And I think it encapsulizes a lot of different concepts and gives the jury a understandable roadmap for the thought process that they can utilize in reaching their verdict. In no way does it suggest that Mr. Miu has the burden of proving any of these elements. It just describes the way it all fits together. In fact, on page 4, the paragraph immediately after the bullet point refers to the state's burden of proving all facts necessary to constitute the crime is beyond a reasonable doubt. Later in the instruction, the court provides much greater detail on the elements of proof and what needs to be considered. Again, there's more reference to the burden of proof being on the state. So I think that the law is accurate and it does not mislead the jury. Anything else?
Yes. The next paragraph, the use of the word established, I think it should be, so the paragraph reading instead, I think it should read, instead you will be asked to determine whether the state has cross out established and put proven beyond a reasonable doubt. and then go back to the standard language.
You lost me. Which page?
Page 4, the paragraph underneath the 4 bullet points, the second sentence beginning with the word instead. The 4th line down, second word in is established. I think that word should be crossed out, and we should use the word proven, and then we should include beyond a reasonable doubt. Just, we use proof all the other times, and now here in this section, we use established. I just think it's more accurate to say proven, and obviously it is their burden to prove it, the necessary facts beyond a reasonable doubt. So
That's exactly what was said in the sentence right before it.
which is why that's why it doesn't make sense to me. If we use the word prove in the first sentence, why are we using the word establish in the second sentence and the word establish in the third sentence? Even if you don't include beyond a reasonable doubt, which I understand Your Honor says the first sentence covers that. Just change the word established to proven. At least then we're consistent with that language.
I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith too much. It's not misleading. I think it's accurate. The first sentence clearly states the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I think for probably flow and just general understanding, it uses the word established. Yeah, I think it is implicit that it's established beyond a reasonable doubt. There's really no other way to read those following sentences. What's next?
Page 6, the last paragraph. I appreciate that the standard language says you must not find him guilty. I think the simpler language is you must find him not guilty.
How can that possibly be correct?
Because the verdicts are guilty and not guilty. And so
But it
if it
completely
says,
ignores the lesser included.
no, it says, if you are not so in my reading, it would say, if you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty of first degree intentional, and you must consider the next one.
But they're not returning a not guilty verdict.
I appreciate that they're not putting out a verdict, but I think that that's the finding.
I'm going to leave it as is. There's a lesser included, there's a sequence. They start with first degree. If they don't agree there, they go to second degree, and so on and so forth. And at the end is when they would reach the not guilty if they are not persuaded on guilt for any of the charged or lesser included offenses. Putting in, you must find him not guilty, I think would be misleading and contrary to law. Anything else in that instruction?
No, Judge. Oh, well, I mean, I'm sorry. Next is page 8 on the paragraph determining whether beliefs were reasonable. The last sentence of that paragraph, instead of his acts, I think it should say the alleged crimes, because we're not assessing his beliefs about anything other than his beliefs at the time that he committed these alleged crimes. So if you include from the standpoint of the time of his acts, it's much broader, and we're not trying to establish the reasonableness of his beliefs in the first 1 minute and 49 seconds of that video. There's nothing about the reasonableness of his beliefs then. It's only about the reasonableness of his beliefs when he committed these crimes. So I'm just asking that his acts be crossed out and replaced by the alleged crimes or the charged crimes.
I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith. It's an accurate statement of the law. This is a pattern instruction by the jury instruction committee, which is a committee of, I think, at least 10 judges. These instructions have been vetted and reviewed and studied, and in my judgment, 10 minds are better than one. And I just don't feel comfortable wordsmithing and changing words without fully appreciating and understanding the effect that those changes may have to the broader meaning of the instruction.
And again, I understand. I just want to make sure my point is clear for the record. I disagree. I don't think it's an accurate statement of the law, but I heard Your Honor, and we'll move on.
Okay. Anything else?
Same complaint on page 8 about the wording of not find Mr. Miu guilty as opposed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. But I again understand Your Honor's previous ruling would be consistent to overrule my objection.
Next.
Yep, I'm working through this, Judge. I'm going as fast as I can. Page 10 under jury's decision, again, the same issue comes up that Your Honor had previously mentioned. That's all on 1017, Judge. I believe I previously mentioned State v. Austin, and well, I would prefer the elements of the crime on page 9 include self-defense. I appreciate that, consistent with Austin. Element number 2 includes the language required by Austin, and element number 3 includes the language required by Austin. So I'll just leave it at that.
That was my assessment as well when I read Austin and considered your comments from yesterday. Looks like those pieces of law were already incorporated into the pattern instruction, just may not be in the position that you preferred.
1072 on
Oh, wait.
page. Sorry.
Any objections, Mr. Anderson, on the
No.
state?
No.
1072.
First paragraph, second sentence, the word attempted is left out.
All right, thank you. Anything else in that paragraph?
No, Judge.
All right. I imagine you have similar objections to 1072 that you had in 1017.
Yes, Judge. The bullet points on page 12, and in particular, which again, I'm not trying to I make the same arguments. I appreciate Your Honor's previous ruling. But nevertheless, I make those arguments. At the bottom of page 12 in red, where it talks about first degree recklessly endangering safety, I believe you would need to add at the end of that sentence and as at the end of the bullet point at the top of page 13 to be consistent with Austin, which we previously stated, you should add the words at the end of that, and did not act lawfully in self-defense.
So what I did when 1017 provided a nice pattern instruction for first degree intentional homicide with the 3 lesser includeds and self-defense. There wasn't a similar pattern instruction for attempted first degree homicide with the lesser includeds and self-defense. So what I did is I tried to mirror the modifications in red to what exists in 1017. Basically follow the same flow, the same thought process. And that's where I came up with the language in red. The Austin language is included where I define the crime in more detail. The bullet points on pages 12 and 13 are simply the instructions effort to put everything into context in a way that is simple and understandable for the jury. This isn't the instruction itself about the elements of the offense or the things that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. This is just an explanation, like the introductory language that precedes it, to help the jury better understand how these lesser included offenses all fit together.
If I may, my concern is, well, I hear Your Honor, the argument that I'm making now, I would go back on 1072, page 4, in request. And again, I understand, Your Honor, that the same 7 words, and did not act lawfully in self-defense, be added on page 4 in the summary of first-degree reckless homicide and second-degree reckless homicide. Otherwise, when we talk about both in 1017 as and in 1072, when we talk about the intentional crimes, self-defense is included in that summary. When you talk about the reckless, it isn't, which if somebody goes and does a quick glance without doing a deep dive, it may, I'm worried the jury would think they just look at that and then they don't have to think about self-defense. So to add those 7 words, I don't think is contrary to the law, and I don't think it's confusing. I think it's just correct.
I disagree because Austin didn't say you need to look at utter disregard for human life and self-defense separately. What Austin said is that someone does not act in utter disregard for human life when they're acting in self-defense. Now that may be a small, subtle nuance, but I think it's an important one. And the concept of self-defense is subsumed in the term utter disregard for human life. That's the way that Austin presented it, and that's how the instruction reads when you get to the detailing of the elements of the offense. All right, what else do you have?
On the paragraph on page 13, the same arguments I made before about the difference between the use of the word establish as opposed to proven. Just again, note the similar objection.
Noted.
At the last sentence, which I also, on page 13, it's the same last sentence as is on page 4 in 1017. And so I want to incorporate this argument for both. Instead of using the words, you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty, I think this is the instructions. So I think you should just say, you must find Mr. Miu not guilty. I don't know.
I'm sorry, you lost me. Where are you? On page
The
13?
last, on page 13, the paragraph beginning, because the law provides. Are you with me?
No.
The top of page 13 under the red bullet point.
Yes.
The last sentence of that paragraph. The words will be instructed. I think those words should be crossed out and say must. It implies you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. The literal meaning is I'm not telling you that now, but I'm going to tell it to you later. And I get it.
Is it meaningful?
It is to me.
Oh.
I think the word should be, you must find Mr. Miu not guilty, because you're instructing them now in this moment. You're not telling them about what you're going to do at a future moment, which is what it implies in this sentence.
That's what that's what I don't understand.
If it doesn't make a difference, then why wouldn't we agree? Why?
That's not the way it works.
Well,
you tell me why it's different and I'll consider making a change.
Because this implies, I'm not telling you that right now, right? I'm going to tell you that later, but we don't actually tell them that later.
We do.
When do you say, if the state does not satisfy those facts as established by the evidence, you will be instructed? When do you give that instruction?
It's in I'm looking at page 20. For one, if you are not so satisfied, referring back to the previous paragraph, you must find him not guilty. And I believe it's also in 140.
Okay, I stand by my argument. Sure. I appreciate your Honor's comments, but
anything else in this instruction?
Same on page 16, determining whether beliefs were reasonable, the same arguments that I had made previously when discussing 1017.
Objections noted.
I just need to, I got about this far, Judge, so if I know it's not fun to watch anybody read, but that's as far as I got in my in-depth reading before.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any Concerns or objections to 1072?
No, Judge. I'll also say too, I'd change my mind on the asking for a special change or instruction on defense of others. I think I can make the argument with the provocation instruction.
Thank you. You weren't going to get it anyway. All right, let's, I don't want to just gloss over the rest of 1072, but we'll put it aside for the moment. Let's continue on because I think the others are probably pretty easy. There was a request yesterday to use 1220A with the self-defense battery. Any objection?
No. And this, I trust this is 1220A, and so.
It should be.
Okay. Yes, then, thank you. We
I
agree?
think the red language is the new stuff.
Sure.
That's the difference. Continuing on, 990. I think there was a request last night to include the more robust definition of great bodily harm, which I included. It's in the red text. It's the same definition that you saw earlier. It's repetitive, but one came at the beginning, this one comes at the end. So the rest are kind of sandwiched in between. No objection, I'll continue on. 140, burden of proof. There was a request last night for a modification to the last sentence, which I made. It's in the red text.
No objection from the state.
We filed our previous objections in writing, and I appreciate the modification. Thank you.
Continuing on, 103, evidence defined. 170, circumstantial evidence. Last night, again, this is, I'm referring to last night, I'm talking about the Chambers conversation off the record. Mr. Anderson requested 172, so I included that. Any comment?
We object.
Mr. Anderson, why do you think it's justified?
The evidence is that he walked away, changed his appearance, tubed past the chaos. Yeah, discarded the knife, tried to walk past an officer, and essentially was only apprehended because he was recognized from the photo. So I think it's appropriate.
I think the facts support the instruction. Obviously, there's competing inferences, different arguments can be made, but this instruction is an accurate statement of the law and will give the attorneys a platform for making those instructions or those arguments. Continuing on, 157 remarks of counsel, 155 exhibits, 148 objections, 147 improper questions, 190 weight of evidence, 195 jurors' knowledge, 300 credibility, 160 closing arguments, 460 closing instruction, 485 verdicts submitted with lesser included counts. And concluding with 515. Mr. Nelson, does your client request any special instructions regarding his decision to testify?
No, Judge.
I think it's 315.
Correct, Judge.
Do not want it.
We do not want it.
Okay.
Hold on. Just so we're clear, Judge, I'm not asking for the instruction. Obviously, the law is the law is the law, and either side, well, they won't quote from 315. They can make arguments consistent with 315.
Absolutely. Did either of you look at the wording of the verdict?
I did, and I appreciate it's perhaps different with lesser included, but it's, our position that since he's presumed innocent, that the verdict of not guilty is the first choice.
Mr. Anderson?
I don't have anything to add, Judge. I know that this is the standard way, and I don't see a reason to change it.
Yeah. I understand the sentiment of wanting to have the not guilty read first. I don't think it makes a difference one way or the other. I don't think it is suggestive which verdict is read first. The reason why I organize it the way I do is because I think it's consistent with the order of proof. The state going first, defense going second. So that's the way I order it. Is there anything that you think I missed that should be included?
No, Judge. I just want a chance to finish reading 1072.
Yes, and what I propose we do is adjourn for the night since it's 5 o'clock. I'd like to have the attorneys come back tomorrow at 8. And we can pick up the instruction conference. That will give the attorneys a little bit of extra time to look at 1072. Since that instruction did have a substantial amount of additions, given the late addition of the lesser included offenses. So we can pick up where we left off. But at least this gives me a clear indication that most of what's been prepared is going to be delivered. Is there anything else that you think we need to address?
Not that I can think of. I guess we did have I think these might not have gotten numbers.
So I had a diagram of Mr. Miu. I'll pick up Mark. Did you? What was it marked as? 90? 90? So that was the illustration you Mr. Miu? Right. So 90 will be received just for purposes of illustration. It's not evidence, of course.
62A is the photos of the boys.
Do you have any objection?
No.
That's 62A, correct?
Yes.
All right, 62A is received. Anything else from the state?
We have the blown up photo of Isaac, but we also needed the normal size, so unless defense, I don't think we have to mark it and admit it.
No position, Judge.
It's up to you.
Yes, we might as well. So it's 91.
All right, so 91 is the portrait of Isaac blown up. The 8x11 was already received into evidence. Anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Nelson, anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, so we'll pick up on the instructions and then be prepared to 8:30 with arguments shortly follow. Good night, everyone. We are adjourned.
Okay, so I was doing other stuff. Here we go. Here we go. Right, we're done for the day. Back at 8:30 tomorrow morning. 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 UK Time, 3:30 European Time. And Josie, if you're still here, Josie, that's half-hour extra in bed for you, 6:30 in the morning for you, Josie. Right, stop screen. Let's get my ugly mug on here. Here we go. Right. Baseball Dad was right. I said the same thing. We knew that they're going to bring in lesser charges. I think he's done for. I think now he will be, in my opinion, he's going to face prison. It just depends what charge now. I don't think, I think it would have been deadlocked for first degree. I think it would have been hard. Second degree, I'm not sure. Probably most people will want to go second degree, but manslaughter, I think, is slammed down. So he's going to get prison. I truly believe he will be found guilty of one of the counts. If not the top, then somewhere around there. So I don't like the defense. I think the defense, I like the defense, but I don't like how they ended the defense. I think they could have done differently. I know, right, hang on. Hang on. Let's look at Core TV again, yeah? Let's look at Core TV. Right, Core TV. So this is the girl we didn't hear from. Let's look at this now. Present, share screen. Here we go. Right, listen to this, peeps.
A witness in the Apple River stabbings case who didn't want her testimony seen or heard could be the person who tips the scales. Madison Cohen's altercation with defendant Nicolae Miu is what sparked the incident that turned deadly. Now, Cohen says that she confronted the defendant after she saw a group of teenagers yelling at him. Body cam video of the aftermath is the only glimpse we see of her. Take a look.
He punched me in the face. I don't know what the got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please. We're going to help. We got a gentleman down there. His guts are out in the open. Okay. Yes, sorry.
A transcript of Cohen's testimony lays out what she says about who threw the first blow. So on direct, she said, he strikes me in my left side of my face with his left hand. And the question is, did he hit you with a closed fist or an open hand? She said, I can't remember. I thought it was with a closed fist. And the question is, you don't remember like seeing it coming in though? And she said, everything happened so fast. Then later on cross-exam, the question is, okay, so he throws it with his left. He throws a hook with his left hand. Is that right? She said, yes. And he said, and I think you testified that he hit your left side of your face. She said, yes. Question is, okay, so he hit you on this side. Describe how that's humanly possible. Her answer, I actually do get my lefts and my rights mixed up a little bit. Okay, is that going to be a problem? Let's bring in our guest and talk some more about this. Criminal defense attorney and former elected district attorney Matthew Mangino. Oh, Matthew, what'd you think when you hear that?
Well, that doesn't sound good. It's not a good look. You obviously can't get hit on the left side of your face with a left hook. Now, she tries to explain it away by getting my rights and my lefts mixed up. But I would have made her demonstrate how this happened. So if she throws with her left, obviously she's going to realize that you can't get hit on the left side of your face. So she may have explained it a little better. I don't know if there was a demonstration of that blow or not, but that certainly would have helped clear it up for the jury. If she was just testifying and she says, I got hit on the left side of my face with a left hook, the jurors are going to pause. They're going to say, wait a second, that's not possible.
Right, Matthew. I love what you said there. And there was not a demonstration. We went all through the transcript, and you're right. That could have really helped clear it up, and then maybe she would have made better sense. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm just saying, that's not good that she's saying, she's an adult woman and saying, I get my left and my right confused. Let's look at a little more here. So this is from a point in the transcript where she's being questioned by the prosecutor, and she's talking about how she did make contact and put her hands on Nicolae Miu. She's asked, what did you do? And she said, I graciously grabbed the corner of his elbow and I got him back toward me instead of those boys. Did you yank him? No, sir. Did you and Riley's another one of the girls involved in this, did you both touch his shoulders? Yes. Shove him? You didn't shove him or hit him, which is actually an objectionable question there, as you know, Matthew. And she says no, because the defense is saying that she did shove him and was pushing him, and that the strike that he delivered to her was a defensive strike. Oh my, this is messy, isn't it, Matthew? How does this get sorted out for the jury? And I think for all of us at home struggling with not seeing her, and she's not on the video. How much do you think that might matter, Matthew, for the jury that this incident wasn't caught on tape?
Well, there's no question that jurors, like to see videotape that genuinely shows exactly what happened. There's a lot of videotape here, but yet there's no videotape of this encounter. We didn't get to see her, we didn't get to hear her, but the jury did. So the jury has that ability to determine her believability or credibility. And that's what every case comes down to. Do you believe what this witness is telling you? Is this witness credible? And they can make those judgments. We can't. We haven't had an opportunity to see it. But again, we have to remember that self-defense, is it reasonable? Is your conduct reasonable? Did you need to use lethal force? Did you believe you were in danger of serious bodily injury or death? And that's really what the standard is here if we're going to talk about self-defense in this case.
Right, Matthew. Thank you for that. Serious bodily injury or death, got to be imminent, as you said. What was his belief at the time? I do have a clip I would love to play for you now. This is from witness Riley Madison. So she's friends with Madison Cohen. She calls her Maddie. So Madison Cohen, the woman who chose not to be on camera, but Riley was okay with being on camera. And she really does corroborate the story that Madison tells. Let's take a look.
Do you remember everything sequentially perfectly, or is it choppy?
It's very choppy for me.
Okay. So what do you remember next?
I remember getting off the tube, walking up to Mr. Miu, and I just remember Maddie being there and yelling at him. I remember her being punched in the face, and then I remember being stabbed, and that is completely it.
Okay, Matthew, how much does testimony like this help?
Well, certainly it corroborates what we've heard from Madison Cohen, that in fact, this whole incident was precipitated, certainly the physicality of it was precipitated by him punching her in the face. And that is consistent with her testimony, and it's helpful for the prosecution.
Right, Matthew, it certainly reinforces their position. We'll leave it there for now and go in there live this morning when they start back up. I want to say a big thank you to Matthew Mangino for his time and expertise this morning. We'll see you soon. And that's all for this episode of Opening Statements. My friends, you can watch it or share it again if you like. Just go to courttv.com to do it.
Yeah, Erin, that's what. So originally said 8 o'clock, but then it changed to 8:30, unless it changed again. But I don't think it changed again. But I'm go. If it's before then, I'll be here 8 o'clock anyway. So if it does go happen 8, I'll be going live. Did the state know to say why Nick Miu hit Maddie? No. So Nick said he pushed her away. He said that's what he did. Pushed it. So because she was kept approaching and stuff like that. So which is fair. Right, everybody. Hang on. Here we are. So back at it tomorrow morning. Thank you, Rhian. I did give you a shout out, Patty, but I don't. I saw you afterwards, so I was like, "Hey, Rehab. Hope you enjoyed, Patty." Yeah, I kept saying how small she was. Who cares? But anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, see you all 8:30 tomorrow, 9:30. Well, I'll be going live probably before then, but around that time. I'll be ready for 8 o'clock just in case something changes. But with that, everybody, whichever way you feel about it, we're going to get closings tomorrow and start the deliberations tomorrow. So, yes, take care of yourselves. Good night. Have a rest. Oh, no, that's not for me. Yeah, peace out, as Erin Hack would say. Let me get my outro. And then we'll be gone. Where the fuck's my outro gone? There we are. Peace out, free Zach Ransom.